Is it already that time of the week again? Is it another midweek muster? Oh my god, this guy, he just never stops running them. They're just non-stop. There's another one, and then another one, and then another one, and now he's a wizard with shoulders missing. Some people try to actually grow their physique. I have apparently lost a bunch of mine. Yes, hello one and all. I am now so reverse swole in... You know how some people build like the neck muscle? I'm so in reverse, I literally just... I've like mine have sunk. They've collapsed. I should have turned the extra line as well, my bad. Hey, look at guys, can you see that? Can you see that in the corner? Sorry, the green screen effect. Yo, can you read what it says over there? Like, what does that say? What has that got on that right there? Can you guys read that? Too bad, too late. Went back to the other view. I'm going to turn on that freaking... I'm going to turn on the light because I don't like crappy green screen effects. We have proper lighting for a reason. But yeah, that was my subtle little hint. I'm going to be looking to announce on Monday the roster of parts we've got. Everything now but... Man, dude, I really have become quite lean. Everything but the motherboard has arrived, and that should be arriving before Thursday. So we currently are on schedule to create this masterpiece PC on Thursday. Fingers crossed, as long as, like, you know, the truck that's going to be delivering that motherboard doesn't crash and the parts go flying, like, you know, off the freeway into a river and they get caught in the little, like, Moses basket and then they float upriver. And, you know, that whole kind of, like, almost way too cartoony thing. Was it an AMD processor? I can say that that was not the AMD processor. The thing that was there was that you would have seen would have been... Well, there was someone that was green screening out, quite thankfully. But the other thing was the SSD. So, you know, that's all the hints you're going to get. But we got a really cool set of games coming up today, guys. So, I'm looking it through. I've also got an announcement to make later on about something that's going to be happening later on in the month. Because I did already say this is the final midweek muster of 2024. Tier 9. But in terms of what we're going to be casting today, I think we're going to be opening up with, in terms of series that are available right now, we can begin by checking in on Voldemar vs. Amaz, so a new face, one we haven't seen before. And then we should have a few other games in mind, like Anaton versus Hussein should be doable. We've got LuMT versus Red Darksider happening today. M7 versus MSN, I think, would be a close one in terms of skill. Scarlet Devil versus Lemonos is also another one that's kind of intriguing to me because, you know, Lemonos isn't a pushover, right? I think that guy right now is ranked like 900th, so not that well. But I could have sworn I saw him as high as 300th this season. Maybe I'm wrong with that. So we'll see about that one. There is also going to be the potential for Myriad versus Fleas, but that's going to be happening at 11 p.m. tonight. So I'm not sure we're going to hang around that long. We'll see what we can do. But we will have some really cool series. We will notice a few names that haven't signed up this week. So Vortex, Wham, and BCQE taking a break. But we have got some really cool matchups in the round of 32. I think Stopper versus Dragovan is going to be pretty epic. Cat versus Cow, a classic. Need to at them and wonder when they're going to do their series. Lash versus Miyamaki is going to be another interesting one. I'm hoping that can be scheduled to be caught live today. Beeve versus Mjeta. I think Starfly versus Anavaka could be intriguing as well. So yeah, even for the round of 32, like we got some close matchups, right? Like sure, you're going to get those ones that should, in theory, be a stomp because the seeding, but there are other ones that should be a lot tighter. So what I'll do now is I will grab the draft for Voldemar versus Amaz. So let me check what maps they went with. I remember this week, our default map is actually going to be Atacama. So Atacama comes up every time. Voldemar apparently is envious of his teammate, Dimu, because he loves Borderland a lot, and Dry Arabia is going to be the choice coming through for Amaz. So Amaz, if they are using the name they have on the ladder, they would be a gold rank player. I'm not sure if this is actually their account though, so Amaz might have a different name. But because Voldemar like is seeded fairly highly, but Amaz, like, you know, we have a decent skill level of players coming in. So I don't think that is the Amaz. Like when you search him on AOE4 World, you will get a gold level player, which is I'd be surprised. We had a reasonable amount of signups, but let's get the draft ready for this one. Okay, in fairness, he has drafted like a gold. I'm sorry, Amaz, but like I just defended. I'm like, yo, this is. I'm pretty sure this is not the gold rank player. But then I look at the draft and like, guys, is there anything be honest. If you're a golden chat, be honest. Does this look like what you would draft? Like what your skill bandwidth would be if you were a gold player, right? French, English. I mean, Jean is kind of like French, right? And Jean OP, according to them. And obviously, you couldn't have HRE because that was already gone. Right? Like, what else is missing? What else is popular with goldies? I'm trying to think. Like French and English are the bread and butter, and to like first pick French at that. Hey, you know, I mean, this is the beauty of this thing, right? It's not just about the absolute peak pros that we know and love. Like, my goal here is to shine a light on a lot of the community members. Like, I want esports to feel participation based, so even if this is a goldie, we'll have some fun with it. Can confirm Dragovan versus Stopper is going to be happening in an hour. So we'll have either Dragovan versus Stopper or Anatan versus Hussein. We might do them back to back into each other. But what I'm going to do now is going to open up my AoE 4. I've been playing a cool little strategy game in the background, so that wasn't the first thing that was already opened. You pick HRE? I mean, dude, like, yeah, but... like, when you... I mean, there are some elements about this. Like, for example, banning Ayu and then not picking Ayu. Like, that is a red alert to me. I think if you're at a conk level, you're prioritizing Ayu every day of the week there, right? The fact that he's like, oh, you can't have my French. It's very important that you don't take my French. I'm like, okay. GUA? GUA series, we are getting conf in. It's going to be... Oh, use the timestamp, Mr. America. He just posted his time at 8:15 a.m. And I'm like, I don't even know when that is. What time zone is that? I assume... Oh, okay, you're going to play now. Thank you, GUA. All right. Well, this makes things interesting. Would you guys rather have Voldemar, which I think they may have already played game 1, Voldemar versus Amaz, or would you rather have GUA versus Trackle? What would you guys like? Thank you for letting me know, GUA. I looked at the time zone, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is. We can still come back to the other. Oh, and also Voldemar's a douchebag. He privated his data. So we actually... Okay, that actually simplifies things, guys. We're watching Give You Anxiety. We'll say a reminder at players. Keep those profiles open. I don't run a tournament for people to not have open. No stream delay is fine. Yep, you're absolutely fine, my darling. The only one we require the stream delay on is grand finals, and then obviously if players are happy to semi-finals, just so it helps keep a level of professionalism, etc. But the only one we absolutely require the 5-minute delay on is grand finals. Any other, if you're going to have no stream delay, that's fine. Just remember, do not put a delay on the lobby, or I will beat you with a stick. So yeah, as long as the lobby matches the delay, you're absolutely fine. All right, guys. So in that case, apologies. We might check back on Amaz later, because you never know how many sets you're going to have on the Friday, so we can fill in where need. Archipelago getting banned. GUA does not want to deal with that crap. So we are waiting for them to pick the maps, and then we'll get into the live draft. And yes, the players are playing live now. So we are now doing the draft. In fact, have they already set up the other one? No, not yet. So you can see here. Well, you would see here. There we go. No, that's not right. Boom. No Archipelago. Road, you just have to, like, you're going to have to pray that Doomy doesn't ban it in your series, mate. I hit M7 may have almost had him on the ropes because of that particular map. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Okay, Hallowed Spring. Yeah, I thought that actually Voldemar would pick that in his set. I'm kind of surprised when he didn't. Hallowed Spring, Highview. Ooh, I like this map pool. This is a fun map pool. Remember, Hallowed Spring is a little bit like Himeyama 3.0. It's a much bigger pond in the center. Sacred sites are a lot closer together. Because of the pick of like Atacama being in there, I don't know if that's really that great for Delhi, but Hallowed Spring and Pigeon's View are, so Delhi should literally be the highest priority ban here alongside HRE. And then, no, actually, probably Byzantines is more prior ban than HRE. Then again, HRE do work quite well on pigeons for you. So, there is going to be a pick here between these two that could be completely definitive of the entire, like, generation. Okay, where is... Giving anxiety, showing that he's getting old. Nah, I'm good. Just need one of them to actually host it. So we should be into the draft in a second. Yo, anyone notice this song, by the way? Oof, I might have to take off the fancy magical hoodie, by the way. Is it fair to say that Himeyama is good, poor, or am I just delusional? What do you mean good, poor? I'm confused. Do you mean, like, is it a good or bad map? I think Himeyama is a decent, food poor. Oh, I wouldn't say it's food poor per se. It's double deer. Berries are 3 stacks, I believe. Like, actually, there's more food on Himeyama than there's on Dry Arabia. It's just the layout is a little bit different, right? Okay, so draft now there. So as I said, Delhi should be like the highest prio ban imaginable here. Unless you like losing. It's way too good with what they've drafted, man. It's like the freest win for one player here. Well, it comes down to execution, right? Trackle's no pushover though, guys. Like, if we have a look here. Look at that. Dude, he has 2 accounts in the top 300. Give you anxiety in ladder right now, 236. Now, ladder tournament different, but in terms of seeding, I'm pretty sure this was a tight seeding. So this is probably going to be one of the coolest sets of the day in terms of like competitive viability. Cool way to start off the day, actually. So shout out to GUA for waking up early. I think it's 8:15 where he is in the morning. I was not awake at 8:15. I can tell you that much. Thankfully, good old Ezra slept in, so I didn't have to wake up. By the way, guys, some people might put announcement in the goddamn title debate. We're not doing that. We do actually have an announcement today. So I don't have the graphics ready. I need to actually prep graphics for it. But I can at least verbally later on announce what's coming. Okay, so Delhi. Whoa. Well, that was weird. GUA has Delhi as a second pick here. He did let Byzantines through, but man, this is hard. Do you like pick Delhi or do you pick like HRE got banned away from him, right? So like Traco's getting HRE Byzantines and Gio is getting Abbasid Delhi. Is that right? Because remember, it was his ban, right? I always get confused by these ban orders because when we have the overlay actually slots them the opposite way around. There seems to be no good way of doing these freaking ban systems. Dota 2 keeps it simple. If one side bans a hero, it's banned for both. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, GUA. Do you pick the Delhi now? I'm a little bit surprised he didn't mirror the HRE ban, right? What is this? Okay, GUA does some cook drafts, man. He's just baiting Trackle to, like, ban the Delhi now, right? Which I think you wholly do here. HRE will lose to Delhi. Byzantine's Delhi is a bit weird. This map pool is way too good to let Delhi through at the end. So then what does GUA have? I mean, you could go for Defense, Japanese against Byzantines. Depends on the map. Rus is probably on Giving Anxiety's mind. I know he highly covets the Rus. I don't rate them highly for Hallowed Spring in particular. So, gonna have to make it work somewhere else there. And oh my god, I forgot to go get my protein work shake, so I'm gonna have to harass my partner to do so. Alright, there we go. She'll probably do it. She's a superstar. Well, she's probably sleeping right now. Actually, no, she's got to wake up soon. I'm going to have Ezra out here shortly, just while she goes to pick up our daughter. So Japanese. Yeah, he does go for the Japanese pick we were talking about. For track roll, I think at this stage, you just go Mongols. It's decent against Jean. It's really good against Japanese. Especially on like Himeyama 3.0, Hallowed Spring. Atacama, actually, Mongols could be really good because you have very small tree lines. And then, like, what? You round out with French? Dude, Roos. Okay, oh yeah, I forgot Roos is still there. I think now he's going to go Marlians, which is dangerous because Mongols are still there. And I don't think you want to give a player like Give You Anxiety Mongols. So I think you Mongol up, and that plays blocker to a few ideas here, like Mali and French. He goes to the Malians. I don't rate Malians as highly on Highview, aka Pigeon's View. And I am not convinced the idea of them on Hallowed Spring. I don't know about Atacama. I don't think it has enough gold, like, comfortable to justify either. This feels a bit weird. Traco's draft started off really, really strong, and then, like, I think he rounded it out a bit questionably. For Give You Anxiety, oh yeah, Ayu, shit. I totally forgot about Ayu in the third pick. So is that why Traco didn't want Mongols? Because, like, we've seen some bait and switch builds with Mongols that work quite well against Ayu. Who do I think won the draft here? I actually like Traco's a lot more. It's a bit more meta, it's a bit more stable. I'm not really sure and sold of the idea of Abbasids. Like, we're going to switch over, you'll see the map pool that I'm talking about. Like, Abbasids doesn't make much sense here, right? Other than Highview? I think Highview is the only place you can go. And what's up, DB20? Your favorite caster? Ooh, woo. Yeah, but do you watch a lot of esports? Nah, I appreciate it all the same. Oh, so... Remember, map number 1's going to be Atacama. We're probably looking at Japanese or Ayu going up against... Well, with that threat pocket, I think Traco is probably going to go HRE. I think HRE can actually beat both of those. You just play Feudal all-in. You starve them like crazy. Favorite from the esports you watch? There you go. Wait, well then, yeah, that are my favorite. wait, why is that now got a caveat there? It's like, there was one that is my favorite, and I don't even watch them. And yeah, agreed, Voldemar. I mean, the crazy thing is that, like, the Delhi pick was dangling for so long. I'm really shocked that the Traco didn't pick the Delhi, but he had, like, choice paralysis here, right? Because this map pool is crazy for Delhi. Give You Anxiety done a lot of weird things. Like, I don't rate the Ambassador pick at all. It only works on one of the 3 maps. Delhi's good to not pick? What, you don't think Delhi's, like, busted with this map pool they done? Atacama, I think it's 2 sacred sites, but it's very open. But the bigger ones would be Highview and Hallowed Spring. All civs from Geo counter? True. Well, all is a stretch, Voldemar. Come on, you picked Japanese. But yes, I get where you come from, yeah. This is still pretty wild, the approach they took. We'll add Tracos, so we have them for future. Japanese Keck. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Japan just needs some changes. You know what, actually, I don't even think Japan needs the changes. I actually just think crossbows need the changes. If you change crossbow, like, I actually legit think you could nerf crossbows base damage and increase their bonus damage and not change the stats on Onimusha, and it would be balanced. That's wild, right? Like, sure, you have to pay more for Onimusha, but they're mobile. You'd think, like, that's kind of... But it's not. It's really that obtuse of a difference. Where's Tracker out on the ladder? Ranked 100th and ranked 300th. He has 2 accounts in the top 300. And GUA's account, I think, is 278 or something like that. Or maybe it was 168. I forget which. Give them early Mount Samurai? I mean, they have that with Abandonment. I don't think the solution is to give them more Mount Samurai. I think that's bad. Like, they need diversity. I think one change I recommended was they should get the Ottoman effect, where the production buildings only cost 100 wood. I think that's a really, really good change. Because, like, some of the options they want to do, they're a Zergy Civ, right? But, like, production buildings on their own are so expensive, you can't even Zerg early on. It's a problem. Okay, so, wait, did GUA just disappear offline? Okay, it should be in a sec. And, like, yeah, their farms are baity. Like, I don't think you need to drastically inflate their eco, because, like, actually people are kind of sleeping on them still for the berry buff. The berry buff is actually pretty substantial. But yeah, other things are a little bit rough for sure. How about we replace the farm with berry farms? You know, I don't mind the idea of Japan getting, like, a unique ability to, like, pay for berries around their farmhouses, maybe, or something. That would be kind of interesting. Oh, thank you, Emma. Appreciate it. Yeah, Japan is just like... Japan, to me, is still one of the most... It has the potential to be the funnest and most cool design civ in the game, but it is limited by its lack of strategy diversity still, right? It's such a polarizing civ for that reason. It's tricky. Farms equal narrow base, cav equal good for map. Yeah, and it's like, I mean, I've talked... The one thing I'd say I don't like about Japanese is that their farms are incentivized to be prioritized around their TCs, because that leads into more defensive play around infinite resources, which sucks. That's probably the one negative I'd give for Japan in terms of a design concept. Like, obviously it has negatives in terms of potency and balance, but I'm talking like good, bad things, right? But that can be fixed. But Give You Anxiety just restart his game. We should be getting in a sec, and there shouldn't be a stream delay, so we should be hopping in really fast. Shinobi can be upgraded through the age. They do already upgrade through the age, Simbed. So when you tech up, Shinobi get the same treatment the King does. Their stats automatically get padded. So, for example, they go from 80 health to 92 in Castle, and the base damage goes from 20 to, I think it's 23. So they actually do get upgraded. I think one thing is, like, genuinely they should just add the ability to build Shinobi out of castles. Because you're already paying like 1,200 resources for a castle. And by the point in the game, Imperial Age, when you're getting it, Shinobi aren't really OP for like zerging as much, if that makes sense, right? Shinobi aren't using Castle Limb. That's because it's such a microscopic detail in a macro game. Shinobi shouldn't be a feudal landmark. Interesting idea. What do you think? Do you think you switch Buddha's Temple and Koka, and then you make Koka what? Like, because you couldn't have it unlock Shinobi on every rack. So that would be broken. But the problem then is you got double eco landmark, right? I don't know. In some ways, I just feel like Kura is a very noob-friendly landmark, but it's really just fundamentally a terrible landmark in the grand scheme of things. Free bannerman? Yeah, but that's... I don't like... So with so many civs getting a permanent value out of their feudal landmarks, I don't like a temporary value. I feel like getting a free bannerman is kind of a temporary. I know there are civs that get value out of that for sure. But like my goal is like, how do you get them to want to play feudal and not just rush fast castle? Because like, yeah, Iabans get a free unit, they get desert raiders, they get dervishes. But what do? They rush castle, like almost every game. Give them Kunoichi instead? I mean, the thing is like, I kind of like the idea of Shinobi getting an Imperial upgrade that lets them throw ninja stars. But then we were all, like, it would be so mobilized, you just have giant stars that are flying, right? So that would be a problem. Allowing your Ashura to be placed in Koka Township? No, I don't think that solves the issue either. And also that feeds into the problem with Japan, which is like, do you not think that just then causes even more games of Floating Gate? Right? Because you want to think of a way that, like, people stop just building one landmark. Ideally, like, there's always going to be a meta, but you kind of want to get people to a point where they're playing diversity, right? Like, in theory, the changes around Minework for HRE are good because actually there are situations now where Minework makes sense. Arkin still vastly outnumbers it, but there are games where it makes sense. Yeah, but that's the thing, Faplop. If you give them an upgrade in Castle, do you not think if you could actually build Shinobi out of Raxes, it becomes broken? Because like, if you think about what balances Shinobi, like Shinobi would be broken if you could build them out of multiple buildings, right? In feudal. Does that change when you go to castle? So always make you skip land units on one maps to get castle quicker. Farms make you need units. Yeah. I don't know if moving the Koka to castle is necessarily the solution though, because that to me would just lead to more fast castle play. I really think that would just lead to more fast castle play. Remember what our goal is here. Our goal is to give Japanese viable reasons to play Feudal Age. So actually, I think what you need, you almost need something changed with the Civ that enables infantry more, because they don't, outside of ninjas, they will not play infantry in H2. They'll just build Shinobi and Horsemen almost every single game, right? That's crappy design. It's like maybe Kura gives something maybe Kura gives some sort of Yumi effect. Right? What if, and it's kind of crazy, right? Because you get farms for free around it. What if instead if you built archery ranges in range of it, they only cost like 75 wood to build. Something like that, right? Is that crazy? I think that's kind of cool. One sec. Yo, what's up, Cuppers? Thank you very much, mate. Just sending a message quickly because we're 20 seconds out from in-game. So I'll get predictions ready as well. Alright, let's get into game. We're doing Gamba? Yep, it's live, so we can. Let's pay out for yesterday. It's a lot of points just got paid out. Good lord. So, game 1 is going to be Malians versus Jean. That's an interesting matchup, actually. You mean imagine being able to Gamba? Danish laws? Dane's laws is really taking extreme? What the hell? Alright. The final week is upon us, at least in 2024. That's right, this is our final edition of Midweek Muster. We're kicking off the round 32. Trackle versus Give You Anxiety. This is actually going to be one of our tightest matches, folks. Give You Anxiety ranked around like 250 in the world right now on pubs. Trackle is ranked 100th and also ranked 300th. That's crazy, right? You wouldn't believe it. If you had these names to it in front of you, Give You Anxiety is the one that probably has more recognition there. It's kind of wacky, though. Jean versus Malians, and we are on Atacama. Atacama is a new map the devs added in, guys. I thought it'd be cool to actually get it some tournament play because it just doesn't really get used anywhere. So really excited to actually see how this map plays out. You can see that you have very limited tree lines near you. Although, in fairness, you have a lot of small splodges, so it's a little bit hard for your opponent to outpost rush that. But you have a lot of exposed forward resources in general. Sacred sites are a little bit peculiar. I don't know if the devs meant for this to be how it spawns. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was an official map, because I remember seeing it in their statements about a month or two ago. So I'm a little bit shocked that this is how it spawns, though. What? I mean, we done a few test spawns, and like, this never happened. What the f... Oh my god, I might have to talk to Chum about this. Did they do teams together? I think they must have, right? This doesn't look right. This is not how Atacama spawns. Well, all I can say is welcome to official map creation versus modded map creation. Oh my god, that's wild. And yeah, we only have one 3D spawn for one side and two for the other. This is wild. What? Alright, I'm going to check in with Chum after this. Because I only had enough time to like spawn 3 or 4 times, right? And it was fine. It actually looked balanced. But this is wild. So giving anxiety on Jean anyway, really going to benefit from this close spawning deer, which you get almost always, right? From what I've been seeing, it's quite frequent. The boars tend to gravitate towards the central tree line. These ones are a little bit misaligned, but yeah, Trackle, let's just say he hit a jackpot here. If he could eat the boar. We are going to get a Saharan trade network coming up. This is smart up against what is essentially the French Civ. We actually saw similar in the Anatam Puppy Paw Grand Finals. If you guys have not seen that, the VODs are up. It was on Thursday. It will find itself onto YouTube in the coming days. It was an incredible set in the end. And the Malian-French game in particular was wild. And it began with a Saharan trade network. 2 boar is still good? I mean, yeah, if you're not Malians. It's pretty good for GUA, right? Because actually, he can pull the boar to, like, here. So he doesn't even have to move his economy that far. School of Cavalry being built pretty aggressively, but that's because he's expecting to be the aggressor in this matchup. Like, Trackle shouldn't really be moving towards him, right? Looking at the alternative gold lines, Yeah, so actually a lot of things desirable for Tracker at this spawn. Double gold in this area with the deer. Hell, I think you could just actually play onto deer and it's worth it, right? Because the Saharan trade network will protect up to here. So if you bring your scout in and just shove in, dude, you're eating more meat than everyone is over Christmas. Include your mum. Oh, I'm sorry, that was I can't resist a good mum joke. Forgive me, Father, if I have sinned. I still can't believe these sacred sites and where they spawned. Do ponds have shoreline fish? Good question. No. They are merely aesthetic. And yeah, I can tell you that this is not the correct spawn, guys, because it's meant to be one pond spawns here and one pond spawns here. At least every time I spawned it, that's what it done. Someone definitely screwed up with lobby settings. That's wild. Like, what? Can someone remember exactly when Atacama got added? Because I could have sworn Atacama... I don't think it got added with expansion, did it? It might have. It's been in for a while, I feel like. It just hasn't really been used. I remember seeing it tested. It was this season, wasn't it? Yeah. But I could have sworn you need the expansion. That was something I read. I saw a little like warning that you need the expansion, which I was like, what? Yeah, because I think I saw a few players doing test games on the Season 9 test server for this. But it never spawned like this. Actually, I think I might have seen a situation where a player spawns here and a player spawns here. But then the sacred sites were, like, altered, so they were at least away from the player's bases. That's kind of wild. And, yo, give you anxiety with the good old-fashioned outpost rush on. This is vile. Blocking the deer, blocking the second pit mine. This is the living hell for Tracker. And you know what? You can make this even worse for him. Because, guys, with Jean, I honestly think you just turn around and you build, like, a Rax here. Just build a Rax, easy peasy. Donzos are at least coming out, so Tracker is going to try to harass this. But the Knight is a little bit of a nuisance. Love this as well. By charging onto the Scout, you get the bonus damage, so you can actually poke at the Donzo. But giving anxiety instead commits to the outpost building with Jean. And it's going to force the reaction as Tracker goes from the die. But it's 150 HP worker. You're not killing it. Is it worth the tower rush with Jean? I think a Mali matchup is good. Because that isn't, though. What? I was about to say, because otherwise you get sniped. Everything that Malians are going to build in this age are great at sniping Jean. They have Donzos with javelins. They have javelin throwers. So usually you go melee form because at least you can tank a bit. Instead, Give You Anxiety chooses the option that just gave me anxiety. Because Jean can now get sniped easy peasy by jabs. This is wild. There is no world in which Jean players should really be building range form against a Civ that has access to javelins. That's why you don't often see range form up against Byzantines, and you almost exclusively see melee form up against Malians. And when I say almost exclusively, I mean, here's the game that made me change it from exclusively. Well, this is definitely one way to speedrun a game. Because by like 11 minutes, you've either won the game or you're dead. He's getting the burn through on the pit mine in the meantime. Behind this, we don't have any archer rangers. And we do have idle time for Guillouet? I think I've just gone for a French version of saying Guillouet there. How many hits from Jean's cooldown arrow to kill a villager? So you will hit a villager normally twice, and then you shoot your arrow. Because her normal does 5, and then the divine does 40. So unless you get textiles, that's what it'll take. But it's very hard, actually, for Give You Anxiety to reach villagers in the current format. That tiny tree line, giving Trackle a layer of safety. By the way, this is even worse. I just realized it's not even just the javelins that make this bad. It's the javelin outpost. So if Sean comes in range, that javelin is doing 16 damage by itself to her. That's freaking crazy. This is literally the worst Civ in the game to build range on against. Then again, he is going to dunk like his Kirby, takes a villager out. And Give You Anxiety, I don't think he's rushing castle. I think he just mismacroed. There you go. So actually adding in horsemen now as well, which I don't think was intentional. You wouldn't really benefit that much from adding in horsemen against Malians. Because, like, realistically, a knight is going to kill a javelin as quickly as a horseman would. And also against Malians, they don't come out of the base, right? So you don't want big numbers. You actually want small numbers that are efficient. This is freaking wild. Second kill as well. Was an opportunity there to snipe the scout, but didn't shoot again. He's marching out pretty aggressively in. The villager. Was Give You Anxiety going for another outpost? Give You Another Outpost has entered the game. This is freaking wild. I mean, I've started to become used to these Jean outpost rushes, but this is one of the more absurd ones. Just because of the follow-up choices. So 9 numbers are starting to bulk. Trackor has got quite a few Donzos already, though, and he's ready to try and take down this tower, and he even... Wait, was that a villager kill? No, that was the archer, right? Okay. I was about to say, you know, because we haven't seen a counter kill so far. Trackor is behind an economy. Man, eating berries, this is a nightmare. He needs to start getting these deer shoved in. GUA might actually, after all, just end up going for castle. I guess Royal Institute, right? Sounds terrible when you've only got 5 knights, but... I mean, the alternative is you could actually just go for Guildhall, and you just stockpile for Imperial. There's no real reason for you to build Arbitraire in this matchup. Not now, at least, anyway. As we saw in the Puppy Paw Anatan game. Later on, maybe, but we should be far, far away from that. I can't believe this. From the weird spawn to the weird strategy. This is why we always welcome the arrival of NA Gaming in esports. They have an entirely different meta. And yes, you know what? Like, just consider every series live, and then it's always a treat. We don't do reruns on this channel. So at least the commentary's live. Winky face. GUA actually ended up running all the way north and just gathering from the deer. Oh, that's brilliant. And hilariously enough, if you have a delayed chat, you might want to check your own internet. Like, it's literally immediate. So, moving on to the ball here. Give You Anxiety looking pretty Gucci. I mean, he has to be going Imperial at this stage, right? I don't mind the idea if you're going to get like a bunch of archers and then go Imp. It sounds weird, but, you know, archers will beat javelins. Trackor is almost a bit too complacent here. The problem is he doesn't have enough to just immediately take out Jean yet. He needs like 12 javs. That should make it very easy because it's not enough to simply have the count. Like, you might lose some on entry. Yeah, remember, javelins, they do 12 damage, and Jean range form has no armor. So 10 javelins are going to do 120 damage per strike. So to insta-snipe Jean, you need about 20. 20 reliably. 18, I think, should mathematically work as well. Actually, 19, I believe. All right, looks like Gio is finally going to pull the trigger. I mean, you might as well at this stage. I think his economy just got to a weird spot where it's just c'est la vie. I'm not sure it was really that intentional. Meanwhile, Trackor... Oh, God, this is a sad-looking Malian player. Second ranch coming in while your opponent's going Guildhall already. In fairness, it could be a lot worse, right? Like, actually, if GUA had, instead of just holding on to all that food for a long time, been gathering wood and stone for a second TC, I think actually Trackor's position is a lot worse. So this isn't him in an absolute hellhole, per se. Horseman melt when a TC and tower just look in their general direction. Yeah, you just need so many horsemen to ever make a dive work. This is the thing, like, horsemen, if they're approaching a base, the best thing they can do is try to fight villagers. Is this 1.5 speed? No, this is 1. Are you kidding? Look how slow Jean is. She's only moving like a speed car. Attack up complete. And Veterancy did just get queued. I think Give You Anxiety might just try to blob archers. And Trackor, do you now just rush age free? We have men at arms. Oh, this is a classic build. We've seen this in the past. Actually, could have been made even better if you just used this villager up here to build Raxes from the north side. Trackor wouldn't have seen it coming, right? And there we go. Extra XP for GUA. In a game where he hasn't lost Jean, she's been gathering passive XP. I believe she was there for the boar kill. This is looking pretty good. And the funny... Okay, this is where this spawn is actually broken, guys. Because now, if Give You Anxiety loses Jean when attacking, he can just buy her back and capture a Sacred Site to get the XP for level 3. That's freaking insane. Knight Veterancy did just come in. A little bit of sleep at the wheel, though. We do have the ball being attacked, but why? Give you Anxiety knows that this is the Malians he's playing against, right? Wait, what? I can't. What was that? Oh, so he used his control group to pull away, but the scout wasn't part of the control group. Oh my god. He wants to deny XP. True. Very important for you to deny XP as Jean when you're against Malians. You don't want them. You don't want the cows to get too much XP so that they become what's the creature that spawns in Witcher 3, guys? You know the one that protects the cows when you kill too many of them? The level 33 monster. That's the thing. So you know, like, if the cows get too much XP, they become that. Griffin? No, it wasn't a griffin. I forget what it was called. You're thinking of the early mission, but I don't know if you guys know it. Chort. Thank you very much. The Chort. Yeah, the Minotaur-esque thing. So the Chort. So for those who don't know, there used to be a trick where you could make gold infinitely by like murdering cows, or I think it was XP as well. So like, yeah, you could get like resources off them, right, and sell them, because cows wouldn't fight back. And then the devs realized what people were doing, so they updated the game so that when you do that, a level 33 Chort would just come and attack you. So GUA not really looking for the dive yet. And because of that, Trackle is starting to add in the Musafadi. Like, honestly, if he can survive for, say, 2 or 3 minutes here, just flooding Musafadi, I really think Farimba is a game-winning play. Oh, looks like the GUA is going to try to pressure him here. We do have Arbitrary coming behind this. This feels a little bit early from GUA. Makes a lot more sense when you're Deep Castle heading towards Imperial. And that was a completely redundant run by. He didn't kill anything at all. At least got a little bit of information, but did lose a few troopers for it. I feel like Give You Anxiety has been maybe a little bit too complacent. Then again, he does now have 2 Sacred Sites. And Giga Bastard! Why is this Sacred Site here? Alright, hear me out. I'm going to activate my NA brain. I may not be from NA, but you guys have seen some of my strategies. You walk across the map, you build the red palace here. GG. We do have Grand Fulani Corral now on the way. And, I mean, credit to him, Trackle filled that up fast. You guys ever just sit here playing against Malians and then you look away and then you look back and all of a sudden they've got 1 million cows? Like, Jesus, like what kind of pheromones are these things producing to breed that quickly? It's actually wild. Will be idle time achieved here. And he goes straight after the cow. Now remember, the Knights are the things that are not going to die fast at the TC. Especially considering Trackle, he went for Undermesh, he never got Steeled Arrow. Meanwhile, pressure coming on the south side. It's going to bait the Donzos, and Archer's there to react. I think GUA is being too defensive. Like, you've got men-at-arms, man. Push like you're in hospital right now, that you're on the maternity ward and there's a baby to come out. You know, you got to deliver this win. 11 men-at-arms is good enough. I mean, 7 of them, 8 of them now here on the front line would break teeth. Instead, now Trackle gets the age up, probably when he shouldn't have. Has access to the food, has decent gold. This game isn't over. Yeah, at this point, the kid is 44 weeks. Needs to be delivered soon. If for nothing else, for the sake of the mother. Please Give You Anxiety. Now is the time to push. Instead, I have this weird, creeping feeling that he's just thinking about Imperial Age a bit too much. There's no way you lose this type of game, right? Nah, there you go. He's finally pressing in. I just don't think Give You Anxiety sensed how strong he was. He should have, right? Like, his opponent isn't aged up yet. And this map is called Atacama. This is actually a map that the devs added in Season 9. Gonna start burning into the houses. That's a good blocker towards this flood of troops. And in reality, like, just building more men-at-arms works right now because Trackle just doesn't have many Musafadi. Practically none, in fact. 3 with 4 more in queue. I think Trackle's comp is kind of wrong here. The Fulani online, you just need to be queuing up as many Musafadi as possible. He seems a little bit stuck, though. Yeah, he's trying to switch into sofas. I can see where you're coming from, but your opponent's already shown some arbitrary, right? So building sofas, what do you really achieve with this? He could probably raid. Red Palace plus balls on the Sacred Site? Yeah, you're dirty, okay? You should go shower. Shame on you. Show yourself out of the room. You know what you done. The toxic Red Palace drop? No, you drop it in their base. I'm giving Zai is going to skirt this and walk away again. He does now have level 3 John in. And we'll be summoning the spawnings. Of course, you have to go for the champions here. There's no point really going for the riders, considering your opponent doesn't have crossbows, so you wouldn't get bonus damage. But remember, champions are really cool because they get bonus damage against spears. A lot as well. Plus 8 damage is kind of wild. You play an NA server? Ah, got it. So you understand every single thing Give You Anxiety has done for the last 20 minutes. I'm glad someone's on board with it. This man took a wild line, and now Gambuson's coming in. This is where the arbitrary can get scary. A lot of knights still, which I actually quite like. Gold is still looking okay for Trackle though, right? If I can click it, it would be so nice if I could click it. Oh my god, can I please... Wait, I think he's out of gold there. Usually because you can click through, right? Free, yeah. There you go, 300 gold. He's practically exhausted on the primary. Why is GUA stalling? NA is always desperate to find more relevance in esports, so when they get it, they want to keep it, which is understandable. You never know when the next Blood Moon will come around, so he'll covet it while he can. With an aggressive reaction there. Gets rid of most of the knights on the north side. His army size does not really feel like a winning Malian player right now, though. Give You Anxiety has found a decent amount of worker kills, right? Essentially half the cow value. And on top of that, look at the guild hall. Like, he can just pull the trigger now. He's picked up 4 relics. He's got over 2,000 food sitting in this bad boy. We're going to be seeing the play. And Trackor is not ready for it at all. Neeb was the GOAT foreigner in SE2 for a bit. I love that. It's like, for a little bit, guys. For a little bit. Hey, guys, do you remember when, like, EG was relevant before they self-imploded? Damn, those days. As an OG, like, Dota, I am still mad with the way that they just completely blew up their own house on that one, by the way. You know that, like, the CEO, I'm pretty sure the CEO, I need to check it. Someone was telling me that the CEO of that venture that EG done doesn't have, like, a public Twitter profile anymore. Draco now marching out. Is he sensing the tech up? I mean, he has to come for something, right? But the knights are already patrolling the north side. That's not going to be a decap. Walks into a mango as well, makes things even worse. All right, hear me out, guys. You build the castle with 1 villager. And yeah, College of Artillery, I mean, I actually think it's more like Red Palace is still just too good. Even after the nerfs. I think College of Artillery is okay, it's just actually Red Palace is a little bit too strong still. It looks like the army is going to be marching up here, so the Knights won't be able to hold for long. GUA is apparently trying to solve world hunger at this stage. Oh, there we go. You know, he pulled the food, but he still hasn't actually fixed the gold. And wait, is he going to go for a keep drop into a Red Palace drop, or vice versa? Dude's got over 1,000 stone right now. He does know he doesn't need a keep to build those champions anymore, right? Which, by the way, champions would be really good here. They'd wipe the Donzo so fast. Bit surprised he's just still building normal men at arms. I think people sleep on this detail. Yes, the champions are more expensive, but they're bloody worth it. Flash coming in. Giving Anxiety does have a single mango to play with. Javelins are going to go for the dive. Instead, they focus on Jean, though, which GUA does not heal. Sofas are going to be able to wrap around the back, so they will get the snipe on the mango. Give You Anxiety has got a second one, though, so who cares? Proving that NA, on average, is the richest country in the world. Well, that's not entirely, but they're quite... they have money. Yep, that's true. Going to be diving in. Frontline is already dead. Trackle in a bit of a pickle now. His spears, where are they? I'm so confused right. Where are the spears? He's still apparently got 15 of them, but you wouldn't think of it. Wait, were they garrisoned? Where were the spears? I think they were garrisoned. Oh, Tracker, no. Not like this. Well, the villagers are here. Give you anxiety. Doesn't have the food. Oh my god. What do you mean Obama healthcare and Obama food stamps are going away? We can't afford it anymore? What do you mean? Finally, there we go. Rip Palace is coming in. And this should be GG. Even if he gets the decap, which he's now marching for, it's going to come at a cost, and the cost is going to be his base. Then again, the villagers are running out. The knights have been removed. There are more on the way. He's going for a keep drop first. Wait, what? Isn't this the difference? If you build this castle, that's it. He doesn't even bother. It GG's. Game 1 goes to give you anxiety, and my brain has anxiety. Oh my god. What do you guys think of this? Was this what you expected when you got into a Jean Malien game? Has Give You Anxiety delivered peak NA like we'd expect? Let me know in the comments and I'll catch you all in the next one. I love Give You Anxiety, man. Is it going to be better? Will it work against like top 8 players? Probably not. Who cares? Who cares? He delivered. He gave us the vibes. That's all that matters to us. So game 1 is going to go to Give You Anxiety. That was weird on so many levels, man. I need to check with him, by the way, whether that was the correct spawn. The maps. Alright, I'll check in with him. I think he's in the game too. No, they're getting a lobby now. Alright, so he should be underway in a second. Oh my god, though. So that was only the first, folks. I'm going to run a minute of ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them in-game. But think about subscribing. You could be talking to us, and you could also be never having to worry about ads at all for the next 30 days. That was brilliant. I'm quickly going to turn my heating off, because it is already now getting very toasty in here. That game won! Oh, that was fantastic. Everything and more when it comes to what we expected. Ugh. Standard mode Mega Random map have symmetric spawns? No, but there is a mirror random. I have contemplated putting it in a tournament. I just don't think it works very well, in my opinion. From, like, when you contemplate the draft, it makes no sense, right? Because, like, it's random. There's no formatting. So if you pick, like, you know, if you pick Malians and the gold spawns all in the center, you're dead. This is weird. Players would try to choose flexible civs, sure, but then you have like less draft diversity, right? Like it brings its own issues. You're still what you're still doing is you're essentially coin flipping into the game, right? Which doesn't feel good. All right, map number 2 is going to be high view though, Pigeon's view, and it's going to be Byzantines versus Japanese. If Trackle just aggroes and GUA's spawn isn't pristine, he's dead, right? I'll have to see. I think this one is a little bit spawn dependent. Japan can get an opportunity, but then again, Byzantines can mirror with Cataphracts, and it's not terrible. But we'll hop in. We'll get ready to go. Let me pay out for the first game. Have you all got your USA chants ready and your hats on? Because the man is back. Give you anxiety in the midweek muster again, leading in the round of 32 already. A wild game one that fragged our brains a little, and now we hop in to see what he's going to do to it with Japanese up against Byzantines. And Trackle, kind of a rough one after that game one. The way that played out was not ideal. But Byzantines against Japanese can work really well, especially with this type of spawn. Give you anxiety got the 4 gold. If Trackle just plays longbow plus spears, it can be GG, right? Like, you don't even get your fast castle. You feel like Biz is so favored in this? Do you not think it's spawn-dependent MSN? For example, like, if Give You Anxiety got a gold spawn back here, right? And you're able to get an outpost, you could just, like, at that point, you could just, like, wall an outpost, right? You don't think that that's, like, good enough? That ruins the Byzantine timings a little? It's hard to find many matchups that aren't Byzantine favored these days, right? I think the interesting thing is it's different how it's favored for them. It used to be favored for just longbow plus Limitane and ending the game before castle. But now we've got those new Cataphract builds, which are just as absurd, right? It's kind of like Mounted Samurai move over, but this is cool. Give you anxiety. He's not going for your atypical fast castle build. This is the Uma Bannerman build. Look at that. I mean, that kind of hurts me that we've got double forge, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, usually you do have to do this, right? The only other way you can do it, some players used to like going over and gathering gold once with like, you know, X villages, 3 to 5 villages. Then you drop off at the mining camp that you set up on the stone. And then you just gather stone until you've got daimyo. But that made more sense with the old build before the cost of this got buffed. Because it used to be 300 stone, right? So that way you used like 50 gold actively gathered was more than enough because you'd have to gather so much stone. So tech up seem to be on the way. This is going to be Kuro, right? Yep. Pretty old school, but I don't think Coca really has value against Biz. Love the berry gathering, by the way. Hate the fact that GUA did not get Tawara. But this is part of the trade-off when you go for the stone build, right? Is that you just don't have enough to prep Tawara. He should be getting it now, though. The better way of doing this is you actually start on the sheep, not on the berries. And then when you build the Kura, you pull the villages from the build when it's complete to the berries. At which point you have Wheelbarrow Tech 1, and you can be going towards Wheelbarrow Tech 2. The reason that's important is it's a 25% gathering speed on berries, which is just nuts. No, it's berries. Ah, see, it's a nuts and berries joke, and it's not very funny if you have to explain it. All right, one's if you think we're going to get Trackle just all in Feudalem. Two's if we're getting Cataphracts. How's the Gamba looking as well? I think that, yeah, Trackle has favorability with the Gamba. That doesn't surprise me too much. Mega Random with Random Civs could be a cool curveball in the sets. I mean, but the problem is, like, you want to have curveballs, but you want to have reasonable curveballs. AoE 4 is a strategic game, right? If you make the drafts random, it's like you've taken skill out of it. There are hard counters that exist in AoE 4. Like, you know, if you get Ottomans versus Japanese, you're actually in hell. Even if you get a nice spawn. This goes Keshix into cats. You can alternatively go Lombos and pressure and then go cat still. I think that's absolutely fun as well. I kind of prefer Longbow plus cats. And there you go. Yeah, Rax. I think we're getting Longbow play. Rax is usually indicative. I mean, this is reactionary because he saw the stone. Give You Anxiety is yet to commit to Uma, though. H3 versus Delhi is another hard counter. What, you mean Delhi favored? I do wonder, actually, if H3 can play that with Minework. I haven't seen many players trying to explore Minework in that matchup. But in theory, like all pikes, right? It makes your Horseman as good as Ghazi. H3 favored? Buddy, since when? Because I feel like most players say that's Delhi favored still, right? Even more so with the Dome of Faith build now. There was a time when Delhi versus H3 was really H3 favored. And that was back when, that was before they had Ghazi. Because you could just spam men at arms and they couldn't win, right? And then you eventually went Castle Age. I feel like Delhi are pretty decent against H3 nowadays. A little bit map dependent, but... And we are going to be... Alright. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, in some ways, like, traditionally, going Javelins makes sense against Civs when you go Limitane, because Limitane counter Cav and Javs counter Archers. But this is a bit weird against Japanese, considering Japanese don't have range units. I know what you're going to say, they have an archery range, but most players wouldn't think it. Even Beastie thinks it's H3 favored? That's weird. I feel like most players I've talked to quite like Delhi there now. Especially with like the new Elefante builds. I guess you could still like just aim for fast castle and crossbow mass as HRE. Because like the thing you have to contemplate is like the healing in the feudal age is really good for Delhi. Jiro is known for spamming archers with Japanese. Well, occasionally. I haven't put with many of his games recently, but when I last cast him, he wasn't really doing it. So maybe he was just taking a little bit of a break. I mean, it'd be a bloody crafty read if this had ended up being Yumi Bannerman and then Mass Yumi. Instead, it looks like GUA, he's building extra scouts. Oh yeah, I'm aware of Faye's memes. I still remember when she went Onimusha only against GUA, who was building Mass Yugnu. And she won. Oh, you mean Mounties plus Archers? Oh, sure, dude, he's not the only one who does that. Like, if you're talking Mounted Samurai into Archers, Lucifer and Vortex do that a lot as well. Which I actually think it's sleeper pick. It's really good. It's a little bit scary right now with the crossbow meta, but you can actually blob Archers so quickly that you can stop the crossbows from massing. Alright, so Tracker really is leaning into the edge so far. We have got a nice layer in the cake here, just to clear the last of the berries. Next batch is being moved on to with the deer as well. No signs of him rushing castle here. He's going to be a mile behind. Floating gate now on the way for GUA. Delhi versus Juji. How do you play today as Delhi? This is actually a hard counter. Ones if you think Juji is worse for Delhi than Chinese. Twos if you think China is worse. Because I think against Juji, you kind of have a more solid time. You can still play for your sacred sites, right? Juji can be rough if they all in you and they just like Chuk Nu across the map. I think Chuk plus Spear is pretty strong there. So like for Delhi, it's kind of tricky, right? I think you have to treat that matchup a little bit more like the Chinese matchup where you have to actually go Tower Victory. Because if you don't go Tower Victory, then you can't clear the spears quick enough and the Zhuge win. Outpost coming up from Dracor, so he's just looking at Outpost rush the gold, but is this... It's deceptive with the high ground. I'm actually pretty sure with arrow slits you can't harass the gold. This is... I think Dracor's a tile off, right? I mean, this keeps it open to javelin stabbing, so like in some ways it works that GUA now can't build an outpost on the north side, but it also means the emplacements aren't going to reach the villages. In the meantime, Mount Samurai are on the way. GUA is going to want to switch into archers. It's actually not bad to build Yumi against javelins, guys, because the javelins are going to overkill. Right? So it's just numbers games at that point. The alternative is you could go for Onobugisha. Very sleeper pick at the moment, mainly because it's very hard to blow. We haven't seen many Onobugisha in the last, like, 3 months. The only other alternative is to go Samurai. We have got Gelgather on the backside, so apparently it's enough threat. Javelins do have the reach that he's scared. This is kind of crazy for Draco. He's doing a lot of work with Javelins. I'm actually quite impressed. It just Javelins feel a little bit questionable. The only upside they have over Lombos is mobility. And GUA, ooh, oops, yeah, he does realize. A little bit awkward. So Relic Gathering is going to get blocked. Convenient time in there, well played to Trackle. Meanwhile, Giving's I love this. He can't address that army, it's too big. So what does he do? He goes raiding. If usually go fast castle, the fast castle is tricky for Ghazi. It's not unmanageable though. If you can snipe the initial Shallow Monks, it's kind of workable because you can just micro away and heal, right? I agree, it's like not the easiest matchup for Delhi. It's Mad Samurai. It's getting a little bit of chip damage in there. So far, we've actually got Giving Zai being 5 villages ahead. So something went wrong. Trackle has been... Yeah, he's missing villager production. Oh, man. I mean, despite the good moves, this is like a rookie error coming in, right? The fact that he's distracted this much, he's just not noticing. More villagers go down on the back gold line, which means that Giving Zai is still 6 ahead. That's crazy. Top of that, the idle time, like he hasn't pulled the villagers out. He's still got some shuffling around, not working because he's focused on the dive. Despite Trackle's good position, this could actually cost him the game. Giving Zai really needs to think about a switch, but so far the raids are working out. He could go back to gathering gold on the front side, has chosen not to. So instead, we are now going to get that switch into Yuumi. Yeah, but Giving Zai doesn't have enough gold right now. He needs to gather some more. We do have a Yorishiro drop. There we go. So that's going to generate what he needs. He should be able to get enough gold to upgrade the Yuumi when he's at, like, say, 20, 25 Yuumi. This game is weird, man. From both players, I like it, though. You know, I like to see these different styles. It kind of proves that when someone does something different, you have to alter. Why not Samurai here? The problem with Samurai is it's so slow. You kind of get kited, especially when you don't have like crap tons of food, right? You're at 38 villages. Massing Samurai is a bit tricky. There is also the risk that your opponent just like techs up. I think it's scary to try and mass Samurai here because it stops you aggroing. Then Trackle ages up, and then he either builds what, cataphracts or crossbows, which will both ruin Samurai. Gold gathering being attempted again here by Giving Zai. Looks like the army is marching back at the perfect time. GUA still only has feudal Yuumi. Not exactly scary. And this is the part where Emma's going to tell me she forgot to bring my protein works out. Oh, she did? Oh, thank you. Oh, you didn't. Well, not thank you. I take back the thank you. Villager snipes coming in, though. Yo, all of a sudden, this is ramped up. Only a 2 eco difference between them now. Tracker is back to gathering and building villages. And on top of that, we have got Castle just around the corner. He could get us to a game 3. This is actually a pretty damn good position for him. Giving Zai, I don't think this has come together at all. And like we said at Bandari, the problem with Onobugisha is like, it's the same as Samurai. Like, how do you get the numbers up quick enough? Like, dude, you're asking a guy who has 450 food income to build mass ladies, okay? 400 food will not buy you more than 1 day. And you need to get 30 plus wives out here right now. It's not easy. This is the thing. Like, Tracker has played this really well to suffocate. It has come at a cost on the other side. He's been raided, but you know, Giving Zai with the gold blockers, he hasn't really been able to get more raiders going, right? He only has 1 Mounted Samurai and an Uma Bannerman left, and those might not last long here. So the Yorishiro is going to be picked up. The Tracker reacting quickly. The Limitane do get the snipe on the Uma Bannerman. And these are only feudal Yuumi, folks. This is pretty disastrous right now for GUA. Tech up is going to be GUA's worst nightmare. Second relic now coming home, but still free to play for. Ecos are neck and neck, but that actually means the Byzantines are ahead with the level 2 system. Remember, they've got 14% efficiency increase on all their villages. Well, yeah, actually close to all of them. Right, I think bar like 8 of them. The rest should be in range. Oh, soon to be more though. Looks like it's going to be 20 actually on the berries now. So he wants to get additional mercs out in the field. We do have the monks on the way. I think Trackle, it's kind of crazy, right? This guy is ranked 100th and then his Smurf is ranked 300th. If he just fixes these little gaps around TC production, I really think he's going to level up as a player. He's very capable. It's kind of crazy how over this game would already be if Trackle hadn't skipped on, what was it, 6 villages? Maybe almost 7 villages worth of production. Giving Zai finally now with the Yuumi upgrade in the way, but it's a different ball game now, right? Like your opponent has reached castle. He has the veterancy coming from the jabs. I imagine we're going to be getting a transition to either Varangian or Kadas. You could open Varangian because your opponent hasn't revealed Samurai yet, and then switch Kadas when you see them. He has already got double racks as well, so he just needs to start priming, start pumping. There you go. First being queued up. Love the Camel Riders as well. That was just luck. No? Okay. Wow. That is awesome. I thought that was the luck of the Golden Horn Tower. He's actively producing the camels, which is really smart. Debuffs the Samurai, right? And completely offsets the Uma bannerman. Because Uma gives 15%. Arnis is 20%. Waifus don't cost much food. It depends what restaurant they like eating at. For example, Emma, she loves eating at microwave. Very cheap and efficient. And the reason Giving Anxiety's income is high, he moved out to the berries with level 2 wheelbarrow, so he's 50% gathering rate increase, which kind of mirrors like what Byzantines get, but in relation to the berries, olive oil, right? So that's the deceptive part, is like, sure, Giving Anxiety has higher food, but then you add in the olive oil income, and it's better for Trackle. There we go. Looks like Raxas is getting added in, so more troops on the way. Camels are already there to block against this raid to make sure the damage is not high enough to kill anything. He did, however, reveal Rangian, and there is already a switch in Onimusha. This is where the Javelin choice for Trackle proved to be quite genius. Nice, easy blocker to Onimusha. Alright, ones if you think Trackle's winning this, twos if you think Giving Anxiety is taking it. We are getting Raxas now. Does he have enough food income to really justify Samurai, though? Level 1 Daimyo. I mean, your Samurai are going to look malnourished, right? In fairness, it does directly counter a lot of Trackle's army. If he doesn't see it in time... Wait, what? He goes Ona Bugisha instead? Rogan? If Trackle just keeps building Varangian, then the ladies get clapped. Because Varangian have extra melee armor, so they actually don't care about Bugisha at all. I'm a bit surprised. I guess Gio is trying to keep speed. Feels like he's behind. It makes sense. Usually the player who's ahead can play slow in terms of like his movement speed on his army. The player who's behind has to play speed because he needs to dodge the bad fights. It's like villagers. Yo, give you anxiety. Protect your economy, sir. Textiles at least minimizes it, but that's going to be another 2 workers going down. 3. I think that's 4 in total. And somehow, once again, it's still only a 2 eco lead for Trackle, despite the fact he's killed 9 more villagers in this game. He at least hasn't missed more villager production, but oh, that's about to change. This is adding up. And we do have Samurai now coming. Okay, so this is better. You get Odachi tech, you'll just mincemeat these Varangian. Trackle, meanwhile, has somehow only got 1 relic with the map control he had. How is Giving Anxiety not losing this game? So this is kind of interesting, right? Because you know when you go into a pro player's like stream, or you come in here and you ask, like me, don't know why you compare those two, but go for it. But you know, you come in here and you're like, how do I improve KP? And quite often one of the simplest answers you'll get is make sure you're always producing villagers. That's step 1. You're seeing why, right? It's actually quite ridiculous that Giving Anxiety is still in this game. Step 2 is making sure you use those resources correctly. I mean, step 1 of the step 2 is, you know, spend it, but step 2 of the step 2, now it's getting confused, I should use A and B, is make sure you're building the appropriate counters and reacting to what your opponent's doing. Tracker is not reacting. Right? Like, at this stage, you just build Cataphracts. Wholeheartedly believe Cataphracts is Trackle's easy win now. Your opponent has Bugisha, he has Samurai, he barely has any Mount Samurai, and he has Yumi Archers. Cataphracts will thrive in this type of environment. And it also gives you a way of raiding your opponent. The amount of farmhouses here from GUA, I love it. Nice body blockers when you get raided, but it's also just a great way of just gathering off these food sources while giving yourself more pop. We are getting farms now, so Trackle is going to get to a point where the Varangian bloke could be quite aggressive, but I feel like he's already too late to that party. We should also be at a point where GA should be looking to try and gather into level 2 Daimyo Tech for that 20% increase on the gathering speeds. Wait, Cairo Siphon at 21 minutes? All right, it's time to invite yourself over to the Great Texan Barbecue. KillerPigeon's doesn't realize he's hosting it this year, but he's going to be roasting in it this year. Moves out for the outpost now. Trackle is nearby, but not reacting. Oh, so we built these Cairo Siphons to keep us warm as we run? I don't think Tracker expected the army of the Japanese to be that big. I'll be honest with you guys, I can't predict how this game is going to end at this stage. There's too much unhinged gaming going on right now. Partly due to like a little bit of discombobulation from the Frenchman, and then the other part of it is NA Rise Up from GUA. This is kind of a wild one. Tackle doesn't die straight away, but like long term, I'm not seeing him build counters. KillerPigeon's he keeps building a lot of scouts, and I think, yeah, do we have pro scouts? We don't, right? No, he's just building scouts for vision. I actually love that. So this is kind of underrated on Highview. I don't see many players doing this. They'll just run cav through to try and raid directly, but if you send free scouts out in different directions, you'll just get the info you need so much quicker. Reminder, by the way, these are only best of threes, and we do single elim in these midweek musters. So this is Trackle's last opportunity to turn up in 2024. Right now, it looks like he's about to get turned over and rolled down a hill. Looks like Gio is about to jump on his back and use him as a bobsled. Flash comes in. It's a lot of veteran Yumi. They do not have the extra upgrades, though. No Yumi Bannerman, no +2 range, rather. However, the melee of these samurai is what really matters here. They are mincemeating that front line. This looks over. Trackle, I can't believe it. The position he was in this game, GUA should have been dead. I feel like he would have been dead most of the time, but Trackle got a little distracted. He missed his timing. He didn't keep producing villages. He was moving at the speed of a tractor when he should have been moving at the speed of a tractor beam. Now there's no denying the outcome. He's going to get idled up in his base. GUA is completely unleashed. The Beast has all the resources he needs on the map. Man, what defense actually from GUA. A really uncomfortable position to be in. But the patience paid off. Tractor beams don't move. Well, technically the beam coming out from them is moving, right? So like you could argue that they're moving at the speed of light. Like GUA and America right now. A 2-0 victory. And one that my brain's going to need a while to process. What do you think of this one, guys? Pretty crazy recovery there from GUA. I mean, you can argue that Tractor, I'm calling him Tractor now. Trackle kind of dropped the ball a little bit here. But you can't fault GUA, man. Patience paying off. He was in a really bad position for a long time in this game. So that means he continues on through and give you anxiety. Let me know how deep you think he's going to go this week. Let me know who you think he's going to be going up against in the next rounds. Most likely Lou MT, but maybe Red Darksider can cause an upset there. Do you think he makes it past that round of 16? Let me know in the comments and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oof, do I need to play Team America music? That game was a little bit weird. I might upload that as like a full series, especially after game 1. You alright, mate? Got a little Ezra out here now. What you doing, bud? Yeah? Oh, Mummy will be back in a sec. Emma's just gone to pick up our kid. Our other one. Be great if you're like, pick up our kid, it's right here. No, yes. Gone and pick up Freya from nursery. Ugh. So, that is the first series of the day. Let me check what we got up next. Ah, there we go. Thank you very much. So MSN and M7 is happening in 3 minutes. I think there was another set we were eyeballing for 15, but we can do M7 versus MSN. M7 was the guy who took a game off of Dimmu last week, guys. So very capable player. MSN is trying to prove to us that he's not just still drinking milk cartons at school. So we'll see if the big boy can turn up. So let me see if the draft has been made for that. And good luck, buddy. Good luck to both. Oh, Bard. What's wrong? My son's not very happy. What? But give me that noise. You're not a little. You're not. No, you're not. You're not a little raptor out of Jurassic Park. Oh, he's not very happy. You guys don't drink milk cartons at school? I think most of us stopped that after leaving nursery. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Do you have the draft, the new one? Atacama, this map have... What the f... Yeah, we might have a problem with Atacama. Like I said, I spawned it a few times and it was fine, but what the f... I'm not sure how many rolls Cheem done. I done a few. I think Cheem must have done a few. We didn't have issues on our spawns. I can't believe that. I don't know what the chances are of us not getting these problems. Someone just had a spawn that was literally one sacred site. So we might have to flip Atacama as the default and swap it with Hallowed Springs. I'm not sure what other solution we have last second here. Oh, mate. Guys, give me a second. My son's not happy. 1 second. So we're waiting on the draft to kick off now for M7 and MSN. It should be starting in a sec. But let me... What? Yeah, you have to cry after mummy leaves. Do you know how awkward it is for daddy to pick you up? With one leg working. This could be a disaster. Ugh. Wow, where you going? Hey, mate. There you go. There you go, you're right. No problem, Stopper. M7 is about to start. We might check in on you and Dragavan a little bit later, though. Got plenty of series. So, map draft up. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, apologies, folks. I don't know. I'm surprised they slipped through. Nice looking boy. Thank you, thank you. Carries his father's genes. Look at that head of hair. Look at that. Look at him. Oh, he's not very happy. Well, you stop moaning. What's that face? He wasn't doing too well. He had COVID a few weeks ago, I think. Well, I don't know. We suspect it might have been. He had a really bad cold. It's a bit hard to tell. We reckon he got like maybe a double cold or something. Because he had to go in the hospital for like a day or two. Didn't you, mate? You're doing a lot better now. You right? What was that face? Yeah? It was these screens. Am I learning at least, Daddy? Yes, we're going to make you an esports champion as well. Boop. Okay, so we have Borderland Archipelago, and then, of course, Atacama as the default. Oh, man, typing with you on my lap is a pain in the ass. Freya at least wait until she's a little bit older to do this. And also, I had 2 feet working at that point. So let me get this typed in. Archipelago is going to be coming in round 32. That's going to be wild. There we go. So. Ugh, let me switch over. Dunk. It's like, where my tea? He's bottle fed, mate. Yeah, no. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. Daddy, don't share the boober. Oh, there you go, mate. Why did pick a representative NA? It would be Faye. Well, I mean, Faye's got to fix her time zones. She's up at the wrong time zones, so it doesn't work. You okay? I still don't know how I feel about showing my kid on camera. I mean, I'm doing it right now, but it's because he was really upset. Like, some people kind of... I was talking to one of my friends about this. There's like a couple that pretty much pivot their content into their kids, and their viewership went like goes plateau and went like that. And it's like, it's weird, because I think the way I described it is you're kind of creating... You're creating the 21st century versions of Hollywood kids. I know I'm not I'm not a huge creator, but my point is, like, if I did grow there, then that becomes that, right? Which is kind of scary. I don't like the idea of that kind of being forced on my kids, you know? Yo, what is up, Jay Reed? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. So it's kind of a weird one. Like, I want to be able to toot about my kids and be proud of them. But you also don't want to feel like you made all the choices for the public light for them, right? Thank you, GA. I appreciate that, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Hopefully the first of many months. It's definitely worth it around here. Yay! We got you one step closer to Gucci's. You happy about that? He's like, it's only 1%. You have so many kids, you're sick of them? Oh, I'm sorry. Have I ruined your escape space? Woo. They got you Mickey today. I think they got, yeah. I'm going to put him in Mickey. Mickey. Woo. Simba. What's that? Simba. There we go. She'd have done that at the window in the hospital. Mummy would have freaked. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if she would have. Did I tell you guys how quick he was born? Mate, you... The time it took us, when we got into that hospital room for this child to come out, you'd be waiting longer at McDonald's for your meal. I guess that doesn't say much these days. I think it took him like... Were you born in 10 minutes? I think it was 8. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. That's why you're so grumpy. You're still in shock after rushing out. Oh, there we go. We're a bit more chipper now. Yeah, I did. Like, her cousin just had her kid, and there was like 4 hours of labor or whatever. And I went down and was like, oh, so you can relate. Can you donate just to you? I mean, investment is investment in the future, you know? Maybe we'll make you a streamer in 18 years. Yeah? Can you guys hear him? He started cooing. Oof. Whoa! Whee! It's very awkward to wind as well. He doesn't wind easily. Such a pain in the ass compared to his sister. Yeah. I'm gonna say about you. Like, your sister was no fuss. You're a little bit of the opposite. Does he drink the protein shakes? No, I'm not willing to share them with him. They're too delicious. You alright? You got some wind? Can I put you down? Are you going to be alright? Or are you going to be grumpy? Huh? Ooh, that was a big one. Oh, no, no. With one leg... This is very awkward. Oh, buddy. Oh, you little bastard. That is just like you. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Mummy didn't wind you very well. That was a big burp and a big frickin' retrieval. What was that? Don't you smile at me. That was my child reacting to MSN's draft. What is that? English, Chinese, Yuji, you vile human being. Oh my god. Well, considering Mummy didn't bring a Nunu out for us, I think we handled that quite well. And you seem a lot more happy. Despite being bathed in your own puke. Oh my god. That's getting clipped and sent somewhere, I can tell. Yeah, get that up on live stream fails, guys. That's your mission for the day. Well, look at you, all smiles now. When does he learn to fly? Oh, we throw him off like the second floor at like the age of 2. Let's see if they can do it then, you know. Have I got MSN or... I don't think I've got MSN added. Well, I'm glad you're better now. Bloody hell. Oh, has he called himself vest.msn.dk? Does MSN needs to change his name. When you've got a clan tag and then you've got msn.dk, it genuinely just reads like a scam email address. All right, yeah, we've got M7 added, so we'll know when they get into game. Oh, okay, no, he called himself 3-inch with... Oh, look at this stupid name. You guys ready? Have you seen this name? That's MSN. God damn it. God damn it. Earmuffs for baby pigeon. Maybe. Doesn't need to hear certain things yet, huh? Earmuffs for daddy pigeon. That's what we need at night. That'll help get him peaceful sleep, won't it? Alright, so he's in lobby. M7 I have added. He might be showing his offline though. I'm going to try putting it... Oh, what's wrong now? Let's get another tissue just to be safe. Just pulled the most upset looking face. You better not have more vomit in there. Save it for mummy. It's a pain in the arse. So the other day, on Wednesday, my daughter went to see the lights in the park. Don't you dare. For like 2 hours. When they were going out, he decided to poo. And then before they came back, he decided to poo again. Sat there, finished the milk, and then you just heard a... I'm like, how do you have that much in you? Honestly, like, I could make a huge saving over winter if I just plug this kid into my radiator. He creates that much gas. All right, I'm going to try to put him back over. I'm going to take the headset off to make this a bit cleaner. Be right back. What's going on? He doesn't know. Oh, oopsie. Off we are. Okay. Put you back down, mate. Okay. Yeah, everyone say bye to little pigeon. There we go. No, don't pull that face. Oh, for God's sake. All right, we're in game. Let's get to game 1. So, Juji versus Abbasids. We're looking into what's happening with Atacama, by the way. I'm gonna have to make an announcement later. Like, we're gonna probably have to power through this. If there's big spawn issues of like there's a sacred site missing, players just need to communicate it, and then. Oh my god, it's done it again. And then relaunch. This is. I think I'm gonna have to make a judgment call to switch the default map later today. I think after round of 32, the default map is gonna go to Hallowed Spring. I was originally going to use Hallowed Spring, but then I thought about it, and the reason we didn't is because like we've had Himeyama as a default map just the other week, and it's kind of similar. Blimey. Alright, you've all had enough dosage of my baby Ezra on screen. If you guys didn't see that, you're watching the YouTube video later. This is why you tune in the live streams. You get to see a baby. So, there you go. Now we get into game, and we get to see another baby, because this is MSN DK, the little kiddo from Denmark. The kid that is actually more of a kid than the kid Voldemort. He's playing on Juji. He's going to be going up against M7, who last week took a game from Dimu. That's right. You heard that correctly. So, very capable lad. Been on the rise. I'm excited to see who's going to get the edge here, because MSN has been someone we keep an eye on. Very capable player. Usually, we see him playing like Malians or French, so being on Juji a little bit of a difference, but choosing that he's trying to move with the time and what's strong right now. We won't have, I don't know if we can get predictions set up easily for game number 1. Maybe I get it for game number 2. Let's have a look. I'll try to set it up now. But yeah, we do have issues. I'm probably going to have to switch this as a default map. Apologies. I've done a bunch of tests. I can't remember which biome I used, but the biome I used did not have this problem. One player keeps getting a Sigrid site behind their base, and the other one's over here. I'd like to just point out that this is literally a default map created by the dev team. So I'm a little bit of a loss. I'm going to try to have a go at Bidolin and beat him with a stick and see if he has any insights on how we can fix this spawn. But the safest route we could probably take is making Hallowed Springs. I think it might be something to do with teams together versus the other one for spawn options that's causing it. But we'll try to figure that out. It's just a little bit unfortunate. Not the way I wanted to begin the final week of 2024 Midweek Muster. So remember, we're in the round of 32 here. Going to be an interesting one, actually, because the winner of this will be going up against, likely, Anatand. No offense to Hussein, but, you know, Anatand definitely a more capable player there. So a big challenge already by the time you're in the round of 16. Doesn't get any easier. And Ezra is unhappy. Okay, this is where Emma really needs to be coming home fast. I hope there wasn't a lot of traffic. We have got the Eco Wing coming in, so M7 is going to be going for the Greed. And the Midi Garden. Ooh, get your numbers in. How many trees do you think we got in range here? This looks pretty damn good, actually. Wait, no. Cancel it. Just cancel it now. Like, you haven't got that much progress. Trust me, cancel it. You will regret this later. Oh, come on. No. 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 That's so sad. I mean, he had about 20% progression. Like, you could have cancelled that. I think you would have been fine to cancel. Because the difference is now you've missed out on 48 extra resources. You would have got everything here. It just would have been better. Like, trade-off is maybe you get a few more trees with this position, but not enough to justify missing out on 48 food. That's rough. Oh, man, these sacred sites. I can't believe this. This is atrocious. I'm going to apologize now. I'm a little bit embarrassed on this one. There was only so much testing we could do in the prep, but like the tests we done, Atacama wasn't a problem. I mean, they're using... That might be the problem. I'm going to check European Temperate in a spawn after this, because Asian Temperate, I think we might have had that for the GUA lobby as well. No ways. Cheer up, mate. Mummy will be home in a sec. I wonder if he's got more wind. Grabbing is going to be a little bit difficult here. So Fertile Crescent coming in. We have also got the fresh food stuffs. Probably like, what, 2 TC is good enough? You could go free. I think if you go free TC, though, MSN is just going to rush castle. Or we could have an all-in. This is such an MSN move. For those that don't know the MSN DK name, you guys might recall a few weeks back, several weeks now, I think it was, Beastie just ended up kind of rage quitting and ordered the Dragon matchup against, I believe it was Abbasids. This was before Season 9, because the player was clown carring him with a Siege Tower. That was MSN. Him and Dragavan have built a name for themselves as clown car aficionados before it got nerfed. And a part of that is being very good at these kind of proxy-based all-ins, of which we've seen Dragavan do, and now we're going to get treated to MSN's moves as well. Oh, this is kind of sick. Outpost rush as well. Near the second TC is going to block the deer play. Gets very aggressive with the positioning because he can, right? M7's been greedy. He went for the eco. And the first Yuganu are arriving. We'll be able to start sniping villagers and pushing them back here. Villagers are being pulled. You can't. Not against Free Zhug. Yeah, he realizes it as well. So I think M7 was just trying to do that to buy time to get the TC up. Still, he loses a scout. Classic Abbasid eco wing play. They have 0 military at 5 minutes in. I mean, that sounds like every Abbasid player ever. Oh, man. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s if you think blue are going to win this. 2s if you think yellow's taking this. Because you want to say this is over, but it is still Abbasids with ecoing. Not the most ideal micro there. You given over for free. Oh, great. Like, my kid puked over me, and I'm like, let's just double check, clean my hands with a wet wipe I've got here, but the wet wipes are dried up. It's a day. Friday is always an interesting day. I imagine if this is going to work, you need to be getting into ramps next. So Blacksmith should be the next play. He's got 350 wood. So I'm expecting him to get that. He even brought the Imperial Official, guys. This is actually just wild now. I didn't expect this much. Right? Like, the proxy play is cool, but to bring the Imp Official over here as well is pretty expensive. Third Archery is now getting laid in. I mean, you've got 10 Duke. You should be getting Blacksmiths now. Right? Because, remember, the Steel Arrow upgrade is 175 resources. And extra Duke costs 80, right? But, like, right now, adding an extra Duke is worth, what, 12 damage? But if you upgrade the damage on these, that's worth 36 damage. So, maths makes sense there. 150 plus the 175, 325-ish. It's worth it. And hello, Emma. Hello, Freya. Oh, my God, this is way too many people in this room. Hey, Frey. You gonna go back with Mummy? You have fun at nursery? You can't get on the chair, darling. Daddy's foot's there. He puked. Yeah, you can catch you on stream. Have fun with that. I'm sure you'll be giggling in the background. Yeah, I've cleaned it up. Tissues. Luckily. Otherwise, it would have been my hoodie. Yes, I'm in the middle of a cast, Emma. If you want more details on the puke of the child, you can check the VODs. Go have fun, Frey. Bye-bye. Love you. Yeah? Mwah. Daddy work. Alright, Rax is coming in. We have got... Wait, what? Why? Why would you ever build Raxus? I'm so confused. He's hiding the play, but why? To hide his shame? He's building Raxus against Mashug. There are no spearmen from his opponent. There's no horsemen. There's no reason. He's rushing castle, right? That's the only reason. But, like, why does it matter to get these up now? You've still got to survive for 2 minutes. Focus on that. Oh, my God. And he knows. He sees. This game is wild. Are you actually kidding me? I am so perplexed by M7's play, man. I mean, because it's now obvious. Like, this is the stage where M7 can just lose the game. All MSN needs to do is add the blacksmiths. And there you go. He needs to supervise for the Rams right now. Because you have to identify what this really is. There's no reason why someone would build Raxus against Juke unless they were rushing castle. He has got the resources. He's just not spending. No, there we go. Siege Engineering now on the way. Supervision in, so remember, comes in about 10 seconds. He can build 2 Rams at once if he gets the wood sorted. You don't really need more Zhuganu right now. You need 3 Rams. Military did just get teched. So we're 1 minute and 40 seconds away. Now, if he brings Rams around the back and deletes the Raxes, it's curtains closed. He is building them right next to it. So first Ram coming in. Second group of Zhuganu can look to push from the north. He should be getting a Ram here as well. You can hit the TC and the Rax at the same time. You're going to want double Ram down here to clear this. M7, this is wild. 0 military units while going castle. And the siege begins. M7 can't repair, remember. The Zhug guarantee that. M7, this is actually a pretty crazy game. Unbelievable. M7, I mean, he's going to get 2 camels, right? But 2 camels into Zhug isn't great. TC at least gets some of the Zhug. Ram just needs to keep moving right now. M7, just like even one Gulam getting out could cause a problem here. There's going to be a move to try and build again, but this has been scoured. This is where MSN needs to be moving west. I think he's a little bit too complacent with this play. His opponent is literally building no units. M7 will pull the villagers, but big mistake made there. No textiles. So easy kills. Ram still hasn't finished off the racks. MSN? Wait, why? Well, he's going for the TC, but I think you just kill the racks first here. Wood gathering underway. It looks like there's going to be an attempt to gather berries far out on the west side, which might have just got scouted. Yeah, he would have seen it. Rax is getting built in the middle of no man's land. And the TC is about to go down, so all of the villager lead that has been built up is about to be lost here. M7 tries to scarper from the neighborhood. Barely gets out. Oh my Gideon. This is far from clean. I will say that much, but MSN is sticking the pressure in. M7 is in a really bad position here. First Golem is about to come out just in time before the Rax goes down. And we have got that additional Rax now being set up on the west side. It's crazy, actually. I think you could have had half the Zhu committing to the TC dive and you still would have been fine here. It's going to start moving in. Villagers get found. Some more going to be sacrificed. M7. No wheelbarrow either. Does at least have the textiles. That means you get to stay in range longer to die slower. And immediately the camels get shredded. Yeah, like, honestly, military wing camel riders, there's been plenty of games where they've reset it a little. This is the matchup where they do nothing. There is nothing worse for you to try and build camel riders into than Juke. Even spears. You can at least kite spears. And now it's time to turn these boys into porcupines. Takes a while to kill them. Remember, M7 is having to run away constantly to try and find additional food. I think he's dead. This is over. Great read by MSN. A little bit messy in the route towards victory here. But a win's a win. And M7 definitely caught by the long and curlies here. Just didn't have the food, didn't have the production rate to shut this down. Ram's just actually baiting idle time here for a guy who's running out of food fast in safe areas. Now the Ram is going to be guarded by a few Zhu as he tries to siege this down. Just trying to catch any trickle of heavily armored units here to make sure there's no sort of turnaround, say, in 2 minutes time with, you know, say, 20 Gulam out of nowhere. And Zhu even find the villagers on the flank. M7 is incredibly reluctant to give this one up. But it does feel completely over. Unless MSN just completely falls asleep at the keyboard. I mean, statistically, it could happen. I think. Theoretically. MSN could actually just rush castle. If he rushes castle, it will get the GG straight away now. Because the veterancy comes through way too fast for Juke. And remember, like, what makes this so painful is that this is no blacksmiths for Gulams. So without gold access, you can't just, like, react to castle by getting undermesh. Right now, he doesn't need it. Like, he's minimizing the damage down to 1. But the problem with Zhuge that makes them so infuriating is they do 3 times more damage than an archer would here. So obnoxious. More Rams coming. So he says, if you're not going to leave the game, I'm going to help you find your way out. 45 wood a minute has definitely been adding up to get these extra Rams. Watching someone without wheelbarrow continuously move around the map like this actually hurts me to my core. Like, I'm on crutches right now, and I'm fairly certain I could beat these guys in a race. Mangonel? If he builds a Mangonel, it's Mangonil. He'll just have a 0 for the entire series. Gulams. Oh, this is just painful. M7, find the eject button. There we go. He's out. MSN takes the opening game here. M7 really needs a quick recovery because this was a bit of a beatdown game. Abbasid's OP-ness may have been overestimated. Oh, blimey. So, game 1, going to be going the way of Mr. MSN. So, mark that one up. That's going to be Zhuji versus Abba. And do we have time? Sorry, right side win. Do we have time quickly to test this? I think we might. I want to quickly hop in and have a look at this because my suspicions is that... Oh, for God. Do we have to do the necktie today? Got no time because we literally have to test this. It's kind of important to test this. Yes, I said OP-ness. Wait, no. Anyway. So you can tell last time I went into a private lobby. So Atacama. Should it be teams together or random locations? European temperate, teams together, micro. Let's have a look. Wait, what did I select in the end? I think I went teams together, right? Let's have a look. Because this is kind of short. We probably should have done a bit more thorough checking. Like I said, I've seen a few spawns before I thought it looked good, but we probably should have checked a bit more just to be safe. Teams together seems to bring more problems than usual. We should probably add that to the docs, right? Just so that people are aware, because I think a lot aren't. That looks correct. And that I used teams together, didn't I, guys? Did I use teams together? I'm pretty sure I used teams together. Yeah. Is it? We'll find out. Oh, we use random locations. But if I do teams together... Oh. The issue Asian temperate, that's the other possibility. We're checking European... We're looking for a solution instead of confirming an issue, right? So we're starting with a solution instead of confirming the issue. Because I don't know if GUA's was Asian temperate, but that one was definitely Asian temperate. By the way, players have been told about this before. We've done the same thing we pointed out with Highview. If you want to get what the map is meant to be, you need to be using European temperate. So that one's a bit scuffed, but it's still better than the last one. Where's the damn schedule? I think bracket works if that's what you're looking for. How's it going, Marika? All right, we'll do one more check, and then we'll hop into the next game, because I think they're about to get ready in a sec. So, random locations. If we do Asian... Who even wants Asian temperate? Come on, European temperate normies. Yes, you're saying. We've been having that with a lot of these games. That's what we're trying to now solve. I just switched it to random, didn't I? I think random solves it. Like, literally random solves it. It should be random locations. That players. For Atacama, please use random locations. I've only had time to test it a few, but it seems more reliable than teams together. I'll do one more spawn of random, then we'll hop in. Is today the PC build? No, the PC build is on Thursday after the grand finals. So bear with me a sec, guys. I'm going to do one more spawn like this, and then we'll hop into our next series. We'll check, like, Japanese Springs as well. So random locations seems to be the solution. You can't see minimap? Oh, sorry. I'll switch over so you see in a sec. Oi, oi, oi. So. Oh, I didn't spawn someone. But yeah, the person would spawn like that. Or maybe there. But yeah, I screwed up. I didn't spawn with someone. I'm pretty sure, though, random locations works. So, if you're a pro about to play your series, please use random locations. It should resolve your issue. I've also added all the players so that they have that info. I forgot an AI, but like I think that solves the issue. We need to move on the series. I can test again between the series, but let's get ready for our next one. Wow, you guys should get ready for some protein works as well. Use that link. All right. So we'll hop in. believe. We're just like, what, a minute out? Yeah, we're pretty much live. There we go. Hey, look at that. We move off of the maps which are created by the official devs and onto the ones created by the modders. And the balance spawns have continued. Or rather returned. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Game number 2 here in the round of 32. Winner of this should be going up against, I believe, Anatand afterwards. Maybe today, we'll have to see. But we are live indeed on EGC Archipelago. This should actually be called Caillou Archipelago. He's the one that created it. I love this map so much, man. These stealth waters are so underrated. It actually makes water a lot more strategic and has depth that it didn't before. Really big shout out to this idea to add it. I think that there should be a lesson taken by the devs, and that's that stealth waters should be used more and they should be consistent. That would fix a lot of the water dynamics. Sure, water's still going to be flawed, but at least it'd be a lot more intriguing. So we have got English in the hands of MSN. He's changed his name now so we can identify him. M7 on the Japanese is kind of a weird one, though. I think Japanese can work here. The fishing is pretty good, but like, what's the follow-up play? Maybe Coca Township and you try to sneak onto the island. That could be an intriguing strategy. And we'll get predickies ready. So MSN, of course, took game number 1. Let's get predictions for game number 2. Look at this. Don't mind me. I'm just doing admining, casting, production, moderating. Welcome to the esports life where you have 6 to 8 different jobs. That's always an interesting thing, like, for the life of a caster, for those who don't know, right? Like, people think that casters just kind of cast. We actually don't. We have to do all our social media. We have to do our own business outreach, right? Some of us do content creation as well. It's kind of wild. I think that's like a holistic thing with esports that's kind of unhealthy. In some ways, we were starting to see things move away from that, so that, you know, for example, of esports growing, you were getting people who had traditional degrees in like production, right, and media coming in, right, and bringing those unique skills. But at the same time, after we've overblown and having to reset, we're probably going to continue to be back in the kind of jack of all trading, where I've been on events where, you know, one person has worn 4 different hats, and we're talking like tier 1 events. It's actually wild. But these lads, they just focus on one thing and one thing only: playing. I mean, I think, you know, that's also interesting to discuss within AoE4's esports scene, right? Is like the idea of actually not just being a player, being a content creator is important in my eyes. Because similar to the whole idea of like, you know, on the back end, we might have to jack all trades 4 different roles. The reality is actually like AoE4 is a fledgling esports scene that's growing. If you are focused on just being a player, there's maybe 2 players, possibly 3, depends where they live in the world, that can afford to do that. We're trying to do our part, providing like, you know, a grassroots for players to improve, but definitely encourage a lot of them to find creative ways of creating content. And I don't mean just streaming your POV, trust me. Like, if you're a player playing in these weeklies, my advice to you, take some time at some point to like sit down and review your games and explain the thought process and upload on YouTube. You'll do yourself so much more credit than I went live. I think in a lot of ways, a tough part with Twitch is most people just hit the live button and think it's good enough. It was good enough maybe like 8 years ago. Not now. So M7 actually didn't go for the Coca like transport drop opportunity. I guess it's not as effective against English because of short bows, right? So I respect this. Kura's just a lot safer. I think there is some credibility towards the Coca if you're up against like a different civ. But I love this as well. Check this, these cheap walls. Remember, he can delete these later. No, don't build them, don't build them. So the reason you don't build them, guys, is now down the line, if someone goes really wrong, you won't be able to have, like, farms. This is sick, though. Look what he done. He shoved the deer in. This is a little bit unnecessary, by the way, because he could have just, like, built it a little bit closer, built the lumber camp down here, and you still have trees to like, allow you to be close enough. You would have been able to save time. Because then you could place the deer on the other sides. This is really cool, though. That's Giga Brain by M7. So he uses the deer to block 3 different farm spots, then builds the palisade walls on the others. He did miss one spot here, unfortunately. So there is going to be a single farm. And there will be another one that will spawn soon here, right? But the whole idea is this gets you quickly towards the wood generation per minute. That's the goal. And I think, I'm trying to remember, is it 60 or 75 wood a minute? I always forget. Because the thing is, it does weird clock calculations on, because I think it generates like resources every 50 seconds. So the number it gives you isn't correct. It was either 60 or 75 wood a minute. That's going to allow him to just pump out additional fishing boats while also starting to float a fleet. MSN, on the other hand, will be going for the transport ship play. Hasn't got it out just yet, but I imagine that's going to be next in queue here, if only 90 would. Because the king should be coming out in, 30 seconds. Transpos take 25, right? 20, yeah. Springle ship already here, though. This is kind of cool. M7 having a clear edge. I mean, the value of the floating fishing boats, right? Like, MSN decided to build more, and remember, they were a lot more expensive for him. Here we go, demos. Not going to be able to get that kill on the Hulk, right? He needs to open fire on the Hulk first, bring it a little bit low. This is tricky, though. MSN needs to get some counter boats out fast. Looks like he will be able to protect the Hulks. The demo ship getting a little bit low. Archer ship, no, he's actually pop-locked. Yeah, panic rushing in house with 11 villagers right now. But the demo is hiding in the stealth waters here. This is kind of awkward. The spawn of these in the center for both players, a really strong point to try and dive in from. And the demo connection is going to be there. Brings the Hulk low, doesn't get that finishing touch though. We'll be able to force him away from the area. So Springwood is still holding him hostage. Behind this, M7 is going to pull a fishing boat to repair him. Demo detonation does come in, but a bit of a waste there. MSN, it would have been better to have saved that demo instead of committing it. Remember, folks, this is the guy in purple that made Dimmu quite uncomfortable from what I was told on this map last week. We weren't quite able to catch that series because I think they played on a Saturday, and we stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. But apparently it was an insane set overall. Demo, oof, doesn't get the repairing quick enough there. I think if M7 had actually pulled south side, that might have worked. So MSN now reset, right? You can try to recover from here. This is where things get a little bit scary for Japanese because like your advantage play starts to diminish now. The big edge you have on water is that you pay less for fishing boats. Meanwhile, for English, they pay less as well, just not as much, right? They save 10%. But that commitment of 10% savings applies to all boats. Add in the fact that this Civ can eventually get Admiralty, and this is just going to become one-sided fast. So M7, he opened well here, but the follow-up wasn't clean. And he hasn't really done enough to kill his opponent off, right? Ah, got you. 45 wood per minute. Wait, really? Oh, yeah, so if it got nerfed, it used to be 50 wood, right? I think. I mean, we should be able to see it now. Yeah, so it's at 38 wood. It's just reached its first generation. Okay, we're not going to be able to see it because there's going to be an extra farm now spawning in that corner. Looks like he's going to get a pick here. Nice moves with the man that sails. It's M7. Get an easy pick on the galley. Demo. Creeping in. Yeah, but this is nothing on its own. Because MSN can now repair the damage. Archship's diving in. Triple demo play from MSN. He's going to A-click it in. A bit of a mistake there. It means the Archships are able to swat it away. MSN was very close to being at a point where he could afford to just prioritize that morality, but now he's been pushed back. M7's play is a little bit fleeting and it's mainly demos, right? So it has to get to connect. But he still does have an advantage here, right? Like MSN didn't really go into many Springolds. M7 is scaling them quite well. And that's problematic because MSN's kind of set himself up for failure with the mass archer ships. This is looking a little bit scrambled right now. M7. Whoa! Bit of a miss micro there. Didn't pull back, so... The other issue for MSN is he's actually not using his fishing boats to gather, right? A lot of the time he's repairing. And he's also fishing on the front line. This is a little bit awkward right now. It is balanced, though. They both have the similar fishing spots. They both suffer the same way. Demo trade out comes in. Catches the fishing boats as well, though. And all of a sudden, MSN has no fishing boats. That's crazy. Huge lead here. Also looks like on top of that, MSN has been missing out on villager production. And ignore the UI, it hasn't calculated yet. Remember, boats, like, they don't immediately update. So right now, the difference is 35 villagers versus 38 and 11 fishing boats. Look at what's going to happen with the number here. MSN is a mile behind. That's crazy. I mean, this is the tricky part of water. By the way, I think this is the, if we're being totally real, this is the real reason why a lot of casual players won't enjoy water, is water requires you to pay attention to more eco-producing buildings, requires you to be more switched on because like boats actually can clear each other up a lot faster than like land armies can. And it leads to gaps, which is what we've seen here. Right? Like we're talking about MSN, who is a fairly talented player, right? He usually ranks every season in the top 300 on the ladder, has been higher. He couldn't keep track. He fell behind by 3 villages. M7, I think, might have even missed a villager or 2 at this point in the game. It's just difficult when you've got all this micro on water, all this focus on water, to keep an eye on everything at once. Good demo connect by MSN. We'll buy him a little bit of time, so you're going to see M7 backing up. He is floating resources for tech. Water maps suck. I think there's some water maps that are actually pretty good. I think there's some cool water maps. They're more hybrid, though. I think water maps don't suck because water suck. It's just more that you need more interaction points, which of course is going to be more micro-intensive, but at least it gives you more options. Rumors that I killed all the pigeons in Pigeons Valley. Sir, do I need to go... Like, okay, how many times do I need to go over this? I don't kill pigeons. I am a killer pigeon. Protector of the birds. This discrimination. You try to do something good for bird kind, and they write you off as a villain. It is water, so floating is kind of required. And that's how I know that the majority of AoE4 watchers are between 25 and 40 years old and likely fathers. Demo. So, I love how they're like, okay, explodey ships are really dangerous, let's just get rid of all of ours straight away. Looks like we have got a push through. Remember, the fishing did move east side for MSN. However, it is exposed and he's not reacting quickly here. We'll pull away before losing an additional fishing boat. M7, he was thinking about pulling the trigger, but it seems he's changed his mind now. Demo ship coming in. M7. Whoa, not clean. It should have been there if we're being totally real. I think he's struggling with the junk on junks, right? Sometimes they look a little bit too similar. It's going to be good on the follow-up. This king is still completely worthless, by the way. Where is he? On a coffee break? Wait, where is the king? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did MSN take the king over the East Island? I mean, I know kings like to hunt boar, but I'm really confused right now. I think he's confused. Like, there's no way he thinks that MS7 is on the East Island. Did he think that M7 moved out to his island? I think he's just struggling to keep track, man. If a demo ship is shot and destroyed, does it still do damage? Yes, it can still do damage. It's not as reliable, though, as if you, like, obviously hit directly. Manual detonations are still a little bit awkward. Sometimes they just don't really hit on a manual detonation. This game's gone weird. Yeah, so he's going to scout it out. Likely just to hop back in the transport. Okay, so yeah, to confirm it, what he was doing, he was partially paranoid that M7 had moved on the island. And also, as a result, he just wanted to scout it for his own move out. So villagers are going to be shuffling over for good reason. The trees are running out. And no, MSN still does not have Admiralty. I'm surprised MSN is not dead. I feel like M7 misplayed. He's ahead on villagers still. His eco should have been much better. Somehow MSN has rebloated to the same count. And M7 just seems to constantly be looking for this idea of castle, but he refuses to commit. So Admiralty is the tech for the English that gives all the boats an extra 1 combat range. Obviously not demo ships because they don't shoot, but that means that Hulks go up to 7 tower range and galleys go up to 7.5. It's why English is in theory pretty busted on water. They don't have the economy to feel really good, but what they have is the trade out. If they get a slight lead, they can just go Admiralty and then they never really lose boats. Right? At that point, your only play on the other side is to just mass demos to just floor them. But the issue is a lot of smart English players understood that for that reason you just build additional galleys. Because you're going to keep scaling ahead of them, right? Because as the game goes on, as the feudal gets longer, the trades just get better and better. The easiest way to think of Admiralty is it's like getting your Castle Age upgrades an age early, because remember, Spiral Cruise for Castle gives an extra 1 range. And we still don't have a move out to the other island from the king. I'm a little bit disappointed with that. M7's moving additional economy over. Wait. Is he about to throw away his lead? He might be. If the timing lines up poorly here, he's going to ungarrison the villages and get in a fight. If that happens, the king is going to automatically attack. And that could just decide the game. This one guy right here could decide the set. The push is coming in. M7 kind of feels like he's on autopilot mode with that transport ship right now. Demo's held in reserve. It's a blind spot. M7 needs to show some respect because the demos are coming on both sides, but the counter demo play wipes most of the fleet. So M7 won't be threatened there. The transport ship is holding offshore, and he sees it. So M7 not dead. Dodges the bullet. Still hasn't committed to that age up, though. Both of them have plenty of wood. MSN has a lot less workers out here now, though. So he's going to have to shuffle over more soon. How has this game gone from pretty much GG over to flip a coin? It shows you how difficult it is to actually execute water, right? Like, sure, you can make it as a simple brain logic thought of like, oh, it's 3 boats, right? But both of these players, they rank in like the top 300 or in the top percentile. And yet, even with the lead M7 had, he couldn't just clutch the game straight away. Even with MSN having access to Admiralty and actually now having the tech, he couldn't just immediately win the game. I think M7 has overstayed his welcome here. And in more than one way, the king is in. If M7 doesn't tech now, he's dead. He goes for a TC! What? That's greedy. Gets the garrison on the injured villager. He's going to get the shifts out as well. MSN does need to pull away. Do so just in time there. Iraq's being built up in reaction here, but it's actually MSN's. It may have been a bit too ambitious. Villager's going to go down. I mean, I think you just spread the villagers out to finish this king right now, so you never have to worry again. Because otherwise you need to build Iraqs. And MSN is distracted again. King down. So keeps the economy alive. Gets the second TC. Demo trade out is going to come in, but wait, did he just waste them all on archer ships? I feel like he did. So M7's actually in a pretty good position here. The military count hasn't updated yet. M7's ahead when you look at the Springwalds by quite a bit. It's 15 to 10 right now. So MSN does have the more range, but it only matters when you're able to kind of leverage the fight right. It does force M7 into a bit of a commitment here, but there's no demos to punish that right now. However, that's about to change. A lot are coming through. M7 needs to get out. He traffic jams himself. And MSN, he doesn't want that one boat. He wants all of them. He's coming in now. Archer ships trying to whittle away at this. The demo will better block it out. Spread of the fleet, not ideal. He is going to lose a few here. More demos are following this from MSN, and M7 needs to get his own, really. This fight was kind of wild. Really messy on both sides. However, remember, M7 is now 2TC. MSN knows this. So he's now on the back foot. He's going to start to lose control of the game fast because of raw eco. In the fights, he's done okay, right? He's actually pulled back a little, and now with Admiralty, you'd usually say he's favored. But that would be in a 1TC on 1TC game. M7 changed the narrative in a big way here. Right, ones if you think M7's going to take this game. Twos if you think MSN's going to make it a 2-0. I do think M7 has an issue if crap will get off the pot, right? Like, to make it a relationship metaphor, girl, if he got this much and he ain't committing, turf him out. All right, this is ridiculous. He is floating over 2,000 food, almost 2,000 resources, almost 3,000 resources in reserve. You can forgive the stone because that's passively generated, but the food, gold, and wood alone, that's like 2,000, right? Needs to fix his gold situation and just go for an age up at this point. But the thing is, like, the reason why M7's so paranoid is we've seen so many players immediately lose maps like Archipelago because they went Castle Age, right? In the last EGC major tournament where we had a lot of war maps, players discovered quickly that actually fast tech is kind of a bait. It's usually better when you're winning to just keep winning more. A lot of demos. Day and night in comparison, though, you know, I don't think it's bad to show these type of games compared to like watching, you know, say Dimmu and Killjadi or like, you know, Anatan and Wham. The cool thing about this is in some ways, M7 and MSN, that, you know, they're not in the top 32, right? In terms of like if you had all the players in AV4 playing. It shows how easy it is to make mistakes. It shows how difficult it is to strive for the perfection that like a Marine Lord, a Puppy Paw, these BC Cuties, these type of players go for, right? It's not easily done. Because like there has been some kind of sloppy engagements, there's been some slip-ups on macro, all kinds of things slipping through. So I actually kind of like that we show these type of games, because I think for the average viewer, it's a lot more relatable. We like to all believe that we're gods at games, but, you know, if we're being totally real, like how many people in chat? It's like 4 in chat right now if you think you could beat either of these guys in a best of 5. Be honest about it. There's no shame in it. I mean, if you can, you should be signing up to the midweek musters, right? These guys are very capable. Like we said before, M7 was able to take a game off of Dimmu last week, which is no small feat. Benny Boy is a hard grinder and is a tough opponent. Respect that. Chat's just putting the zeros to be like, nope, I wouldn't be able to beat him. In a best of 5, I would lose 6 matches. I mean, that says it all, right? But that's why I'm saying this. It's kind of praise to them. It shows how difficult it is to master. It's also why actually having a water map in the weeklies is kind of good. Because like these players don't really get an environment to practice in on ladder, right? Ladder is practically all land maps because that's what pub players dictate. But water is part of the pro dynamic. So this is actually really good training for them as well. They can review this game and figure out where they went wrong, right? For both players, there was a point where they could have won, I feel like. I think MSN kind of slipped after he had momentum, allowed M7 back in, and now is diving dangerously under docks that have demos coming out. Big hit there. He's not getting around either. He needs to punish this tech up before the upgrades come in, but I love this. The copper plating is genius. Gives you the extra 2 ranged armor, which is huge against the archer ship mass. However, the demos are diving in. Archer ships need to counter this out fast. It's too late. He needs to split the springles right now. MSN going for the heavy commitment here. And M7 just going for the full delta split. He's holding a lot of demos in reserve himself. Detonation does come in. And now there should be a counter attack, and it's big! Connects from behind in the stealth water here. Half the fleet held in reserve, but MSN now almost 20 eco behind and age behind. And I don't know if he's got enough fleet power to really see this through. Demos... What are the archer ships? Far from ideal, but it wipes most of the forward fleet. And all of a sudden, M7 is looking quite crippled and weak. He has a lot of food to work with. Gold needs to be readjusted for. Floating Gate was built on the secondary island. He could get ready for a little Normandy here with Mountain Samurai, but he needs to transpo them now. Dive continues in. Big detonation hit there. Looks like it favored MSN. Fishing boat's getting taken out as well. M7 not interested in the tech up. He says, I didn't hear no bell. Hoping to celebrate by eating Taco Bell at this rate. Ironically, in a series where it felt like he maybe at one stage crapped the bed, he takes control of the high seas, but can he now keep it? M7 does still have that blow on the secondary island. He also has relics, so remember, he's now got passive gold coming in. With the M7s building archer ships here instead of more demos, like your opponent is really up in your face. You want to build demos out the closest dock because it's easier to actually grab the sprints and then bring real boats out of the other docks because they can survive easier. This hurts me deeply. Wait, this... Oh no, you're already exhausted. I was about to say, isn't there a closer one? Like an extra dock up here. It actually did a lot for MSN. Transport ship on the way. Free Samurai inside. Tom Cruise at his finest there. The last of the Samurai. Can they do it? If they reach the shores, no doubt. Undoubtedly so. They will massacre. Because right now, MSN has over half of his economy on this island. And only one transport ship that won't get them out quick enough. A wall is on the way. He needs to be faster though. M7 getting in for the landing. He can run it now. The auto aggro is actually going to do it for him. Rushes in. The wall needs to be built faster than this. And I don't think it's going to be. It's another gap for them to hop into. And they body block it. MSN has big problems now. He may be winning on water, but he's about to lose on land. And the GG comes in. M7 will get us to a third game. Wow. Scrappy as all hell as well. Welcome to Archipelago when it's not a top 16 player. This is how messy, how scuffed it can be. Some players don't like that though. Some players prefer the order, but I gotta give it to him. The discombobulation, the chaos of this actually made it an act of beauty. Third game coming up soon. Who do you think is going to take this? M7 or MSN? Who is going to be going through for a showdown with Vanatan? Let me know in the comments. Damn. Why no tower? What does a tower do there for you? Why do you think you should build a tower? The Mount Samurai would kill so many villagers, right? Because also remember, the English villagers are worse against knights in that situation than normal villagers because you shiv. Infinite tower spam? Dude, you don't just infinite... Like, you know how long a tower takes to build, right? How many towers do you think you could get up there? Be real. Like I'm honestly asking, like, if you had 3 samurai coming in there, what do you think you could build and what do you think you'd lose? What's up, World Goals? What tournament is this? This is our midweek muster. These are weeklies that we run every single week, and we'll be running every single week through to June. We are taking a little bit of a break over the holidays, so this is the final midweek muster. It resolves on Thursday, 19th, and then we're going to take a break through starting again on 3rd of January. But I do have a really cool announcement that someone will be doing across the holidays. There were 50 vills, lose 40%. So you lose 40%, that's still going to be a loss of 20 villagers against an opponent who has 2 TC, right? Barrack spam, once again, it takes time, right? And remember, he would have to barrack spam. He only would have Dark Age spam as well. Why your head is so big? So it fills your mum's fires. You walked into that one. Does someone want to check on him? His mama would, but she's busy right now. I was like, I've actually got a mic back. But yeah, they're getting ready for the final game. So let me list that up. That is going to be 1-1 apiece. But like you can see it from, I get it from MSN's perspective. I get what you're trying to say, but he lost so much economy. And your opponent's castle age as well with 2 TC, right? It's really, really hard to get back from that. So I don't necessarily blame him for throwing in the towel at that point. He wanted to call me Big Brain. I mean, that's why I chose his mum, a wonderful lady. Don't tell Emma. Anyway, so game 3 is coming up. We're going to be going to Boardland. Chinese, IU, Byzantine, Malian, right? I think you're going to get Byzantine IU here, right? IU basically worked. It's more like there's going to be English Byzantines, but that's really scary for English. There is a way you can beat Biz. You just have to play... You have to play for the Horseman spam with the Abbey of Kings. MSN should know that as well, so we actually might get English versus Biz. Oopsie, how did that switch scenes? But yes, welcome to the channel, Batter. Is there overall ranking of players? No, because it doesn't... The ranking doesn't lead into anything. The whole idea is these are independent. So we have $9,000 in prize pooling, which is dispersed across a maximum of 30 weeks. So $300 per week currently is what we do. So it's an opportunity for players to make a little bit of money. It's also an opportunity for players to improve their skills over a regular period. So like this is something that really has been missing in the esports scene. It helps against gatekeeping where players can't get good matchups to improve. It helps players regularly practice. It helps also test new maps and test them in new environments. Helps a lot of players who can't actually get good scrim partners get those scrims essentially in a different way, right? Like, for example, you know, if Marine starts signing up for these, would he realistically otherwise sign up to scrim against M7 or MSN? I don't think they'll mind me saying that. No, because Marine Lord would rather have a player that's regularly making top 4 or top 8 to practice with. So like, it's invaluable to help against like this gatekeeping of where you get the upper echelon of players that are way too good at the game and the people that can never catch up. So I am exploring in 2025 maybe a way for these allowing some sort of ranking into other tournaments. That would be really cool. And actually, if there are any TOs watching this, I recommend reaching out, because I think it is a good way of qualifying at least a few players, not all of them, but a few players, based on the average like placements. Because, you know, the goal here with these, by the way, is I didn't want players to sign up every single week. I think that can get unhealthy. But I wanted players to also not be in a situation where they're like, oh, it's not worth signing up for me at all. So you want to have that balance, right? And I can confirm it is going to be Iberds versus Byzantines. So MSN didn't want to try to play the Horseman strat, I guess. I mean, I guess it's a bit risky because your opponent can go Katas. Just rush castle. But let's pay out on that game. Let's get ready to roll. So game number 2, a win for M7. Hopping into the final one now. And I think we're a minute already in, so I'll speed that up. Let's go ahead and put predictions up. But yeah, it's something we might explore, having some sort of overall rankings. The point is, though, like, creating that type of graphic currently has no meaning. Because what would we be ranking for? It's a nice, cool stat to have in theory. So it's something we could potentially explore. But currently, like, you know, the dream would be, and this is why I recommend everyone tuning in and also like letting other people know about these. The dream would be to like grow what we're doing here up to 500, 600, 700, 800 people, whatever it is watching. And then from there, what you can do is you can start to bring in sponsors, and then you could have like, you know, the best average player across the tournaments that could win a prize, right? The best improved player from like, you know, compared week 0 to 1 to 10, and then week, you know, 11 to 20. There's loads of cool things we could do with this in the future, but it all comes down to growing it, bringing in sponsors. Oh, hello, I'm doing well. Hopefully everyone else is doing fantastic as well. Let's get to it. It has actually come down to a third game between these two. Game number 3 of MSN and M7, and it is going to be a land map, so don't worry. Put your riot pitchforks away. We are not going into water again. We are going into the Borderlands. Iberds in the hands of MSN in the blue, M7 as the Byzantines in the red. Shout out to the players for actually using red and blue, by the way. I feel like we kind of need to move back to this as a standardized format in tournaments, the more I think about it. Just so that it's very easy for people to tell things apart, because while there are many of us that aren't colorblind, there are some that are. So I think so far we've only been enforcing it in grand finals, but I might look to try and push it everywhere. I like players being able to have their own personal touches, but sadly, like right now, you can't use any inbuilt tools to force red and blue with the spectator mode. You think MSN's going to get the Gamba Wing? That would be hella crazy, man. Gamba Wing is something you can do when you're like a game or two ahead. It's very dangerous when you're 1-1. Remember, this is only a best of 3, so if he Gamba's wrong, he loses. Because the issue with Gamba Wing is like if you don't get what you want in the first generation, it's a wasted landmark. And we actually have pro scouts from Iberds. Say what? I'm not sure how I feel about that. Was that Advancement Wing as well? That was. So that was Advancement Wing into Pro Scouts. I guess Advancement Wing does get you the savings to make Pro Scouts kind of affordable. You save, is it 200 resources? I'm not sure if it's entirely worth it, though. Because now, like, Byzantines can do whatever they want. They can go, like, Fast Castle, Katas, or they can go Lombos and just kind of still suffocate you. I guess this way, at least, Iberds can afford Mass Horsemen. Grand Rider on the other side is more expected here. So M7 just doing what you would anticipate. I think for MSN, he's playing off of the logic that Byzantines won't really want to rush castle, because although cataphracts are OP, sure, you'd still be building them to camels. And that's a lot of damage loss, right? So you're tanky, but you don't really kill stuff first. So more likely, what he's expecting is, say, Lombo Limitane. Or, actually, that's terrible. Lombo Horseman would make more sense. Because you can use Horseman to clear the Desert Raiders anyway. I mean, in fairness, you could just do Limitane Javelins. Limitane Javelins would make a lot of sense for Biz here. Because the Javelins counter Desert Raiders. And then that also gives you the ability to dive. So yeah, we have got the stables coming in, which actually suggests that we could be getting the good old-fashioned Lombo Horseman. Okay, just imagine if instead M7 started building Pro Scouts as well. Okay, wait. Hear me out. Okay, I know I'm not going to get heard out. I'm going to get called crazy, but hear me out. Dialecticus Pro Scouts. By the time you could be getting it, you could have level 2 system connected, right? And that's a 60% increased tech speed. So you research it in, what, 45 seconds? Okay, I'm done being heard out. I'm crazy. You can throw me back in my padded white room. So opening Desert Raider. You need Horseman immediately afterwards, though. The problem is he's building more Scouts instead. I don't know, man. Like, would this have been better if he just went Dervish? Because your opponent has to mass Horseman now. So if you had Dervish, like, you could just fight him with a Desert Raider. But now, because it's double Horseman, Desert Raider loses. This feels like a cool idea. I think... I get why he went Advanced Wing, so that he could afford it, but... I am yet to be convinced. Especially against Byzantines. And I think that... Was that going to be the Keshik contract? No. Okay, thank God. You have to be quick on this. Remember... This used to be, when you clicked it, it was Insta. Thank God they changed that, by the way. Because if this had been Insta, M7 would be in a really bad position right now. Keshik suck against Iabids. Because Desert Raiders. Right? Think about it. Like, the maths is actually pretty crazy when you break it down. Because you have 5 melee armor. Keshiks do, like, what, 15 damage? So you take 20% off that, they're down to 12. They hit you for 7. And you hit them for 26 minus 3. It's 23. It looks like M7 is actually getting Expilatoras, plus we are getting Limitane. Yeah, I quite like M7's position. I don't really think that Limitane were necessary. You just build Lombos and leave them at home, and then raid with Horsemen, and then go fast castle, right? What's MSN's plan? What do you guys think? Are we getting Growth Wing? Maybe Industry Wing? I think Industry Wing is kind of slept on still. No way we get Reinforcement. Master Smiths is trash. Master Smiths needs to be completely refought at this point. Trade Wing would be incredibly Gamba. The most likely is going to be Growth Wing through Eco, or Industry Wing through Eco. Awesome stabbing in. Remember, Expilatoras does give that bonus damage, so quite easy to get kills. And that's a yoinksy. Nice 20 gold. Cool thing about Expilatoras is you kill 4 villagers, it pays for itself, right? That's an 80 resource tech. When was the last time you saw Industry Wing? Was it last week in Midweek Muster or the week before? We have actually seen it. We also saw it in the 2v2 tournament. You can use it to build Tower of the Sultans. You can also use it to transition 2TC straight away. Remember, when you build Industry now in Castle, you get 800 wood, 400 stone. It's pretty good. It's actually a lot of resources. Like, if you actually just think about that as a raw number, you're spending 1,800 resources to unlock Castle, and you're getting back 1,200. Right? People think that going for King's Palace is a good deal, and that's spending 1,800 resources to build a TC. Just cook on that for a sec. Now, whether you want to do Tower Sultan in this matchup, I'm not so sure. Like, your opponent's already building Horseman Spears. It's a bit weird. But with the fact he's got Pro Scouts, it is greedy, but I think 2TC can work because of all the food he's going to have. Nice little Villager Snipe there. Tip damage is adding up. He's losing a few Horsemen for it. Behind this, we also have Undermesh being prepped. M7 is going to keep scaling. And MSN is doing a mass Desert Raider build. What? The break even, so 7 villages straight away in your economy are probably going to gather about 40 resources each, right? We'll say as a baseline. So that gets you, per minute, 280 resources. So to mirror the advantage of like getting Industry Wing, which is 1,200 resources, you need like over 5 minutes, right? You need about 5 minutes. 5 minutes exactly? Close to. Let's say 4 and be friendly. So you're building a TC in, let's say, a minute and a half, and then that's 2 minutes and a half of production. So that gets you an extra 7 villages, maybe 8. But then you also have a TC, right? It's actually not bad. The difference by going Growth Wing is that it gives you an immediate way of bursting extra units. So like there's a trade-off of me now using these resources, building, scaling. It's very different approaches, right? Growth Wing makes a lot of sense when you want to rush relics. But Industry Wing makes a lot of sense when you can't. And this build makes a lot of sense. I ain't got an answer for that. I don't want to be rude. In the Bronze League Legends, it's very different. It is very different what MSN's doing, but he likes to brew up these new builds. MSN, he's going to run into a brute force here. M7 with a lot of Limitane. Lombo count already up to 10. He's getting ready to pressure. He's also at a point where you can actually afford to go for another system level, right? Like, yeah. Look at this. Almost 200 stone. So, actually, M7 wants to find a branch out. He chooses the close one on the tree line. I thought he might go for the berries on the forward. Lombos are worth their weight in gold here. Well, worth their weight in oil here. MSN at this point has taken, what? Part of the deer in the center. Almost all the deer bar 1 up here. So, that's 6 deer plus the 7th here. He took the 3 stack nearby. And then he's taken most of the deer down here. So, he's taken like 14 deer back to base so far, which is over 4,000 food. I kind of like that Pro Scouts is back, by the way. It's so refreshing. And we didn't really even need to buff it. It's just certain maps feel good for it, certain civs feel good for it, right? That's cool. I think that can show you how, like, you know, I definitely want to see regular changes in metas, but it shows you how things can evolve by themselves to a certain degree. Flash coming in. Wait, this is a terrible fight, surely. But for who? Limitane are a problem. They need to be addressed right now. Lombo's going to be dove on too. There we go. MSN. He spent a long time on that front line, but this is so much better. He munches down on Lombos. It's chow time. And the Limitane, are they shield walling? Against 6 archers. Okay. I'm going to say something controversial. I don't think it should be. Shield wall is not that great. I think in these situations, shield wall is overused. The next step for Byzantine players is instead of just winning your games by default because your civ is very, 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 very good, learn to micro the shields. Right? Instead of just having everyone holding their shield up, notice which ones are being attacked and then use your second line to put the shield wall down. Because that missed damage is the difference here. MSM was A-clicking into spears with horsemen and wiping them. Now, sure, the numbers were heavily in his favor, but the speed at which he was doing it was because he was losing so little in the trade. How hard it is in a big fight like that? I know it's hard, but if you want to take that fight in the first place, I mean, you could argue if he's up against so few archers, like, and at that point Desert Raiders, is it even worth having shield wall up at all? In a lot of situations, shield wall is good, right? But like, you know, to go, oh man, yeah, like, dude, do you know how hard that is to manage in a fight? Sure, but it's area for improvement, right? So like, we've said the same with Varangian. I actually think, was it Cat that done this really, really well? He basically added in a bunch of Varangian, and then he would A-click the fight, and then the ones that were on the outskirts, he would berserk, because they weren't being focus fired at all. So then he just munched inwards. I think it was Cat. I can't remember. It was one player we had in a 1v1. We also saw it in the 2v2s as well. It's like these type of little details, like, dude, if you really want to know how good Byzantines can be, leverage those details about the Civ. And then your mind will be blown. You know, that's like yeah, you know the whole, the knowledge meme where, like, the brain gets bigger and bigger? It's like, picking Byzantines is level 1, building Cataphracts is level 2, using shield wall correctly, level 3. Varangian Berserk, situation level 4. Then Pro Scouts, Mass Scouts with Triumph activated, level 5. There we go. I've given you the final form. I really want to see more Pro Scouts Hippodrome games, actually. It's like not that bad of an idea, right? You get +4 damage on a unit that has 1 damage. And if you go Pro Scouts, you're building like 7 Scouts, right? So when Triumph gets activated, that's like 35 damage on a round of attacks between them against an unarmored unit. They can kind of raid villages. Horseman, oh no, M7, not like this. That's a tragic raid. I mean, he got some kills, right? But a lot of horsemen lost. Emerson just has so many ponies. Dude, this guy's obsessed with this. I reckon this kid does still watch My Little Pony to this day. You can tell when you watch him play games like this. Because we've seen him do this before. I think it was a game on, was it Golden Pit against Dimu, where I believe it was MSN. He built like 40 horsemen, maybe 50. And try to all-in Dimu. It's freaking wild to watch, actually. And we do have Blacksmiths on the way. So Undermesh coming in. Bloomery is going to be worth its weight in the gold. But M7's doing something different, folks. I mean, he's not that far behind on military. He did just get rid of some economy of his opponents. And remember, like, Golden Age sucks compared to what he's got, right? Like, you've got a 10% gathering rate versus a 22%. So M7 is drastically ahead of the stage. Right, he's actually more like 10 plus villages ahead. That's not even equating the berry value of olive oil, right? He's more like 15 villages ahead from that perspective. Tech up now on the way. Golden Horn Tower coming in. If Emerson doesn't make a move fast, and he is on the way. Remember, you need to start diving before the tech. Because with level 4 Siston, Dialecticus means that he could get his veterancy in like 24 seconds. He's posturing. Has seen the size of the force. This has to be swelling confidence right now. The second group of Limitane coming. A little bit difficult in SimCity though, right? This is why people don't usually like building mass horsemen. It sucks once you reach the opponent's base. The reason why Ghazi is so good isn't just their stats, it's the way that Delhi play. Delhi can just control the map and be happy by taking sacred sites, right? Like, you do this as MSN, you do this as Iabids. You have to go in, otherwise you're not happy at all. Tech up complete. It looks like MSN is going to try to mirror now. Last piece of gold coming in. The veterancy has been queued up. M7. He got the veterancy for the contract correct, but he hasn't Dialectica switched for the Limitane. So it's taking him 45 seconds still. This might be a big mistake. Lombos are trading out against those archers. The outpost, the TC, definitely assisting as well. The Limitane count down to 23. Shield wall is still up, which is fine now considering there's so many archers. But soon he's going to want to drop it. Horseman just commit in with the A-clicks. He's just not breaking through, though. Is this about to be a quick preview on how to lose 30 horsemen instantly? Because I feel like that's where we're at here. Oh my god. He just got erased. Did not even come close to breaking through there. And the Cataphracts are indeed coming. 2 already in the battlefield. Tech up has been started. Growth Wing completing in a minute. But what's going to be left of you in a minute? I think MSN is dead. Which, you know, you think would be obvious. I mean, when was the last time you guys used that chat system? Sorry, I had to make that joke. And I do love this. M7, I think, forgot that the Grand Winery can build monks. He actually built a monastery in the corner. Oops. Horseman Raid is going to come in. You need some big hits here. And right now, M7 should just build Limitane to finish this off. And the rest of the army should just go in. I'll give it to him. This is a very unorthodox way to have played a series, right? There were some very weird differences, but I kind of love it. I am not loving the Cataphract experience right now for people, though. This is going to be brutal. It's already 4 catas in the field. MSN has 0 units to counter that. Tech up is complete, which is great because now he has 7 more villages that can die to cataphracts. And immediately queues up the crossbows. I love that MS7 went Varangian and Cataphract, by the way, because remember, the Camelonese is going to make it harder for the Cataphracts. They're still going to be really good raiders, right? Like, they'll still hit for over 20 damage. They still have 360 health. Crossbow count is at least already up to 7. Feels like M7 is playing this a little bit slow. He has been getting raided on the back, which has been a nuisance, though. And there is still quite a few horsemen left alive. However, these cataphracts are starting to reach in. Villagers are also dying. He's not reacting to it. I mean, the only upside right now for MSN is that this is not gulping, which would make it impossible for these crossbows to kill catas at all. Because you just wouldn't have them quick enough. Lombos are now diving in deeper, and I think we're close to MSN being broke here. It doesn't look like a lot of troops, but it's the way that he's scaling them, the way he's building them. Just a few cataphracts absorb so much TC fire that the rest of the army can essentially camp here. First Lancer has come out. We'll be able to beat back one of the cataphracts. Lombos are going to dive in and deal with the crossbows. We'll be able to snipe one of these cataphracts, so decent there from MSN. M7, he just needs to stop A-clicking the houses. Good God. If you want to know how long these Lombos were sitting here, just look at the health on these builds. No. M7, come on. His problem here isn't M7, it's M2. He keeps pressing mouse 2 too often. Oh my God, these A-clicks are actually griefing him right now. If MSM wins this, M7 is going to be face-palming all the way through Christmas. He'll be sitting at the table, eating some turkey with his family over Christmas tidings, and all he'll be able to think about is his goddamn A-clicks. Because the game realistically should just be over now. Second TC is in. Second Relic's on the way home. It is now a 12 villager lead. MSN, of course, is going to try to play this out. Now, he has got quite a few crossbows coming. M7, however, seems he had a backlog of longbows to pump. One of them's from the Golden Horn Tower, but 2 of them are actively produced. So we're going to get a big ramp up in LB mass. MSN also may still be alive, but remember, the resources he's now gathering are the safest on the map. So after this, he has to venture into Danger Town. Kairos Siphon's now coming in. M7's like, I don't get it. Why does it take 750 longbow arrows to kill a house? Maybe the Kairos Siphon will be better. Maybe. Possibly. Like, you know, if I was a betting man, I would say that the longbows will probably do a better job at killing bio than buildings. Scouts on the back. Well, it was an admirable attempt. I mean, remember, guys, MSN actually started this series, and I still stand by this. It was the most dominant one. He actually set him up to look like he was going to roll over M7. M7 looked completely clueless in that first game about what to do. How the tides have turned. He now stands on the precipice of a showdown up against Anatan in the round of 16. MSN's going to be wondering where it all went wrong. Shell-shocked by this experience. I mean, how could 40 horsemen not win against spearmen in the opponent's... I just don't get it. It's a hard one. He's got mangoes, but guys, do you want a secret about mangoes? Lombos can actually kill them reasonably well, and they don't need to because cataphracts can just dive in with trample. Da, 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 da. Puppy pow. Okay, wait, did he... Oh, no. He microed the trample. Well, hold on a second. M7 is not in for a good trade. Are you kidding me right now? I can't believe that. M7 tried to A-click brain his way through. I mean, usually what you want to do in that situation is you want to micro like 4 different groups of lombos into staggered, come with a concave and start sniping the crossbows and then trample in. Instead, he lined formationed into Incendiary. And that's a sick read, by the way. Remember, Incendiary is much worse than Kinetic, theoretically. But Incendiary is a lot more reliable. Like, if you go for Kinetic, you're kind of gambling. But if you go for the fire builds, you get like a full line formation of damage. That was sick. MSN is not dead yet. He might be in 5 minutes though, right? It's 5 relics, it's 84 eco to 59. This is a great start by MSN, but if M7 now just turns this into a full macro game, Blue is a mile behind. Holy crap. I believe MSN does want to go for a second TC. He's holding onto a lot of stone. Sacred sites are now being locked in. So, if MSN wins this, are people going to make Reddit threads about why crossbows need to be nerfed? Because I'm noticing one player has built crossbows, and it does seem to be holding on. This is wild. Does need to be careful not to rush. The mangoes aren't fast. Well, we've got mass horsemen from M7. Smart read, right? Cataphracts can get beat by mass crossbows. Mass horseman, however, is a bit of a pickle. Especially when M7 has, what, 27 farms right now? So Rohirrim Riders on the way next. MSN has at least got the level 2 range damage coming in, so a little bit more pen against this, but it's still going to be an uphill battle against, say, 5 ranged armor unit. With these incendiary shots. They're inflammatory is what they are. Horsemen, they get in though. There's a gap. Doesn't quite get that finishing blow, but he's going to get it next. And I think that's enough. This is going to break him. MSN, this is way too many crossbows. They're going to be lost. Tries to retreat away, but the Limitane with the shield ball. Landsnake now with the added damage. He's in full retreat, and he's retreating from midweek muster. He'll have to muster again in 2025. The last time we'll see MSN in 2024 here. Big commiserations and big congrats to M7 for turning around what looked like a futile series after that opening game. He heads through for a showdown in round of 16. The question is, based on what you've seen, what are your odds on M7 being Anatan? Do you think he'll take a game off of Anachad, who last week beat Beastie and made it to the grand finals? Let me know in the comments, and I will catch you all in the next chapter. You have to admit, M7 let his longbows be hit multiple times by mangoes. You can't dodge incendiary shots easily. Not with longbows. If it was the kinetic shots, you can just set yourself up not to get hit hard by spreading wide, right? It's a bit different. But let me mark that one up. So for those just coming in asking, it is a win for M7. Big GG's. That series might get uploaded. Now you're my sugar daddy. Yo, what's up, MSN? Thank you for the raid, mate. GG's. A bit of a rough set in the end. Started off strong, but damn. M7 somehow finds a way. Whew. Incredible. Feel like I threw the last one. What do you think? Yeah, I think you need to get over your fetish for horsemen. if I'm ripping the band-aid off. The horseman play into like an A-click is pretty rough. I don't know if I rate the advancement wing play. I was saying, like, I get it for the pro scouts, and I get where you're coming from. But you had good map control anyway, right? What did I say, chat, at the time? I said, like, maybe over advancement wing, you could even just do Dervish. I think Dervish would have been cool. Got pro scouts 48 up? Yeah, I get you. I think, like, okay, so if you really want to defend it, just don't build that many horsemen to play it that way, right? Like, horsemen are a raiding unit in that situation, not a direct A-clicker, as you learned the hard way when you dove the TC. I think you do this a lot, though, right? I referenced the Dimu game you done it in. Didn't you lose that game in the end? I'm trying to remember, or was it a win? I think it was you, right? Where you built, like, 40 horsemen on Golden Pit. You did win. Okay, you won that. Yeah. But that was, he was playing, was it Japanese? Was it Iabid? I'm trying to remember which civ he was playing. You got you. But in that game, you need more archers. Well, I think in that game you hid your play, right? I don't think you revealed that many horsemen. You built like a few, but then you hid it. Whereas in that game, he saw you built a lot of horsemen early. And by the way, I don't think M7 played that cleanly either. I was mentioning that like he could have shield wall microed like certain ones to not be shield walled to deal with you a lot cleaner, especially when you didn't have many archers. It was a scrappy set for sure. Game 2, by the way, I think that one I do feel like you maybe M7 had control, you clawed it back, but then I think you maybe got a little bit too chill, and he got too much map control. But that game was like back and forth. Like, you know, both of you played really well and distracted the other really well. But you were missing villages early on, I remember. Because I highlighted it. Like, you were just behind on villages. I think you were 3 villages behind after the first, like, 2 fights. Don't know how to play water. Well, that's the beauty of these weeklies, right? It gives you an opportunity to practice that. All right, let's get ready for the next set. So, next up, let me check if we've got anyone starting in the next few minutes. I believe there should be 1 or 2. We could go back to the and check in on Dragavan versus Stopper. That series was playing around the same time as this one, so that one will have already completed. There is also the Louis MT series. Give me a second. Yeah, GG's, lads. Do some customs in the future. I mean, that's going to be wild. Yeah, go for it, man. Like I said, I mean, that's the beauty. Now they're like, oh, wow. I didn't realize this player plays like this. Now I want to play some customs, which is cool to see. So, what we'll look to do is next up. I think we have... We can have a look at Starflark versus Anavaki. Yeah, let's go for that one. Alright, give me a sec, guys. I'll grab the draft for it. So, there's more archipelago potential. Uh-oh. So, 3 maps, remember. Atacama is map number 1, and then we've got Archipelago and Dry Arabia. Actually, do you guys want Starflark versus Anavaku, Louis MT versus Red Darksider, or... Ooh! Wait, did they forget to communicate it? Okay, Lash, come on. Or Mia Micah, one of you two. I think Lash versus Mia Micah is here as well, guys. That's an option. I think that's the rubber dub. Yeah, these boys need to... I don't know. I don't want to start resorting to penalties, but people do need to remember to actually, like, post the scheduling. We don't ask much. So, they've usually been good. I'm not going to penalize them yet, but I'll need to remind them of that. A firm reminder. Yeah, Lash versus me and Micah did play a little bit early, so we can check that one out. Takeaways on me? Pass. It's so Dad can spend wonderful time with his grandchildren. Look at that. Dad has not held Ezra once yet. Now he will get to. So, yeah, sorry. Did we get anyone saying which one they wanted? I haven't seen anyone say which series they want in either YouTube or Twitch. So, I guess we'll just go ahead with the Starflark and Avaku. The alternative is we do the... You want the Lash one? Alright, this will be from replays because Lash done it earlier and they didn't com at all that they'd done it, which is a little bit annoying. But we do... Wait, actually, I'm going to double check before I slander him. Did he communicate? No. Mia Micah and Lash did not communicate. Well done. That's right. So I'll get the draft ready for that. We can do Lash versus Mia Micah. So it's going to be Pigeon's View, Archipelago, and then, of course, our default map. Oh, and also, I can make up one of my shakes now. Whoop, whoop. So let me make a shake. Shake and bake, mother ducker. Whoa, what flavor? My taste buds are starting to come back. Do we do maybe the strawberry? Oh, let's do a Salt Caramel Bandit. That's legendary. Yeah. So we're going to have Lash versus Miyamika. Okay. Is there any way this could have been a more Miyamika draft, chat, do you think? That's live? No. We would have done it live, but Lash and Miyamika, between them, both lacked the ability to schedule their bloody game in the channel that was created for that purpose. I am going to have to review like penalties for people who forget to do that in 2025. I don't think it's too much to ask. It's like literally, you know, we need to know. It also means that my admin doesn't need to chase as much as well, which is very helpful. But yeah. Yeah, Lash he loves his Malians, right? He got Delhi as well, which is pretty pog. I love that. He gets, it's kind of crazy, right? He banned the Delhi early. Like, I mean, Miyamika, I don't know if he's been really playing that much Delhi anyway, but it just gives him that layer of protection to go in confidently for the Malian pick. It's kind of wild to pick Mali in second phase and China third. Like, this draft almost looks, if it wasn't the Byzantines, you'd be like, this is the wrong way around, right? Like, China is a first, second tier pick. Byzantines as well, Delhi as well, right? So a little bit warped, but that's the Miyamika nature. He has what he loves, and he'll always pick it. But let me get the data ready on that one. So I'll also pay out on that final game. So it was a win for M7 in the end. He completes the reverse sweep. And we'll be hopping in now for game number 1. So Atacama, it is going to be Mongols Malians. This is pretty rough for Malians. I think Lash's pick was maybe a bit predictable because I feel like a lot of players have been thinking Malians for Atacama. So this is a really good start actually for Miyamika. Mongols, the reason why it's so good against Malians is they can just outpost rush you on the gold. And like if you try to contest with Donzos, you just lose that battle, right? Because you can't afford to keep lobbing them. Yeah, shake it. All right, let's get into game. So game 1 of the best of 3. Yo, what's up, Macabre? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in if you haven't. Oh, makes the pain in my wallet for Christmas presents a little bit less painful. And also guarantees you guys don't have to worry about ads. God damn, that salt caramel is good. Ah, so this is what Atacama looks like when someone uses the right settings. Okay, one and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. This is actually from the round of 32. I know, I can't believe it. We have got Lash and Miyamika clashing. A matchup where either player could easily win. Miyamika has been proving himself, right? He's been taking games off of top players like Puppy Paw, Wham, list goes on, right? Very, very capable in the Midweek Muster so far, but hasn't been able to break through into quarterfinals territory at this stage. Usually gets knocked out in the round of 16s. This is the round of 32. Lash, on the other hand, has kind of been a mixed bag. He's also experienced a lot of round of 16s, but also 1 or 2 round of 32s. Malians is a comfort pick for him, but this is not a comfortable map or matchup to do it on. Mongols are just the bane of a Malian player's existence. The early outpost rushes should just stop the plan early on. And it looks like we will be getting that from Miyamika. Rax is being built. He's already scouted it, and this is the jackpot, man. The gold is on the ford between 2 tree lines, so you can deny so much resource in this one area. He played really good in the 2v2 WTC. Yeah, I mean, they've done reasonably well, right? It was him and Kyo. They didn't make... I don't think they made... Did they make playoffs in the end? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think they didn't. But Miyamika has proven himself, like, very capable in the 1v1s. I think the challenge for Miyamika is... He almost plays a bit too much like a StarCraft 2 pro. And what I mean by that is, like, he's kind of treating the game as if you only play 4 or 5 civs, if that makes sense. Right? He has certain civs he loves playing. He loves playing Zhuji. He loves playing Mongols. He absolutely adores playing Jean. But when did you ever see Miyamika play Chinese? Or when did you ever see Miyamika even... Like, I think he drafted English, but we never see him playing English, right? When did you see Miyamika play HRE, Byzantines, right? Rus. So the strong civs and you know, some that are going to get banned, but some that won't, right? It changes everything because of that. Like, especially in a draft, if your opponent doesn't think you're going to pick HRE or Byzantines, they don't have to ban it. The Mongols is one that Miyamika time and time again tries to look ban-worthy. He's going to be marching over 2 villages. The outpost is going to be dropped right in Lash's face. Mansa is already on the way, though. This feels a little bit late on the timing, maybe, from Miyamika. Feels like he could have pulled a villager a little bit earlier here. And yeah, Lash now knows, oh, it's happening. This is why usually people try for a Saharan trade network. In fairness, it would have been a bit far forward, but it would have been doable. He immediately doubts it. He's like, maybe I can just... okay, maybe. Instead, he goes for an outpost. I love this. This is cool. This is meant to be the solution, right? And he's going to rush it up to try and stop the Mongol outpost from getting up here. Spearmen need to slow this down. They can't, though. So Miyamika is going to have to cancel that outpost and pull it back or lose the villages. Garrison comes in, doesn't get the snipe in time. However, Miyamika might just try to edge this. Logic being that Lash is either idling 5 villages always, or he's bailing. So Lash, realizing the problem, is going to pull all those villages just to go for the torch. I mean, this is idle time, right? Quite a lot of it for 11 villages. And yes, this is indeed Atacama. This is an official new map. Reminder to people, if you're playing your games this week, because this is the default map in the weeklies, please remember to use random locations, not teams together. Teams together, it causes issues because when you choose random location, what it does is it chooses your spawn after it's placed the resources. If you choose random together, it prioritizes you. And what it was causing is we were having players spawn next to a sacred site, for example. This is how the map is meant to spawn. So Spearman. Oh, still going to get some torch damage done here. It looks like Lash was trying to go for the garrison, but still expensive at this stage, right? He hasn't... I just want to remind people, like, while all this has been happening, Lash never finished the tech up, which is a really bad sign. Like, using one villager to slow tech that while you were doing all this would have been good. But this is actually going to be a comparative tech timing. Miyamika does use 10 to do it, but when you consider the idle time that Lash has had to expend on all this, it's not that terrible that he invested 10 for attack. So Mansa now complete. Miyamika completes 2 seconds later. Arrowslit's immediately coming in. Meanwhile, Lash, if he wants to get his own, he'll have to toggle across to stone and wait for the option. Instead, we have archery ranges being added. Behind this, Miyamika, like, this is the awkward thing. Because your opponent opens spears, you have to go archery range, go archers. Because you do that, your opponent can just go Keshiks. I wonder if there's a world in which Miyamika might be thinking about 2TC. It smells like 2TC, but it isn't. It's going to be stables. I think you could still go like Keshik, double Keshik, spawn into 2TC. Because remember, the Mongol TC cost got buffed twice now, right? It's down to 800 wood. Which, when you consider that a normal TC costs 750, this is actually a bargain for Mongols. Because usually a Civ would have to build a mining camp, that's another 50 wood. So actually, every other Civ is paying 800 resources to get their TC. On average, anyway. You know, there's exceptions, right? Like, for example, Marlins do it a bit different, and then you've got certain civs that can just buy their way into a second TC. For example, with the Rus, they can just use Golden Gate tickets. Would you ever consider hosting a StarCraft 2 tournament? I'm assuming no. I'm not against the idea of working in the StarCraft 2 scene. It's just, where would be the space, right? You know, it's like, I actually think AoE 2 is a really cool game. I love AoE 4. Doesn't mean I can't like AoE 2 as well, right? But like, what would be the point in even trying to get involved in that game? You've already got entrenched content creators and entrenched tournament organizers, right? Is there space for someone else to come in and make tournaments and build a community when you've got, like, you know, a Mem, a T90, you've got Nilly, you've got Dave, right? Because then you look at StarCraft and you've got Wardy, you've got like, you know, well, Dimu on the official tournaments, right? Obviously doesn't like do his own content around it now. But you've got Rotti, you know, you've got Loco, you've got loads of people there already, right? And that's just a few of many, right? You've still got the Tasteless and Artosis, and there's plenty of other people in there. So like, you've got all these people, you know, there is such a thing as content saturation. At which point, you know, you're pretty much setting yourself up for fail unless you can identify a new audience. And I don't really think there's a new audience coming into StarCraft, right? StarCraft is a legacy game. It has a lot of people that love it historically. But like, how many people are coming in new each day. Right? The cool thing is I actually want to get us to a stage where we build a really cool community here so that, you know, we have a core base that always tune in. So if I, like, on the first day I'm hosting an AoE4 tournament, but on the Friday I'm hosting it, like, you know, let's say, I mean, a drastic example, an Apex Legends tournament, people would still tune in. Like, that's a dream for me, man, to be able to get to that stage. But, like, to hop into StarCraft right now wouldn't make much sense. I'll never say never. I think it's a really cool game. But right now, like, it wouldn't be a logical shift. So Keshiks are arriving. Pressure's coming in a little bit here. We do have worker kills which have added up, right? Lash is 3 behind already at this stage. He is going into the ranches, but you're seeing how uncomfortable Mongols can make you. And even on a map like Dry Arabia, you become uncomfortable. But this is even worse. Is this my full-time job? So it's part of it. I'm trying to really push towards it. I'd say, like, the hours I've been putting in, I've gone full-time. But I'm a commentator and host by trade. Admittedly, the last few years have been a little bit slow, so I haven't had as much work, which is why I've been leaning into my content. But I'm also, you know, I've also started an agency, so I'm looking to help other creators, which I think are talented and maybe not finding the deals that they should, find those deals. So I wear a lot of hats. Probably would have been easier to just stick to my software dev job and make a living there, but hey-ho. Step readout now on the way. I like this transition from Miyamika. This is going to be a lot of aggressive gold ingestion, and he can also go for relics in a situation where Lash can't come out on the map. Software devs making big bucks. Ah, remember, I'm in the UK. So I would have had to have moved to America to make big bucks. I found software engineering draining. I really needed something that allowed me freedom with creativity. Like, you know, I got into software dev because I trained as a game designer, right? And I specialized in development, in programming. But then I worked on SharePoint for 2 years, and it made me borderline want to kill myself. And thinking back, I don't know if that's like a joke, per se. I don't know, like, full disclosure, I wasn't feeling like it needed to end, but I remember the way I described that point in my life is the whole world was desaturating. So I was in a dark place. It's, you know, it's like what kind of drives you as a person, right? So like full disclosure on those days, like what was very unhealthy is I was working a 9 to 5, and then I was streaming like 7 to 8 hours on average. It's got deep quick. I mean, I'm a very transparent person. Right? Like, is it wear heart and sleeve where you're not as vulnerable? I don't know. I don't think I'm, like, after after half a decade in esports, I don't think I'm easily shaken. And, but like some, I'm not hiding skeletons in the closet that I'm worried about at this stage. So Keshe's coming through. Me and Mike are looking pretty good. Like, he hasn't got that killing blow, right? But Lash, this is depressing. Like, he has nothing to really show for his ranch effort. Man, is that comment going to make me get demonetized on YouTube? I hope not. I didn't say I was going to or wanted to or whatever. But, yeah, like, my advice to people is money is great, but, like, make sure you have something in your life that makes you happy as well. If you don't, then you will just find yourself spiraling into deep depression. I guess we'll find out if this gets uploaded to YouTube, whether it's going to be a problem. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy when I think about the hoops I jump through to try and, like, make ends meet now. Because I just described 3 different, essentially, full-time jobs, right? Influencer, manager on an agency side, content creator, and then esports gaming presenter. If any of those take off, then sure, I can be having a very comfortable living, but they have to take off first. But fingers crossed, man. I'm hopeful. I mean, I've been blown away by the building support for Midweek Muster over, what, just over 6 weeks now. Fingers crossed by the time we conclude it in June. I'm hoping we're at like a 1,000 viewer channel. I don't think that's too ambitious. I think you also have to set yourself goals that you want. Otherwise, if you set yourself low, easily reachable goals, there's no reward, right? Life is about setting goals that can't just immediately be reached tomorrow, because otherwise they have no meaning. Wow, this is getting really, really deep, isn't it? And we are getting deep into the age. Are you kidding me? 13.5-minute Kaganet Palace. Oh, this is incredible. This is freaking incredible. Me and Mike immediately queues up a wee pow. You can't make this up. Oh. Meanwhile, Lash still hasn't addressed this outpost after 13 minutes. He's trying. There's a ram coming. But at this point in the game, you have to be like, what the hell is happening? The palace is random? No. Kaganet Palace is correct when you're rushing Age. Kaganet Palace makes a lot more sense than Stupa if you want to rush Age 4. Because at this stage in the game, he has 56 population, right? So the armies that this produces is a notable percentage of his overall population. It's super worth early on. Like, you know, for reference, we can't give a price to a Weepy Power, right? But the next thing we can, and I'll give you the numbers to show you what I mean. Oh, yes, sorry, yeah, it's random. Sorry, yeah, yes, for a bud. Thank you for the clarity, Don. Yes, it's random what you get. But this is crazy, right? So, like, Knights, it's going to take him just under a minute to get Knights. And I think is it 4 or 5? It might have been 5. And, like, yeah, so, like Don's saying, it's like 500 res a minute, which is pretty cool because if you think of it that way, like, 500 res a minute at this stage when you have, what, 49 workers? 49 workers gathering 40. So, like, you know, 40 average resources. Let's say you're generating, like, you know, well, you can actually look at the numbers here, right? 2k resources a minute, roughly. So that's like a 25% bump in your economy. Khan is going to try to be a Giga Chad here. The worker kills are really adding up. Like, we're up to 10 so far in this game now for Lash, for Miyamika. Lash now going for the Fulani is going to offset that. However, is the Zug going to work? Miyamika is going into Men-at-Arms and looking to max them out. We also have Magadai. Are you freaking kidding me with this build? You'd think that someone in this position would have also tried to pick up relics, but no. No, he went Imperial at 13.5 minutes and didn't even bother to pick up relics. You can put a price on Weepy Power, it's 1,000 olive oil. There you go, you're playing Byzantines, even more OP. Dead landmark when no more got what, step readout? Yeah, but the value you get in the meantime is huge. There's just so much gold on the map, right? Like, if you have map control, it's ridiculous. 50% increase, like, there's in his purview, well, who should realistically be able to access, there's at least 16,000 here. That's an extra 8,000 gold, right? You're saying dead landmark, but then consider that people are willing to, like, choose a Mansa Quarry, which is only, like, 75 resources. Sure, it's an age earlier, but as a point, right? Like, how many minutes by comparison? What about Burgrave, right? Like, it's all about timings as well. A Burgrave is just 5 Raxes. How valuable does that sound 40 minutes into a game? Timings is everything, guys. That's why if you think about it, like, you know, Growth Wing, you could get it in the Feudal Age for 3 villages, or you could wait until Imperial and get, what is it, 10 plus a 10% increased permanent gathering rate? That sounds busted. But you'd have to wait until, like, 30 minutes. Maybe more. I think Lash is way too complacent here, by the way. He's rushing Imperial, and I'm not sure why. I think you could have actually just attacked out with Mastodonzos, funnily enough. Just a handful of Javs. I guess it's a bit of a gamble, and this is kind of ridiculous. I really don't think he wanted Weepy Pals. They're just sitting here. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, Weepy Pals, when you rush Imperial, is the worst thing to kind of roll if your opponent has an army. Because you have nothing to defend them. $2K olive oil right there. Do you think they offer refunds? If I went back to my local convenience store, what do you think I could get for this? Like, does it come with a guy who speaks Mongol on it? I might bump up the price. No, because then we're technically dealing in human trade. Well, first there was the comments earlier, now we're into that. Anyway, dude, this is getting so demonetized. Bara. Okay, so Lash ramping up. I mean, that is going to give him a lot of military flood. That's also going to be great once he has farms. And notice I said once because he literally has 0 farms right now. I don't think Malians rushing Imperial has as much value as Mongols. Especially when you do it this much later. You're 16 worker kills behind. Your Fulani's value has pretty much been offset, especially when you consider that the Kaganet Palace is giving 3 units. Yo, Sass, are you subscribing to me and Micah's 13.5-minute Imperial build? I think Lash is struggling from classic Malian no-activity brain, where they just sit there and expect the game to be a win because they can suddenly flood troops. Like, when he saw the trigger on Imperial, probably would have been worth trying to actually do some damage here, considering Mongols are also the worst civ at defending. This is wild. Collectively between them, they've only just cracked 100 villages, and they're both an Imperial. But look how much better Miyamika's army is, man. It's not just the color palette. Legitimately, this is a scary army. The Magadai haven't been Giga upgraded yet, funnily enough. I actually think Miyamika needs to remember that because he has got step readout. He should really be getting elite. But the Keshiks are elite. And I believe he also got step lancers. No, he skipped step lancers. Yeah, so the tech choices aren't ideal here from Miyamika. Also weird that you'd prioritize level... Oh, actually, I guess that's kind of fair, right? Blacksmith level 2 is 350, whereas elite tech is 1,000. But very important to have here. I also just noticed he hasn't been spending the stone, which is even crazier. Yeah, he built the Uvu all the way over here. I mean, it would have been worth dropping a stables, because you built one over here randomly anyway, to get double production going. I think at this stage, actually, you just get improved bounty. This would be sick. Yeah, this is the perfect thing to go for. Go improved bounty, and then probably like additional torches is worth it. You can afford that with this much stone. It looks like instead he's going to be adding in the stables now. Really, really think it's actually better just to get the bounty. It pays for itself so quickly. And there's plenty of things to burn in the space, right? Houses, the ranches. Easy targets as well. I can't believe this game, man. The wee piles are in. Boom, baby! Oh my god. Move to the next one. Move to the next one. Boom! Okay, I've got some mutual timeouts to do after this. Just go for the ranches. Like, just ranch each of them once. And you're good to go. We do have precision training coming in. I'm questioning precision training when you're building mass Musafadi now. The Magadai are creep. No! The vision from the wee bow! Oh my god! That's game. This is over. The nested bees as well. Everything is just coming together. And now you can just kite him out, right? Magadai, remember, they're drive-by units. They don't need to stand still to shoot. Nested bee shots comes over, and it's going to be curtains closed. Game number 1 going to Mio, Chad. Fear the meow meow. Holy crap. That was a crazy game 1. And that was only game 1. Alright, oh, that's that. So you guys need your timey-wimey outsy wowsy for 5 minutes, don't you? Here you go, let me help you guys out. So Don gets his 5. Okay gets his 5. I am not above the laws, you know? Gotta follow what the people want. Oh, that's incredible. Dude, this series, like, based on game 1 alone, I want to upload this series. I think I'm going to start experimenting with uploading the whole series, is what we're going to do. So, game 1, Malian versus Mongols. I mean, it's usually just expected to be a really good matchup for Mongols. Usually not because of that particular playstyle, but well played. I can't run ads because ads just ran. But sorry, Zuba02, otherwise I'd click it. Yeah, apologies, folks. I can't control when they want to pop up those ads. Was a Malian win loss feels bad? It varies week to week, right? So, like, the statistics are broken down per week, so it's a little bit hard to give them, but you can check them on AoE4 World. Obviously, this week we don't really have the raw statistics, but last week, the win rate was 55% with 9 picks. So, reasonable. Remember, that was including a loss for that grand final game that was wild. So, let's get ready for game number 2. Let me pull up me and Micah's account. I reckon Lash did he choose Archipelago? Or was that... I mean, it doesn't matter. You're going Chinese here, right? And Mio's probably going to have to react with English. No, he goes Pigeons View. Okay, that's crafty then, because you can bait out, like, either your opponent has to pick the English or pick, what, Zhuji? And then you still have China, which should be good against both. It's going to be Jean versus Byzantines, though. A tricky matchup for Jean, actually. You can win by baiting your opponent into the wrong unit comp. You just want to force him to build Limitane and be building archers. I still, like, I remember Killjoy done that at King of the North. I still think it's the best strategy. One sec, just need to send a message. Alright, one sec. We'll be in game in 30 seconds. Alright, there we go. Alright, hop in the game now. Honestly, I don't know what to expect after that first game. 13.5 minutes Imperial. Both players in Imperial pre-20 minutes. Let's see what entertainment the boys have got in mind for us next. We are in midweek muster number 7 here. Round of 32. And a tight one at that. Mio Micah is taking the early lead. But Lash may have a quick strike back here. Byzantines into Jean. Kind of a dream. Unless Mio Micah can find a weird way of making it a nightmare. I will warn, Mio Micah can get a little bit awkward when he doesn't have a clear plan with Jean. We've seen this in previous weeks where it hasn't really had substance to it. And he pretty much just keeps doing the same thing and loses, right? Like, I think it was maybe not last week, the week before, where he had a game where he lost the initial exchange and he just kept building knights into a losing comp, right? So I think this is going to be a matchup where he'll either take a very swift lead or he'll just fall behind almost immediately. Sheep count's going to be really important on the opening for him. Already got 10 to work with, 10 on the other side as well. Remember, the Byzantines have a few different strategies here. You can play H2 with Longbow plus Limitane. It's actually really good into Jean, because you can snipe out Jean very easy with your Longbow mass and Limitane beat knights. But the alternative is you can go for the Kata build. Rush H3. Cataphract's pretty good as well. They can snipe Jean. They can also just kite away from the fight. And the Gulps, you pretty much outdo Chivalry. Keep in mind, Mio Micah, if he reveals level 2 range Jean before Lash builds a Merc unit, it's also going to be like a double death feeling. Because this is the interesting thing. Like, Byzantines can kind of hold you hostage on your choice. Because if you commit to range Jean, they can go Javelins. And if you commit to melee Jean, they can go for Longbows. So it's kind of a pick your poison and we can wait situation. I think that's actually what makes it really hard for Jean to play this. Because realistically, a Byzantine player can hold his mercenary choice. Is it optimal for timing attacks? No, but you can hold it. Can a Jean player really hold level 2? I know, there won't be Gambler on this series. We should have upcoming series that will have Gambler on again for. In fact, just checking the schedules. Because I believe we might have maybe another set coming today. I'll check in on it. Kiljadi said to Beastie, JD is a hard counter to Byzantines. Yeah, that's because he had like a really good bait and switch game. So the way that Byzantines can get countered by Jean is a Byzantine player realistically should not have vision on the map. Because you should be able to starve him, right? because you have knights. So the way that you can beat Byzantines is like they need to build spears because you have knights. So what you do is you build like 3 or 4 knights. You raid around the base. You force more and more Limitanei to get built. All the Limitanei get built. And while they're doing that, you build 3 archery ranges. And you flood archers. And then you don't reveal the archer play until you got like 40 of them. Right? You just keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And just before they try to tech up, you go in. And then you crush them. Giljadi's used this strategy before. It can work, but it's also a bit of a bait and switch. Because if your opponent does actually scout at all what you're doing, it fails. Let's speed this up a little bit for the other game. Jean is building this up on her own, which is why it's so slow. So that'll be an immediate level 2 for Mio. Nemo Lash does need to consider a forward outpost if he wants to stick on the gold here. 3 on gold suggests he's not rushing castle. This could just be for the techs in the early game. Because you want to be thinking about like blacksmith techs, right? Like if longbows defend, you can build into steel arrow. We are going to get Limitanei as expected here. The second level of Sistine is being connected in. Moment of truth. What are you giving us, Mio? This has to be melee. Okay, we're in danger territory. Lash hasn't chosen a contract yet. And now if he just waits, he gets a freebie. Because now you just go javelins. This is my issue with range John over melee John. Unless you guaranteed know your opponent has got lombos instead, this doesn't feel good. We better get the snipe. Missed opportunity there. Actually, Lash, if he used the Akrotoy, he wouldn't lose any villages to this. Could have pulled away in time, potentially. Instead, probably wants to save it for the night raid, because Akrotoy will also stop you from dying in 2 hits to a knight. There we go. Merc House now going to be on the way. And that is guaranteed going to be javelins now. So Mio now just has to outskill with knights, or make that archer switch. Looks like we might be getting that switcheroo. It's just the blacksmiths. Nice use of the Limitanei there. Just bought a little bit of time for extra olive oil. Not enough, though. 4 javelins is enough to scare away Jean. She won't be able to fight that at all. So once the javs are out, he can get back on the berries or back on the gold. He has to choose one or the other. You could realistically split 2 javs, but what then happens is that you'll just lose villages because Jean will ignore the javelins. 4 javelins is a real threat to Jean because remember, she has no ranged armor, she's 225 health. Those javs do 12 damage each. So each flurry of attacks is almost a quarter of your health. Wait, he went longbows. Nani? I'm a little bit perplexed. I mean, it's not that longbows are bad here against shot. It's just you feel a lot better with javs into ranged. It can still work, right? Because if you get up to like 15 lombos, you still outgun her, you outrange her so well that she will just die either way. Okay, so this makes a little bit more sense then. He wanted to do the 1-1-1. So yeah, so like Lash, if he wanted to go for like a castle timing, you go Limitanei plus javs, and that just defends you, right? But if you want to play Feudal Age, you build all 3 of the triangle. So now the stables units are going to counter the archers you're expecting. The lombos will block any sort of switch into spinman that Jean could try against that. And then you got your Limitanei to block knights. And the cool thing about this build, I think it's been growing a little bit in popularity recently, is this build, it gives you a lot of premium while playing the Age. Like realistically, the horseman is the weak point because you don't have better horsemen. But you're still getting 2 units which are the best at what they do, or one of the best, right? You get Limitanei, you get lombos. Is it necessary? I don't think so. I almost feel like Lash might be worried that his opponent is doing 2 TC, which wouldn't be too surprising for a Civ like Jean. I mean, in fairness, Mio is already 3 villages ahead. A lot of that is mitigated, though, by the Sistines. It's 14% buff rate, right? So you basically are even, actually. Oh, but not now. Big raid hit. Mia Micah gets on the back there. An Akrotoy. Well, that was very late, actually. Didn't really make a difference. That was... Okay, you're vile, man. Do you guys just see what Mia Micah done there? This is really important. he attacked the house intentionally to ripple the pings. So Lash would just get ping, 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 ping until it would stop, and or rather, it continues and he's just not thinking about it. And then you hit with the knights, and Lash's brain is like, oh, it's just Jean hit my house. It doesn't matter. That was sick, actually. So gets another eco kill, injures a few as well. Mio's positions isn't terrible. We do now have the archers coming through. Ones if you think Lash is going to win this game. Twos if you think Mio's going to take it. Threes if you smugly know already. Don't spoil it for everyone. Outpost is going up. I think Lash might just look for castle now. Did he scout out what's happening yet? No, he sent a horseman lonesome through the woods. Hasn't moved a scout out to check on this. If he knows about the archer transition, then that's when you like contemplate just building double outposts and going up. But that would give me a ram timing. It's hard to lose with Biz. So that's why everyone's maining it now. It is a pretty damn good civ. Nice again. Did he catch villagers out here? He just chipped another 2. Like, we look away for a second, and all of a sudden, Mio is just extending his lead. Apologies, folks. I mean, these are picks that you wouldn't really expect to happen, but the reason it's happening is because Lash doesn't have an outpost here. So he just keeps getting jumped through the tree line. This is the tricky thing about Highview. Yeah, now he has a scout here when it's just a scout left. Mio, in a pretty cozy position at this stage. Weird that he's built this blacksmith, we still don't have any techs coming out yet. Because he was building one here and then cancelled it, right? And we do have the arrow slits, so it looks like Lash does need to consider his own blacksmith play or attack. He already has it down. We're probably going to be seeing him rush undermesh here. Very good against the archers, because remember the Limitane, the way it works is they get damage reduct first, and then they remove the extra damage from the ranged armor. And exclamation mark announcement is not going to tell you what the announcement is, because I haven't made the announcement yet, which is why you have to hang around. Look at that. I get you to hang around to the end of the stream, because you don't know when the stream ends. You want to know what's coming next. There's no way Lash tries to play the H, right? You do get longbows gradually, right? And he is adding in groves. I feel like Lash is just going to camp. Lash is sometimes a little bit defensively oriented, right? It's not bad to build more units to protect yourself, but like I think there was probably a clean-cut timing to try and tech here with little threat to you, especially with the production speeds. But what he's going to do instead is adding a lot of groves, playing it safe on the high ground, not even going for the deer in the back, right, even though he's got walled in. Not even trying to go for these extra berries, even though you could just outpost to get them. So it's going to be a little bit slower for him, but, you know, long term, does this really hurt? No, because those olive groves are going to be really effective for the Grand Winery. And the system levels are just going to basically remove the loss of villages, essentially, right? Because you'll have so much extra efficiency there. And weirdly enough, Lash is going for siege engineering. Wait, does he really think he's ahead? Ahead from a defensive standpoint, yes, but in the mid, I'd say this is a little bit premature. He does already have his ranged upgrades, which is the most important thing. I don't like that Mia Micah is just so chill, though. It's just a bit tough at this stage, and he chooses castle. Does this feel like a bit of a throw? I think he's expecting Byzantine to go castle, so he's just trying to get ahead of the fire here. It's not the worst of ideas. He'll have the veterancy for archers, right? But, I mean, Lash, now that he's getting all this extra breathing room, the extra olive groves come in, Lombos can add up fast here. You're not going to get Jean to level 3 unless you go for Sacred Sites. I think where Miyamaka can make this work is if he immediately drops a Monastery and goes for Relics, just to inflate his lead. The question now is whether Lash, when he hears the tech up, does he rush? Wait, why are we... These aqueducts hurt me to my soul. Props to you if you can figure out why. Night Raid coming in. Villagers are going to get found. The Limitane being ignored at this stage. Wait, the villagers... Wait, did that actually just work out for it? Well, it was going to until he walked back into it. Lash, by walking south side, he basically blocked himself in the spears. But then, the pathing screwed him. So more villagers being lost. Me and Mike are the one that teched up, but also the one that attacked is now 10 villagers ahead. We may have a 2-0 on our hands here. Mio is blind though. Wait, me... Loses most of the knights there. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, it looks like, yeah, Lash, I think he intentionally drew him over to look here by using those 2 horsemen. He's got the pincher, and now remember these knights don't have an out. In fact, if Lash quickly builds a short wall, it would be full entrapment. Still just be the horseman chasing this down. You can tell by the way that Lash was going in for a feudal kill because he built trapezites, which is very odd. Remember, that's the one that gives the increased spear increased torque damage to all units nearby. Spears, horsemen, everything. Akratoid. Nice uses of it there. Wait, was that even Akratoid? No, it was just a failed lance charge. So Mio now down to just 2 knights. When he... Oh god, he's got royal bloodlines coming, no! Oh, this is a little bit painful. Veterancy for archers will be more delightful. Lash is looking to reach up now. Castle Age should be on the way shortly. I say as he invests in 5 more Limitane. I think it's going to attack. What do you guys think about this attack? Do you like it? From Lash? It's pretty ambitious at this stage, but then again, me and Micah did just dump over 1,500 resources of knights. What with that dive? Gonna move in now. So Lombo's exchanging before the veterancy of archers comes in. Remember, Jean is also here. He can go for an immediate snipe. She has to move away. In fact, Lombos are in range now. Mio, what was that? He formation shuffles it. That should be a snipe, Jean. So no level 3 coming through for Mio. Army looking underwhelming. I think we've got a strike back in game number 2. GG gets called. We will see a 3rd game to see who will be going through to the round of 16 up against either Dumu or Road. Stay tuned to find out who. That was very slow, but escalated quickly at the end, right? Pretty nutty one, actually. He lost because he didn't get Scout? I'd agree. I mean, his knights were playing without Scout, right? He went pretty blind. It did get sniped earlier, in fairness. Why is French going Expos? Because he's expecting either Caliphrax or Vrangin, because he's expecting Byzantine to go Castle. He's just trying to prep for the late game comp that Jean wants to always play into, which is Mass Arbitrary. Okay, so, 3rd game. Let's have a look. Let's see what we're getting. So it looks like we are going to get, yeah, Chinese Yuji. Pretty much what you'd expect here. I would have been shocked if it was anything else. I mean, like, what do they have left? I mean, I guess that is a little bit wild, right? We have a series where Delhi just didn't get picked. Which isn't usual, but it's the Jean pick, right? The Jean pick makes it so you can't really pick Delhi, even on a map like Hy-Vee where they're really good. So, mark that up. Left side win. Hop into game 3. And yes, be careful with the Midweek Muster Liquipedia pages. If you check them, they might already contain spoilers. While some of our series are live, some are live cast from recordings. Right? Now, hold on a second. What? Cow beat Cat. Because Cat got DQ'd. I don't know what happened there. Cat, for some reason, didn't play. So Cow is through. What? Okay, well, whatever's up with Cat, I hope he's alright. That means Cal and Voldemort are going to be clashing. Voldemort can't gamble on Twitch. He's a kid, dude. Cal has made it to the round of 16. That's an improvement.
Oh, man.
Just enjoying my protein works. All right, let's get ready. I'm going to hit the speed up. Oh no, it's the closest we can get to a mirror midweek master. China versus Yuji. I don't know what a map. Well, at least it's not going to be one Civ stomping the other, as usually feels the case when the Asian Civ comes out against anything else. Miyamika, of course, in his coveted Juji, lashing the Chinese. I mean, Miyamika, if he could, would have preferred to have used Juji on a land map. You just can't when Archipelago gets drafted. I think it's kind of a tough one for him. Lash. Can we just agree Lash is a little bit of a psychopath on this map? You guys remember the game against Beastie, right? Where he just kept going and going and going. And even when it looked over, he almost looked like he was going to find a way back in. That was the ridiculous game where he tried to just rush Imperial's English on his starting island. Bonkers matchup to watch. Kind of curious to see what we're going to get in this one. Because this one should be, I think, more even on skill level for Water. I don't think Miyamika has really hit that threshold yet there. Lash obviously does reasonably well, but isn't there either. It's not like we're dealing with Lucifer or Vortex. Like this person that almost just does it flawlessly unless you force mistakes. So it should be an entertaining series. Funnily enough, actually, for a while, it was felt that Juji had an edge over Chinese in this matchup because of Tang Dynasty with Meditation Garden. Gets you a quicker tech up timing because it's cheaper, and then also gets you resources, right? Medi Garden isn't great on this map, though, folks. You can go for one over here. It's probably the best you're going to get for the food plus the wood, because otherwise it's just gold. Meanwhile, the other thing to keep in mind that changed with this matchup is Imperial Academy just got better since the start of this year. For some reason, they made the taxmen cheaper to produce, which actually made the conversion point of getting into Imperial officials a lot better for China. Jesus, Faye. What is this? Like, how are you not streaming, Faye? He's been waiting at your stream for days. Days! He's been waiting weeks to see you play in Midweek Muster. Yeah, Faye has already said she probably won't ever play in the Midweek Musters because she has the most degenerate sleep schedule imaginable. And the majority of players we're seeing are European. Although, admittedly, the majority of players we're seeing make Grand Finals Renee. So tech up's complete. We can just keep hitting the fast forward for the moment here. In the early game, it's just going to be the initial boat opening, and Miyamika already lost that fight. He's going double archership against Junk. So the only play you have here is to raid. Love that from Lash. He's just going in to check if there's anything there yet. Got to be a little bit paranoid here. You know, yes, you can see into the stealth wall of fishing boats, but it's a little bit reduced as well. Mio, was he expecting an attack? Wait, what was he expecting here? There's no way someone would open double demo. That's kind of insane. I'm a little bit confused. Oh, what? Meow meow? What are you doing? Is he doing the... Is this the Red Bull Wallow legacy strategy? I remember consulting Magic about this and how valuable this could be. Mass archerships. What? That's kind of crazy. Demo's following this up from Miyamika. This is a wild strategy, right? The idea is you clear the Springolds or get them low enough the demos that the archer ships finish them off. Whether it works or not, I'm not entirely convinced. I feel like one archer ship can shut this down. This is pretty crazy, actually, from Meow Meow. I mean, at this stage, at least just consider blacksmiths, right? Because remember, Steel Dagger is huge here. It's a 6 damage increase. Oh, sorry, 5 damage increase. Has he revealed it yet? I don't think Lash has fully seen what he's up to. He's about to. He also didn't scout where the fishing spot is. No, Mio! He didn't scout the fishing! He sees it now. I don't think he knew, though. That would have been so sick if it wasn't seen, right? The double demo would hit the Springle chips, and you just wipe him. Fishing boats pull away. Lash on point with his fingers there. And now Mio's like, okay, that didn't work. I'm going to have to put Springles. After all that, really? Oh, my God. Lash now up to 4 taxmen, so plenty of extra gold is going to be coming in the coming minutes. That's something that me and Micah cannot contest on. So what will likely happen here is, like, you kind of have to now switch archer ships. I think this is now becoming intentional for Mio. Because if he went for anything else like demos, like, you're expecting China to build mostly demos. That's what they're best at doing. They outmass you there. So he's kind of playing into the counter and maybe trying to look for the better trades where the archer ships can technically outrange Springles by 0.5 tiles. This technically, in reality, though, the reality of these fights is you'll always end up losing into the Springles. This is crazy. If Mio executes this flawlessly, I could see it working. But the issue is because he's not really playing the balanced comp, there's so many points where it could just go wrong. This could be one of them. This is very early to try and attack a dock. Awkward as well, right? Like, if you mass archer ships to kill a dock, it's not very effective. Springle ships are. Got villager pick, but whoa, hold your horses, son. This is a little bit deep. Lash. Demo's coming out there, but he doesn't rally it. He fumbles. Mio able to recover quickly. Meanwhile, on the east side, the archer ships have been caught. Greedy Mio hang around there. He was busy dealing with the dock, right? So he was busy trying to actually pull away from that demo. Didn't pay attention to his archer ships. And now Lash, check this. It's the blocker play. No way. This is a definitive move. The only way that this doesn't backfire for Mio now is if he goes to the Eastern Island. Barbican drop coming in, which, remember, can actually snipe the transport ships due to the fact you can garrison inside it. Transport ships that are usually quite durable won't feel that way against defensive emplacements. Mio has to make his move soon. Alright, the tree line's already getting a little bit too thin. Usually players try to make a move around now. That preemptive strike by Lash is genius though, right? Left him weak on economy. The question now is whether it's going to cost him too dearly. Mio has started to mop up the docks. More are being built up on the east side though, so Lash trying to prep a defense. We do have a little bit of stone gathering coming in, so we might be seeing some naval arrow slits. Mass demo pump also coming through. Mio Micah though has so many archer ships. Are you kidding me? Like, this boy's dancing deep. It just feels... It feels like Lash needs to basically out-micro in this fight big time, right? Get like 8 demos to 10 demos and dodge all the archer ships like your Neo. Oh, big connect there, though. 2 Shroomers taken out. We do have naval arrow slits coming in, so Lash is going to use that as defense. It makes so much sense, in particular against archer ships. These units won't be able to trade into boats, into docks, rather. Speaking of boats, boats. Demos doing pretty well. Fishing boats are in the wrong place at the wrong time here. I think Lash actually would benefit from just setting up a dock over here, moving his eco entirely away. Lash now coming in. A clash from Lash, where he has got a decent number of springled ships, and you just see why archer ships don't work against this. Mio just lost so much in that engagement. He's got a second wave brewing behind this, but this is ugly. Mass archer ships, a cool idea if you can find some economy to kill, but I think the issue in this game for me and Micah is that he never peeled off a few extra archer ships to go hunting again, looking for the fish. The fact that his opponent still had all that gathering is why he's still alive here. Mio now is going to try to go back to that hunting of fishing, but the difference, look at it. They are much closer than they were just 2 minutes ago. And me and Micah did have small ships. He only had like 3 though. Meanwhile, Lash had I think 7. Just shows you how much of a difference they make. How much more effective they are. Especially when you consider they get the extra 45 damage, right? So you hit for 80 into a unit that only has 300 health. Speaking of that 300 health unit, there is going to be an interception on the fishing. Lash? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He doesn't lose a single one. This is now tilting. And we have got the docks, and he's now discovering it all. This is going to be so demoralizing. First, you see this island, and now that Neo's seen this is the point where he's going to go transport ship time. Yep. He's like, oh, okay, I see. We're going expansion island. Good idea, bro. I'm running out of wood. I need to move. I'll do that too. Watch how wrong this could go. Our ships are moving around now. The Barbican is already in place. Arch ship also arriving on the fishing in Miyamika. And Lash, he just saw it. He knows the transpo is coming, and he can look to intercept here. No, Mio, no! He brought him here!
Oh, no.
And there's nowhere to go. There is nothing on the map now for Mio. He's going to try to pull south side. Boats are coming in there as well, though. And you're going to feel the jaw of the lion snapping. Closed here. Transport ship seen. Does get away quick enough. Now the idol on the fishing, forcing the fight to the north enclosure. And the transport ship snitches. Oh no. Could he get the landing? He actually theoretically could, guys. There's nothing here. Right? Lash kind of made a whoopsie. He wasn't producing military vessels or holding them in reserve in this area. North side, looks like the army is going to have to rally up there. Lash has a lot of small ships at this stage. Transport ship is going to slow down the reinforcements with the A-click. The villagers are going to hop off here. However, one villager is rushing up an outpost. And Mio is a little bit blind in this area. Trade on the water in the meantime, Mio does get a good hit. And Lash was up at about 12 of these war junks, now down to just 8. So a good start. There is some hope. A cancel on the outpost there as it turns into an outpost race between the two. Mio does get the first one up. But, I mean, honestly, Lash at this stage just build an archery range. You have Zhug. Remember, he went Song Dynasty already. Push. No! That wasn't it! Mio, he tried to bring 2 extra transport ships for villagers. Oh my god, and he's going to press him now. Mio needs a demo play to recover this right now. But he may be lacking in the resources to do so. Lash going to keep chasing, and on the south side, he finds him! Demos not needed. Transports are down. And that is a catastrophic loss. This is over. Second group coming in. Fireworks to end this one. Mio Micah is too far behind. Lash will turn it into a reverse sweep. A 2-1 score to beat out the Vietnamese prodigy. And now, a showdown with either Dimu or Road to happen in the round of 16. 6 series. Let me know what you guys thought about this. Let me know if you prefer the series getting uploaded as one like this. Crazy opening game, but a crazy switch up as this went on. And well mustered by Lash. The question I have for you guys is Mio Micah ever going to make it quarterfinals and beyond? We keep seeing him take good starts in these series, but it never seems to come together as it goes on. I'll have to see in the future. Hopefully, future, that you'll be watching. Make sure you're subscribed, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Dimore Road. Oh, Chuckle, don't be like that. No one has won that yet, you cheeky git. So let me just do that quickly. No offense, homie. Yeah, come on. I was fair to you in your Wham series, sir. You thought BC didn't want to play because he could lose points, and he lost points, and he's not playing this week. So yeah, there you go. What did I play before AoE4? My main was probably before AoE4 Dota 2. I played loads of games over the year though. I'm quite a diverse gamer. I don't just play one game at a time. So I'll put 2-1 up there for Lash. Let me check what the state of the series is, if we've got another live one coming up. Because I think... Yeah, so we've got 1, 2 that have been scheduled for tomorrow. We could check the replays for some other series. Trying to think which ones of these could be potentially close. Who won yesterday? Well, you can check the VODs, mate. You play SC2? No, not really. I played through the campaigns. Never really got into the 1v1 side of things. Enjoyed the arcade a lot. But I played plenty of games over my 31 years on this planet. And RTSs was a big bread and butter part in my my youth. Had a chance to play Space Marine 2? No. I'm going to be doing that after we've built this new PC on Thursday. That's right. When we build this new PC on Thursday, this kick-ass PC, I'm going to be playing through that over the holidays. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, I'm so pumped for this, man. God tier PC. Need a decent build? I want peak build. No more GIF lagging on screen. Exactly. So... I'm wondering if we... I mean, we're at what? 4 hours? I'm wondering if we have like a little bit of a short stream today. It's a bit weird with the round of 32, right? We're not guaranteed to get loads of them scheduled on today quick enough. And it's also like... Sometimes you just get like the more stompy matchups done on the day, right? Because I think Puppy Ball needs to schedule his series. Cat Cow was sadly a default win for Cow. Liquid Dumu versus Road is tomorrow. BM Jerticler, I believe, is tomorrow. Starflock and Avako, I think, happened. Fox Antime versus Hosin happened. We've done MSN versus M7. I think Scarlet Devil and Lemonos hasn't been scheduled yet. I'd have to double check that. Saskorat has not been scheduled yet, I'm pretty sure. LuMT versus Red Darkside happened earlier. We've done Duo Trackle. Kiljadi Marco Tambi, I don't think has been scheduled yet. And Mirad Fleece is scheduled for today, but it's scheduled at 11 PM my time. So we still have 5 hours. Cal's ATR through the roof, right? I mean, I don't know what happened there. I'm going to inquire behind the scenes. I probably won't let you guys know. So I don't even know what I'm telling you. No, we're observing for him. New future. There is maybe Dragavan series. Wonder if that's worth having a look in on. What I say, it was Dragavan. Stopper, was the series a good one? Would you say? Or was it a little bit linear? I don't know if Scarlet Devil's the same Scarlet from SC2, but he's been around this scene for a fair while now. We could do Dragavan versus Stupor. Oh, I see what happened. Cat basically failed to tell us in time that he couldn't play in the next week. Yeah, guys, we're not high demand here. I don't think it's too much to ask to communicate that. We might penalize that. We'll see. Because the problem is when you do that, you basically ruin it for someone else who signed up who didn't qualify because you didn't communicate. It's a bit silly. Like I said, we don't ask much on comms. We just ask, confirm you're playing, and let us know when you're playing your games, and give us the drafts. That's pretty much all we ask. So it's pretty reasonable. Oh, to-do. Alright, sorry, I just had to send that about one of my influences. So, alright, I don't think Stopper's here anymore, so maybe... What do you guys think? Should we do Dragovan versus Stopper? Stopper. It's just the way you say it, man. It's like very Sean Connery-esque. Let me get the draft. Where is it? Alright, well, I can confirm, because Cat messed up, he just lost Elo, and Cow just farmed a bunch of Elo on that one. Yeah, like if you basically have to forfeit your series or whatever, like that's not on us. It will affect your Elo, which is reasonable. So what we'll do is we will... Let me get the drafts for Dragovan versus Stopper. Actually, do you guys want Dragovan versus Stopper, or do you want to see Hossein play up against Anatand? I'll let you guys choose. All those Louis Red Darksider. You guys are quite quiet today. Drag Stopper? Yeah, I feel like that one should be the closest. So let me update the details. And then we're going to have Atacama. And then I believe it was Hallowed Springs and Archipelago. Archipelago. Mamma mia. Alright, so let's hop in. Game number 1 is going to be French-Chinese. We've seen this quite a bit. Very French favored unless you do something different. Like Puppy Paw was very creative in the grand finals. So loading it up. We'll get in now. If I don't see more schedule, we might make this the last one. What's up, Matthew? Really helped save AoE 4. A lot of pros were leaving and the map pools got stale. Now we're seeing people like Vortex come back, new maps. Oh, thank you, man. I don't know if I can take all the credit on that. But it does help against the staleness. I'm glad people are enjoying it. Helps things evolve, get better. Alright, let's just hop in. Sorry, just catching up with things. There's a few messages coming through. By the way, guys, won't be the fun broadcast for me this week. I will be hosting both Saturday and Sunday for the final weekend of the 2v2 tournament. So you'll get stuck with plenty of me still. Yelling in your ears. Making you moan. Well, moan, no, that's not the wrong word. Making you annoyed. There we go. Huh? What? One grown man says making you moan, and you all get the wrong idea. Come on. You're moaning about there not being enough games. Well, I'm here to deliver. We've got another series from Midweek Muster number 7, the final one of 2024. Round of 32, it's Stopper in the teal playing as the French, going up against Dragovan in the purple as the Chinese. I feel like this is a pretty close series. Dragovan, a very unorthodox player. I don't think you can be too unorthodox in this matchup, though. You can't get out of line. Chinese versus French, none of these creative like proxy bases are going to serve you that well. I think you just have to play a clean escape build from Feudal, like we saw from Puppy Paw, actually, in the grand finals of Midweek Muster number 6. Stopper, on the other hand, it's all about execution. This really is kind of a skill-based matchup. If you both play it very skillfully, French will be favored, but you do have to execute cleanly. Whole idea is that as you scale more and more knights and more archers, what you can do is you can basically just gradually trade out the Juganu because the knights just keep absorbing all the shots while the archers win. Let's see if they want to go for that. With the 2x speed for the early game here. Beautiful playing catch-up. It's not a live game. We're casting the replays, but it is a live cast. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about this, actually, to hear from people. What is the stigma in people's brain about watching replays if they haven't seen the replay before? Because, like, my thought process on that is, like, if Drongo uploads a YouTube video, it's from a replay cast. I mean, I guess different environment, right? Twitch, live, and whatever. But I am kind of curious on that one. It does feel like people care a lot about whether the series is live. Which I can sometimes understand when it's like, you know, if it's a beastie game, you might have watched it on his channel or something like that. But Dragovan and Stopper don't stream too much, right? Stopper streams a bit. Dragovan, I don't think really streams more than maybe once a month for Duel. Yeah. So curious on what people's input is on that. Not trying to shame or anything, I'm just curious why it's like a grand deal in people's eyes. Is it the Gamba? Are you all that much of a Gambaholic? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, exactly. I knew it. God. What are you guys doing on Twitch? I think you'd like it on Kick by the sounds of it. How much... Alright, like, I've got a few people who stream in the chat, right? I'm curious. How much would it take that platform to pay you for you to actually go onto it? But yeah, like, by the way, Stopper, like, I really do think this is going to be a close one. I think Stopper's draft, we saw it, it's actually a pretty good draft. The other thing is that he actually is pretty competent at playing the game. Like, this just got said in chat that he casts a lot more, but guys, remember, we watched him versus Cat. Do you guys recall the week when we had Skarkard in? That was an absurd game. I can't believe how close it was with how bad his position was. Reese versus French. So don't write this player off. And it looks like we have got Pro Scouts on the agenda, right? Second Scout being queued up now. He hasn't queued up Pro Scouts, but 6 on gold suggests we're trekking towards it. Yeah, especially when we're taking the gap to make the Scout, it means you can actually afford to queue it up. And he has got double mills, so you can do Wheelbarrow and Pro Scouts. I'm not crazy about Wheelbarrow plus Pro Scouts, though. So, like, part of me is hoping he's not doing it. I feel like if you go Wheelbarrow, you shouldn't need Pro Scouts. You can just move out onto the map. And also, Pro Scouts is much better for defensive civs. If you feel the need to be defensive against China in the first 15 minutes as a French player, we really need to train you on how to fight. We're going to put you in a ring with Voldemar. These noodle arms. He's tall, but all you need to do is punch him in the shins. He'll come down. And then all of a sudden, you'll feel strong. Barbican now coming up. Oh my god. We're going for some old school heinous, I am not comfortable Chinese builds here. But we did say about the Zhuge build, right? And I think the Zhuge build has been the death cry of many a Chinese player so far. You open Horseman Spears and eventually go Zhuge. But French can annihilate that as long as they execute well. What we saw from Puppy Ball was a really cool build where I believe it was Spears, Horseman, and then he just went aggro and teched behind it, which was really sick. That was on Baldland as well, so kind of a comparative map, actually. Oh, sorry, did I call out Mike Ray Poker TV? Thank you very much, mate. If I didn't, appreciate the Prime sub 12 minutes ago. Apologies, we might have been glancing away at the screen at that moment. Thank you very much, though, mate. Appreciate the sub. Second villager going down, man. It did cost him a knight this time, but that's still now a 4 eco lead. Song is going to start to pull it in Dragovan's favor. But we have got Pro Scouts. Okay, I'm surprised. I guess his thought process is he doesn't want Dragovan to have any food. So he's snatching it away. And what? Oh, for God's sake. Not again. Last time he tried this, it was against a Civ that was building units that they would counter. And that was on Transhumans. But this time, on Transhumans, but this time, he's doing it against French Knights. Valdi, do we need to have the talk with Dragovan again? I think we do. So, something we really talked about before, like I mentioned it to Dragovan in person, we've said it like in the chat. And Voldemort, like we've talked about it as well. Dragovan has really cool, almost gimmicks, right? Like what he has is he has tactics. Yes, I'm doing that talk again. I think it's a really good talk actually. It's a really good way of explaining these things to people. What Dragon's doing right now is a tactic. It's not a strategy. There isn't the what's next, what's next. What does this lead to? What are you winning? Like, how do you get ahead? What's the play? I mean, he goes in with a clash into knights, but like realistically, the knights should be able to trade okay here. Does end up pinching one of them. He's going to microwave the injured horseman. I do think that Stopper's a little bit too greedy and loose here. I don't know why the knights weren't together. But at this stage, Stopper's like, okay, you're building horsemen, so I guess I'm just going to build more knights. But this is the thing with Dragon. He likes to do these cheeky tactics. And some of them, like, they actually have been thought out into a strategy. I remember the Chuck Francis game, for example, in Highview, where he massed horsemen in a hidden location to enable a dive onto an opponent who wasn't really going to have a counter because he was going multi-TC. But this is very different. This is one TC French building mass knights. The horsemen don't beat that. So this proxy base is... I don't think it's been worth it. I get the concept of what Dragonman wants to do with these type of bases, by the way. It's like, it hides your intent. It hides your play. So you can't get counter-united because your opponent doesn't know you're doing it. The problem, however, is like, this is much more effective when it has a bigger impact straight away. Like, horsemen don't really have a bigger impact the same way that, like, hiding 30 archers and revealing them would, right? Very different. And now we see Stopper coming in with his reaction. Spearman being added in. He built an archery range, so, I mean, congrats, you did force him to spend 150 wood, but he didn't build a single unit out of it. And yeah, that's a well said way as well by Voldemar. Like, I do think that some players would benefit from learning some certain things from Dragovan about his ideas, but because I think there are a lot of examples where people play the matchup too safe and then they just lose it slowly, right? And we're talking like top 16 players. It's happened so many times where we've seen it. It's like, this is a counter matchup. Okay, well, if it's a counter matchup, do something different. That's where these ideas that Dragoman has make sense. But we literally watched yesterday how China can play into French. He has it right that you go spear and horseman and you try to raid. But the way he done it was very gimmicky. And now, because of his positioning, it feels really weird. You're not scaling more army to defend at home while a small group raids. Everything looks a bit out of position. While you're also going 2TC. That does feel sinful here. Stopper is scaling knights, and at this pacing, he'll either get a kill point or he'll get an attack. You at least have Spearman coming in, so it's going to make it very hard to dive him. He goes in for Clash anyway. A little bit ambitious there. Stopper doesn't even have undermesh. He shouldn't really be going underneath the TC like this. Should have built barbecue in the fort base and send an eye. Oh no, please stop. You're hurting me deeply. Guys, I know what it is. When Dragovan practiced on this map, he used spawn together, not spawn random. And he was so used to spawning next to the sacred site that he felt out of place being all the way over here. So he was just trying to fix it. And we do have the Juke now. Oh no. What do you think, Voldemar? Do you think playing Mass Juke in Age 2 is winnable? Like, actually, everyone in chat, do you think playing Mass Juke like this in Age 2 against French Knights works? If you and your opponent are equally skilled, right, at the highest level, you want me to come cast with you? I mean, you could. Have you got better things to do, Voldy? No? Alright. I mean, we haven't got the game open. You'd have to catch up. We're not pausing the timer. You think I've got time to go add this in Adobe Premiere and edit it? Whew. I mean, Dragoman is intercepting with the Horseman, which is a good start, right? It's slowing down the all-in timing. And he kind of needs this while going 2TC. You take half my salary? Wow. I mean... Yeah, sure, mate. 50% of $0 is yours. He thinks I get a salary. Does he not know what esports is? Burn on the wall now coming in. Dragovan, where are the spears? Oh, they're on the other side of the base. They're coming, but they're coming a little bit slow. Wait. Why didn't he seek shelter in the outpost? I mean, that's an expensive loss at this stage. The TC hasn't really paid for itself yet. So Stopper can just back off, look to do it again. A little bit overly ambitious. I think Stopper, he didn't need to commit to that. Once he saw the army coming, you just run away, happy and content with what you've done. We'll be able to now start to intercept the horsemen. So pokes them down. Does see the Zhug, but we've got Stopper prepping for a castle. Oh, yeah. He's repairing it, was he? Okay, yeah. So Dragovan wasn't paying attention. And now, Stopper, I think you just go castle with War Institute at this stage. And then you can just kind of dent into spears. Or you could just dent anyway. So the problem for Dragovan is, like, if he had all the spears in one location, maybe you could afford to stand there. He doesn't. He's got groups split off everywhere, guarding areas, not all being condensed to one location, and it's leading to this. Ugh. Spear count now down to 6. I mean, Zhug are counting upwards, but you know, without the spear defense, Knights just win that engagement. It is kind of crazy that Stopper's built this many spears, though. In some ways, he's kind of given Dragovan a better chance of defending himself, because now Zhug and New shred spears. But it is similar to the whole Knight issue before that we said, where the Knights will just absorb the blows. Difference being that obviously you won't have archers that are immediately trading out. Spears would have to gap close. Goes age up. He has no food. Not sure what he's doing. What? Dragovan? Gambling. He got out to here once without dying, so why not again? Wait, what? He doesn't even try to pull the board. He's literally walking across the entire map for berries. Hope he's not allergic. Knight's now clashing. We've just got mass outposts. He needs hand cannon slits for this to work, though. Double ram's going to clean it up too fast. Tech up complete. That's just going to make Stopper even angrier. He just waved a red cloak in front of a bull here. He doesn't really have the spearmen either. Villagers are going to go to garrison in, but if you just pull the rams across, these instantly get deleted. Instead, he goes after the TC. Villagers now with a repair. If the archers start to target that down, though, should be curtains closed. Right now, Dragon's entire eco lead and then some is idled up in the defenses here. And it's still not going to be out of the hole. It's still not enough. The knight count just too good. And Dragovan, weirdly enough, instead of queuing up crossbows now, he's making even more Zhug. I mean, mainly because he can't afford anything. But don't worry, guys. He's got the berries. Tutaru, here it comes. He's also got horsemen still not even committing to defense. Ah, this is over. Is there a Malian pick in this game? Because this is Donzo. Villagers are going to keep repairing. Archer can just pick them apart, though. Remember, he never got textiles. So Dragovan, you know, he's 10 eco ahead. Stopper's about to tech up himself. And that 10 eco ahead is now a lie. The Knights arrive, and they are going to thrive. This is a very odd game from Dragovan. I do wonder if in hindsight, he maybe would have went for the castle build instead. Most players will not attempt the 2TC here. He didn't really get that much with the 2TC, and it wasn't even that far away, which is crazy. Maybe it would have been better. Like, okay, so here's how you can potentially make this build work. The Barbican has to be a little bit further away. The TC goes here. You push the deer in. Everything is underneath double hand cannon slit. Very different game state. You had no hand cannon slits. No damage into these knights. And no chance from there. Game 1 goes to Stopper. Who would have seen that one coming? I mean, Stopper, like I said, talented individual, man. Shouldn't be written off easily. I know Dragovan gets a lot of screen time here, but Stopper, he does well for himself, right? Like, if we check his rank on the ladder right now, he's ranked 70th in the world. Last season, 159th. Season before that, 695. He's improved quite a bit. He has a primary account ranked 70th. And then his other account, his primary, like as in his highest rank account with 43 games is 70th. Then his other account with 33 games is 123rd. Guy is capable. Right? You can't easily get away with these shenanigans against him. So we'll see what Dragovan has in mind. We still have at least one more game here. Probably going to be looking at Hallowed Spring. I don't know if, like, after what you just saw, do you really want to challenge Archipelago? Probably not. So yeah, it looks like we are getting Hallowed Spring. And it is going to be Roost Mongols.
That's a bit weird from Stopper.
So this is a little bit like Himiyama 2.0, or I guess 3.0, because we have the EGC Himiyama now. Wonder what he's thinking. Wait, I thought he... Oh, I thought he sent out a message. We'll get into the game in a sec. I'll switch it over now. Just need to send a quick message. Alright, yeah. My inbox hadn't updated. But he should have sent. So hopefully the guy responds quick enough there. Alright, let's get into it. Welcome one and all to the Hallowed Springs. We're back. Last time we saw this was in, I think it was in the September tournament we ran, right? Had a few plays. Hallowed Spring, or as I like to call it, Himiyama 3.0. Much bigger pond in the center. Sacred sites are located here as well. Trust me when I say Delhi should be a high pro ban if this map comes up. Stopper, ain't got the Delhi there. It's going to be the Rus. And Dragavan takes to the Mongols. Interesting choice here. Now, the reason I call this like Himiyama isn't just the central pond, it's actually the tree lines as well. Stopper, I think the idea of a Rus is taking advantage of this back tree line, but in terms of the others, you're quite exposed and forward. So there's a lot of resources that aren't safe to gather against aggro civs, which is why I think Dragavan went for the Mongol pick. Stopper's pretty good. Oh, yes. We were just talking about this. If you want to be part of the discussion, be sure to join us live. We do stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Stopper is ranked 70th in the world right now for Season 9. He has another account ranked about 120th. He's a very, very talented individual. Very capable. Only about 30 to 40 games on each because he does a lot of casting. But the fact that he's got that after that many games kind of says enough. So we're going to go 2 times speed for this early game. And he did actually move out to build, what? The hunting cabin probably more as he goes on. So he wants to keep the villagers in the area. So he just clubs the sheep down there. I don't know if I agree with this. Like, 10 villages out here. Is this some sort of mass wood gathering? Maybe 2TC play? Because it feels a little bit weird to have brought this many villages out for the food. I think what happened is Stopper just ran out of food. He's got a lot more sheep coming back now. Meanwhile, oh my god, look at the sheep haul. How does that even happen? I know it's 2 scouts versus 1, but Dragavan has only 8 sheep. Meanwhile, it is 22 for Stopper. And Dragavan is trying to supplement by going for fishing. Need more Golden Gate coming. With this amount of wood, with the gold location, I mean, you don't really need to touch it. This could just be fast castle. Now that your opponent has gone fishing as well, there's like no harassment on you. Because you can't rush racks, right? Like when you go fishing, you're not going racks. You can go racks into fishing, but not the other way around. It's too late. So Stopper is going to have no harass on him. We're going to keep fast forwarding because I think this is going to turn into a macro game. And I don't like Mongols for that. Wasn't this map in Drongo's FFA tournament? Maybe? However, when was the FFA tournament? Wasn't that October? So we still done it first. I don't know how long this map was released. This is a Caillou creation though. We checked out live on stream a few months back. And then we used it in one of our invitational tournaments we done in September. Which, unless there was like a Rising Empires or something that done before, I think that might have been the first, its debut. But yes, I do remember this being used in scrims for the Outback Octagon as well. So it's been getting a decent amount of playtime in tournaments of varying types. Deerstone coming in though. I mean, you could have went for Silvertree. Actually, I don't think Silvertree is viable in most matchups now. Especially with Roost Fast Castle, because they'll just go Horse Archers. Looks like Stopper is going to be going for Pro Scouts eventually here, right? Third Scout being added in. Stables as well. Probably because he needs to prep Pro Scouts here and pump an additional Scout. Likely we're going to see at least one Knight coming through. Is there a world in which this is simply so Stopper can just burn down the dock? It's not a bad idea, actually. And there you go. Pro Scouts is coming. Alright, 1s if you think Mongols are going to win this, 2s if you think the Rus are going to take it. Get your predickies in. Did Stopper beat Beastie yet? I don't know, someone's going to have to do the Beastie number. Can we watch normal speed? That's what we're doing. We're literally sped up for the early game. Because in the early game, you're literally just seeing players move villagers around to the resources and build their production lines. You're not really missing much at this stage. Dragavan, Stopper, both building the heavy cavalry. And the gold in the middle is not accessible. It's just aesthetic. Kevayu added it to look pretty. It does look very delicious, though. Kind of wish we could just lick it. Scout sniff this out. So good reaction. Dragavan is getting an outpost ready, probably anticipating the knights are coming. Which makes sense here, right? Either your opponent's fast casting or is knighting. Either way, he's eventually going to go for you. This is a good matchup here, but it's also crap Civ, so it's tough to say. Huh? Did you just call Roos? Sorry, did you just call... Oh, I forgot. I forgot. Always cursing is always trying to get Roos buffed. Yes. They're definitely not just like a top 5 or 6 Civ. Wink. This Roos fast castle build is really good right now, but it's kind of cool to see Stopper taking a different angle. He's pretty much just playing French again. Oh, that's brilliant. I think Stopper is that pristine example of someone who loves knights maybe a little bit too much. Pro Scouts are still yanking away the goodies. And no, that A-click. So he's snatching away from stuff that Dragavan actively needs, right? He needs to move out to these deer. He's got the fishing, but the fishing is limited. It's all shoreline fish in the center. I think you end up with, remember correctly, it's 4 per side. So 8 shoreline fish in tow. Not bad, 4,000 food. There's not a quick gathering rate if you want to use the fishing boats. A bit of poke here from Dragavan. The Knights could still win this, though. Yeah. And there you go. Good targeting. Scout even joining in. Gets the club down. So great micro there. Stopper gets the kill. And even with the heal, you can't like win this fight 2-on-2, right? Keshiks are weaker than Knights. Like quite a bit. Nice recharge there. Gets the maximum damage out. Stopper a little bit missed micro there. He didn't pull away quick enough. So Dragavan makes it a favorable exchange. It's 240 resources, or 200 resources lost. Killed 240, right? But when you look at the health bars afterwards, it doesn't feel great. Because you're immediately going to lose 2 units worth of 200 resources each. Stopper just so much deer still to gather. It's smart because it means his eco is never going to be exposed, whereas Dragavan has to take risks or build a lot of outposts to be safe. That's the value player Pro Scouts in the night spam. And also, because of the better gathering rate, as well as the gold you generate by gathering from food for Roos, it does allow you to remain a bit competitive with the shoreline fish, which is substantially worse than deer. A bit of an outnumber here. I think Stopper just needs to get the boys together. Instead, though, oh no. Dragavan, his posturing is not going to work out, and he doesn't have the Yam nearby. He didn't build that outpost. Finally activates, but the chase is on here. More villagers to go down. If you just micro this right, you can take out an extra 4. A-clicks to club his way through. Can even hang around, right? Yes, there's an outpost with a little bit of damage, but it's more economy. And Dragavan is about to be behind. Oh my god. 7 worker kills with that move. At 9 minutes into the game. And he's still not done hunting. This is tricky, because now Stopper, he does lose some health there, but what he could do is just build a Rax. You add in 4 or 5 spears, the Keshiks can't dive, right? That's pretty brutal. We'll have to move out of range. That retreat might cost him an extra knight or 2 because of the movement speed of the Keshiks, but he's just vibing right now. Looks like he's going to end up losing 2 knights in the end. Both of them are trying to get cheeky with the micro. Where do you go from here? Is Dragavan? I mean, 2TC feels way too greedy. You could go fast castle with step readout. Is probably the best move you have on the table. Because the problem is, it's not just now that you're behind on eco. It's also, remember, this is an opponent that has got hunting cabins generating some gold, but he also has Golden Gate. Golden Gate is what's making this so good for him. One thing... Okay, yeah, he did get a wooded fortress. I was about to say, did he buff the wood? So he has also got the extra wood income. And we are seeing those spears. Stopper, he understands this build, man. The trade-off of throwing away that many knights is your opponent can just run in and just try to ape you with Keshiks. But Keshiks are weirdly bad at trading into spears compared to knights. You guys notice that? For a unit that only costs 40 resources less, it doesn't feel like it's, you know, 20% worse against spears. I want to say Keshiks usually feel like they're 40 or 50% worse against spears. Things are just made of paper. 145 health compared to 190. It makes sense when you think about the damage metrics, right? 28, so 25 damage per strike. Means you kill these guys in 6 hits. Meanwhile, a knight would take, what, 7 hits to kill? Or 8, actually, because you still have to get that final one. So 8 hits versus 6 to kill. It's actually crazy how much of a difference that makes. Because remember, what did we say? We said that, like, they're 20% cheaper. Or you could say knights are 20% more expensive. But by that calculation, knights are also 33% tankier. And also remember that although Keshiks heal, it doesn't really matter because you die too fast. What really matters is the fact that these knights have more damage than you. And although your attack speed is slightly quicker, it just doesn't really feel like it. Dive coming in here. Good news is the Keshiks can choose how they fight with the movement speed. I'm not sure if that's the way he wants to. Spears actually getting some good licks in. A bit of an ambitious fight for Stopper, though. I think he overextended. Yeah, needs to get out of here fast. I think he was a few spears short of the point where Keshiks looked crap. Was it 4 spears went in? Only 1 came out. Has pulled him out of range now. We'll look to re-engage. This is looking a lot better. Stopper waiting for that second little wave. Actually helped a lot. And Dragavan now without the Yam. Hard to just immediately micro back and away. He gets wiped. This is too many losses. Down to 6 Keshiks now. Stopper. Plenty more deers safely coming home. And Drag, I think he's probably just going to go for the castle. Yeah, he just cancelled the Magadai. So it will be an age-free play from Dragavan. Likely to get mirrored after the tech up is heard, though. Ooh-wee. I mean, the fishing is saving him from just being absolutely cooked. If he didn't have fishing, he would have already called it a day. But the fishing is also becoming inefficient and running out fast. Right? He built quite a few fishing boats here. So he's got about 1,300 food left. And then all of a sudden, you know, these 8 fishing boats, yeah, just remove them from the equation entirely. Stop it. Spears actually might give him a break in fast enough here. I think the trouble now for Dragavan is he needs to get crossbows and a lot of them. And that step readout just got built on a gold vein that only has 1,000 left. Has to be crossbows, though. I don't think anything else makes sense here. I mean, you can kite with Magadai in your own base, right? But Magadai won't kill knights fast enough, even when vetted. Those little baby Magadai are going to start showing up at least. But the undermesh there means they're only doing 1 damage. We finally do have blacksmith upgrades coming for Dragavan. Bloomery also on the way for Stopper. Double outpost here to defend, but Dragavan, he's just going Magadai. Bit crazy. Spears just run in with the 8 clicks. And Stopper, he's starting to save up. Still has more troops coming, but clearly wants to get towards Castle Age. And wait, Stopper? Okay, he doesn't even turn around with the spears there. The Magadai? Wait, Dragavan? Eh? I mean, weirdly enough, it kind of worked out okay. Magadai cheaper than Keshik, so losing 1 Magadai to save a Keshik, not bad. The high trade house is now in the way. Oh my dear God. Can I erase that from my eyeballs? Alright, get your numbers in, folks. That is a sad man's high trade house. Actually, little secret, it's really not. It's going to be pretty good. You think 92? We got any higher bids than 92? 92 going once. 92 going twice. Sold to the highest bidder. Apparently, my chat does not know how to do basic maths. You're meant to bid higher. Too late. Always Casting has bought it. And now we will assess the true valuation to see whether he... You're wrong! Wrong, wrong, wrong. 132 or 133 gold per minute. They never believe it. Remember, guys, most high trade house games, we're seeing it at like 10 minutes. So you've got tier 2. Stopper's probably at tier 3 bounty at this stage, right? Or like, well, usually you see like the high trade house either tier 1 or tier 2. Not tier 3 and tier 2, like I said, not always. So you have to equate for that. 133 gold. Now, with the tech up being mirrored, Stopper is going to go straight into crossbows. All of a sudden, Dragoman's army doesn't look very scary. He's mirroring crossbows. Wow, I have never, ever in the world of ever seen this meta before. Have you guys been seeing crossbows recently? The sarcasm is subtle. Wait, have we got Cal versus Voldemort today? Hold up. Why have we got to wait 40 more minutes for that? Heart punks? I need that in my veins now. A Scandinavian showdown. Is this Cal's weak? Is he going to annihilate everyone? But Stopper, of course, who is a god, as we're seeing in this series. Dragovan, a mere mortal, inhaling his presence. Cow is warming. See, when you say cow is warming up, I just got this picture of him standing in like an open field, like a cow would, with one of those warm jackets on. Right, you're picturing it now. You can't unsee it. Maybe chewing some gum, but to us it looks like he's chewing grass. Whoa! Keshik raid and Stopper unaware. But don't worry, folks. That's what the high trade house is for. It's like an insurance policy. He even built a hunting cabin. Remember, Dragovan is about to be out of fish. We're on the verge, right? 500 left here, 140, and 0 here. So he has 600 food left, and then his extra food eco is gone. Meanwhile, Stopper is going for the big blue blob. That's a French European Universes 4 reference. It's appropriate. He's basically playing French right now. Right, so Spear's moving in. Dragoman needs to hold fast here. He's got the Yam to try and kite it, but there's only so far you can go. And he's just getting munched on. Those Keshiks. I mean, the Spearmen just feel like the S tier unit here, right? The crossbows miss micro. They're hitting something they get no bonus against. Also a unit that counters the Keshik front line. And Dragovan is getting erased. This is happening right now. Stopper is coming for a 2-0. And he's gunning hard for it. He's into the economy now. Dragovan has to run for his life. Flee, peasants, flee. But where? Seek shelter. No, 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 run! To the bathroom and vomit. It's over. A 2-0. Dragovan will not even make it out of the round of 32 for the final midweek muster of 2024. Now, we have a slight preview of what's upcoming. Remember, Cat was a auto forfeit. He couldn't play this week. Voldemort beat Mars. My question to you guys is, who's going to win? Voldemort or Cow? Ooh. Wait, what? Suggest a poll? Lul? What are we suggesting a poll for? All right, I'm gonna share the message that I just publicly put to Cal. So we're gonna see if we can get Moo Moo Boy ready earlier. So I just asked him. There you go. Right. Can you see that on there? There you go. was like, this guy ready now or still need 45 minutes of motivational talks at himself in the mirror to be ready for the kid? So we're going to see if we can bait Cal into playing quicker. We're gonna lay some cow bait. Mmm. Delicious. Oh dear, oh dear. Where are you from in the UK? I am from the east. I'm from Suffolk. So technically I'm a tractor boy. Is what we're known as. But I don't have a farmer accent at all. My lovers? Yeah, good old Suffolk. We from Preston. Nice. Isn't Preston... I'm trying to remember where that is exactly. It's weird how good I am with, like, global geography and then, like, terrible with, like, a lot of my own country. Is it Midlands? Oh, let's have a look. Oh, wait, no, it's a little bit further north, isn't it? Well, it's... I mean, yeah, it's in... Yeah, it's north. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right, because I remember, because I had to go up near there before when I went to visit a certain office. Yeah, yeah, northwest, yeah, yeah. I mean, okay, I'm gonna do it to you and point it out. Technically, you guys are the Midlands. Scotland is actually north. Just want you to process that and accept it. It is technically true. This is a whole thing in Britain where, like, basically, if you're at a certain, like, tier on the movement up, you think everyone else is north, right? Like, you know, what was it? Yeah, you have someone who lives in Brighton who thinks that, like, Suffolk is north. What if you're from Germany? Then you are not in the equation, I'm afraid. You're minus south. You never criticize NA boys for lack of... I can. I know plenty about the world, mate. Just because I don't want to learn my own states and I don't want to learn NA states. Moved out of London? There you go. You moved out of London, you're like, oh, I'm living in the north now. Dude, do you know what? So I live in a city that has, I think, over 50,000 people in it. Sorry, no, let me redo that. 140,000 people in it. And when I went to visit my friend in London, he referred to me as living in country bumpkin territory. Like, dude, 140,000 people, and he thinks I just live in the outbacks. Oh my god. We call that a town, what, 140,000 people? Oh yeah, yeah. Well, the funny thing is, like, Ipswich is technically, it fulfills all the requirements to be a city, except one. Can you guys guess the one requirement? Like, I don't know, like, if you had to... I'm going to tell you it's a dumb requirement. Imagine a dumb requirement that your city has to have in it to be able to automatically be declared a city. What do you think it would be? No webbed feet. Well, that doesn't make sense, because Norwich is a city. It is a cathedral. Yeah, it's really a really dumb rule. For you to automatically be recategorized as a city, on the list of things that would be required, the thing that my city doesn't have is a cathedral. Because nobody built cathedrals in the 21st century. So yeah, it's a bit dumb. Technically, the royal family can choose to just dub a town a city if they want to. So they could literally choose a place that does not meet any of the city requirements and just be like, you guys are a city. So it's really dumb. The Queen gave... Yeah, why did the Queen give you stars? What did you do, Mullen? We made it to the Premier League. Come on. It's not enough for the King to take notice? No, probably not. Oh, 1 sec, I got a response. One sec. I've asked for a link to something and I have not been given a link to something. Alright, there we go. The Spud Bro? Wait, should I know what the Spud Bro is? Imagine tax money going to some rich bozos. I could never deal with that in the USA. Wait, I mean, don't all countries have that? 150k is really small? Are you that person that sandbags people in their size, Dr. Jarman? We draft? Thank you! Alright, draft underway, guys. Probably the final set of the day. We're going to be having Cal versus Voldemar. Oh, we got to catch this. We had to catch this one. So, it seems poking the cow worked. You poke the cow, it moves. That actually legit didn't work. Within 5 minutes, I had a message from him saying, "We drafting now." Okay, so Cow actually wants Archipelago. Of course he does. All right, so we're going to have, remember, Atacama is the default map, Borderland, and then Archipelago. And let's hop into the draft. Hey, YouTube. How you doing? You doing good, guys? See, I check in on you guys. Put me to sleep earlier. I almost missed the daycare pickup. Wait, how did I put you to sleep? What the f... How do you start with good casting, KP, and follow up with, you put me to sleep? Ah, thank you. I didn't realize I was a warm blanket. Thanks, I guess? He lived in the sticks. He was living in Crystal Palace. Jesus Christ. How does a place even get called Crystal Palace? Of all the names, that sounds very, like, self-indulgent, you know? Very vain. Right? Am I the only one thinking that? Needed a map, and that's why the casting was good. There you go. The velvety voice. There's a palace with windows. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like sometimes when you dive into the naming conventions for different things in the world, you kind of facepalm. Do you guys know why we use a system called stones? Go on, take a punt, take a guess. What do you think? What do you think led us to use a stone measuring system? Back in the olden days, people would find a stone of like what felt like a roughly equal size. They go, that looks about right, and they put that on the scales, and that's how we measured things. That was literally how we measured things. Right? Now, the degrees to which you could con people with that. Whose foot do we use for feet, though? That's the real question. Because, like, I'm trying to think, isn't a foot like that? That's a... We use Bigfoot's foot. Wait, is that a foot? I never remember the measurements. Hold on a sec. I've got a tape measure here. For reasons I can't... Wait, where is the tape? Oh, no, I lost the tape measure. GG. It's 12 inches. Yeah, but how did we decide an inch? And also, why did we choose, like why was it 12? It's like, there's so many questions. But yeah, Delhi for Cow. English got banned, though, which is no surprise there. That is a cozy pick. Wait. Yeah. I was about to say, that is banned way for Cow. Cow will be looking for Delhi, English, Malians, probably HRE or French if he can get it. French is probably viable to pick third here. Next up, you're probably going to want to get your hands on... Of course he's going to do French now. I mean, the English did get banned away from him, right? So he can't pick English, but he could have picked his Malians, which could be a viable pick for Voldemar now. Actually, no, you got Delhi, right? So... probably going to be, I want to say, Mongols here? It's so early for Mongols. Rus is just kind of hanging out there. The map pool, for what it is, I mean, Rus can kind of be okay on Borderland. He goes to Bastards, though. This is 100% Voldemar comfort draft right now. A Bastards Chinese to open? We are living in the most prestigious of times for a player like Voldemar, considering like these are like his bread and butter comfort picks, and they both are, I'd say, fairly viable right now. Living the dream. King Henry's foot, just Googled it. Or did we like hack it off post-mortem? I think that guy might have had a swollen foot. Did he like do you reckon he was like, oh no, they're gonna know for all time? Do you reckon he like dropped a toaster on it before he had them like measure it? Wow, look at how big Henry's foot is. Looks a little bit broken. Yeah, but what a kingly foot. He's so big. Henry's like, oh, but I'm proud. Died the next year of an infection. So Mongols ban out is kind of like, that is a Voldemar typical like targeted ban, and also the fact that Cal wants Malians. So Cal's probably going to be going Mali. Voldemar can leave English until last. You go Rus or Japanese here, right? Japanese really good against French on this map pool, though. You could add a Karma Japanese. He chooses Juji, though. So he wants that balance in case he has to run into the Delhi. Juji Delhi can work. But he's got China for that, right? We're probably going to see Voldemar open Chinese to try and show Dragavan how to play Chinese on that map. Cal could play French, though. Delhi can make sense. But he has Boldland, and that's better for Delhi. I think you're kind of punting here, because your Delhi pick is blocked by Chinese until it's removed. And even then, Juji could be a little bit tricky. Japanese coming through. So that leaves Malians as the final pick for him. But there's, like, you know, the Mongols... Does Cal really play Mongols? I don't think he does. And you've already blocked it out, so your opponent can't get it. So Malians, and I think Voldemar's going to finish with Ottomans. Ottomans can work against Delhi and Japanese quite well, actually. Delhi Otto is a skill-based matchup, and Japanese Otto is, as long as you don't camp and just try to rush Imperial Age, pretty much just a cruise mode win. So he goes for the Rus. Okay. On this map, Paul, we said it's like, it's a bit, it's not that it's not good. I think you're predictable to Boardland, though. You don't think he plays... What? You don't think Cal plays Japanese? I mean, you can practice it for 2 hours and kind of know how to do a Japanese build. Like, basically, like, after you figure out how to get Castle Age, you're pretty much just playing French. Oh, yeah, sorry, Voldemar had English, didn't he? Yeah, so... Who do I like more for this? Well, first off, Cal's draft is atrocious for Archipelago. I think Rus is just kind of a bait pick. It doesn't really function that well. You have to win in like the first few minutes of Feudal to lose. And then like French, maybe. Japanese we saw is kind of a bit weird as well. Like you do good on the initial boat surge and then that's it. On a map like Archipelago, you end up wishing you were playing something like Canal instead. I think Voldemar just got the S tier pick there for Chinese. Juji. Like, legit, this is the thing. He has a blocker to the Delhi pick and then a backup for Archipelago. It's really worrisome. So we're probably looking at Voldemar trying to draft for the first map. I think you could probably go Juji on Atacama. It makes sense. Cal could try to play into the Delhi. French can make a lot of sense there as well, though. And then English should be for Boardland. And then you have China left for Archipelago. But that means you're going to have English versus Delhi, but you can win that by going for the Mass Horseman King build. Yo, what's up, Mola Bears? Thank you for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate you. Yeah, this is like... Cal has a pretty hard outplay here. And I don't think you'll mind me saying on paper, like, the better player is quite clear, right? It is Voldemar. Based on results. Okay, so... They should be getting into game in a sec. The use of a feet as a measurement is used in aviation internationally for altitude. So you all are just basically measuring King Henry's foot from the ground. That's even weirder. How do you keep up with that? Only in airplanes. Yeah, but like, how do you know it's the right measurement with airplanes? This is a problem. Flawed system. I'll do away with it, mate. Do away with it. All right, so probably the last series of the day, which is nice actually. We're gonna basically be live for probably about 6 hours. That's pretty good for day number 1. We caught a bunch of the ones, and remember, people only just started scheduling for today, so we actually caught quite a few. We will be back with more of these on Monday. That's where we'll do the round of 16. So for those that are new here or not familiar with the process. We catch a bunch of the games live, but we also cast some from recordings because we have open scheduling format here. It's a very inviting format for everyone, so they can play when they can. We have been successfully casting everything from the round of 16 for, I think, 3+ weeks in a row now. So Monday, Tuesday, we'll catch all the round of 16 quarterfinals and semifinals if they happen. And then any semifinals not done, plus the grand finals we'll do on the Thursday. And we loop-de-loo, baby. That's how we roll. Whoop, whoop. So yeah, make sure you're following here. Make sure you get notifications turned on. Make sure you're tuning in Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays for that. I am half tempted to try and find like some other thing to coordinate for Fridays, just because obviously some of the matchups maybe might not be as enticing. Maybe doing some community games could be cool. I just don't know. I don't know how many people are intrigued by that. It might be something like exploring 2025 once we've got like YouTube a bit more ironed out. All right, looks like they're getting the game now. King David of Scotland now for the inches. Wait, so like King Henry is like, you're so small, Scotland. I'm 12 of you. What the hell? And now the play is for someone to make like a foot, like the foots into a micro system of that. So we need 12 foots to make something. One sec, checking my messages. We've got 4 minutes to go. Oh yeah, it reminds me. I really need to start posting things on Blue Sky as well. Who's moved to Blue Sky? I feel like I'm seeing a lot of people in gaming just bail on Twitter. But like, it's pretty much for political and porn at this stage. The PMPs of the world. That's kind of true. We need conch knowledge weekends. What's that? The problem with weekends is the weekends is usually when I'll be doing work the most on other people's channels, right? Tournaments and whatnot. Which is why I don't try to like lock weekends in as I will do this on the weekend. There might be times where I can, but it's not guaranteed. I mean, in fairness, like we do 4 days a week and we're still averaging about 110 hours live, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, Twitter right-wing propaganda. I mean, this is the thing. Like, here's the thing. Even if like you believe the statements about how Twitter is very much, oh yeah, you the people are now the reporters and it's all authentic. Even if that's true, if it becomes leaning in one direction, then actually you already skew bias the type of like media that succeeds there, right? So even if like, you have the best intention of like, yes, what the people want is what's being shown, you still have a bias that's already impacting the balance of your platform, right? Because it's like the people, you know, the people may be voting, but it doesn't mean you can't say that you're still a balanced media outlet of like left, right, and centralist views, right? At that stage, if you have like majority right people interacting and pushing the agenda, then you're right leaning. Same if you're going left way. So yeah, it always makes me laugh when people try to make the argument that like, oh no, our system is like perfect and we're not biased and we let the viewers really decide what they get. It's like, okay, you can say that, but you can't say that you aren't leaning. Right? That's like going to America and asking them if they like America more or like India more, right? And then going, well, you know, we let the people vote, so like we're not, you know, we're not like biased. It's like, dude, you're literally in America. There's a term for that type of bias, right? I can't remember what it's called. It's not confirmation bias, although you can turn like the counter argument of it into confirmation bias. There is a term for it. I forget what it is. All right, should we get Predicky set up? Unconscious bias. I don't know. I feel like if it had a name, it's gonna be called something like native bias, right? That kind of makes sense. Well, actually, we just gave a metaphor about, like, an example about America, and then now we're following up the word native, so we probably shouldn't go there. Anyway, let's Voldemort versus Cal. Let's start the votes on that. Selection bias. Thank you, Erslin. That's the one. Cognitive dissonance. Look at this, guys. We're just turning into a philosophy stream. Hey, you know, that's the long-term goal, right? Just chatting streamer. I mean, in fairness, if you can succeed there, it is consistently the biggest freaking directory on Twitch. And it's because it can pretty much encompass anything, if you think about it. Guys, how many people do you think are watching the just chatting section right now on Twitch? Put a number out there. And how much bigger do you think it is than the second most watched category right now? The numbers might shock you. 900k? Woo! You're aiming a bit big there, sir. So I think, I'm not sure if this shows me like Spanish speaking or whatever. There's 600,000 people in the just chatting section right now. Second place is Fortnite with 196,000, which adds up because I believe they just released the 5v5 game mode, if I'm not mistaken, or it's coming out in a few days. Third is Path of Exiles 2 with 155,000. Rust is pumping, by the way. Rust right now has 150,000 people, which I'm surprised by. I think they might have a... yeah, it looks like they got Twitch Rivals on right now. Guessing based on Po2's numbers recently. Dude, I was so happy for one of my creators. One of my creators, like, he done some launch streams for Path of Exile 2 after shifting over from Diablo, which, like, for anyone who's been following Diablo, Diablo 4 has become a bit of a train wreck. Like, it's downhill, right? Like, the expansion was bad. It overpromised, underdelivered. So, like, a lot of people are like, okay, I think I'm just looking to Po now. And I was, like, really cheering for my boys to succeed. And one of them, he, like, I think doubled his viewership. And the other guy, like, he went live, first 48 hours, he was averaging 12,000 people. Huge pog for him. I'm so happy for him, man. It's so scary switching games, right? You know, especially if you reach that point where you're like, oh, this game can't support me anymore. The game's going to die. You have to take that jump. But it's always a gamble. I mean, you can... you can have the most solid plan that is like, I've protected myself in this way, that way, and that way. It's still a gamble to a certain degree. So I'm so freaking happy for him. Oh, it's happening. Scandinavian Showdown. The Observer has become the Observed. That's right. This is An Magical Cow. Spectator, Observer, in the AoE4 scene going up against the kid, Voldemar himself. Welcome back, one and all, to Midweek Muster number 7. Round of 16. We haven't had a chance to upgrade this graphics, or update it rather. We're already into RO16. Cat ended up losing to Cow, courtesy of the fact he couldn't play. He had to be DQ'd from the week. So technically, the Cow beat the Cat. Let's see if he can beat the kid. I wanted to make... No, we're not going to do that. That will definitely get me demonetized in the first 5 minutes of the video. Military Wings coming in. Interesting. So this is going to be pressure onto Cow. His gold is forward spawning, but with Golden Gate, he shouldn't really need it. He has gone double hunting cabin. This is really nice as well. It's actually kind of better for this play on Atacama than other maps, right? When you have like one big tree line, you have to go wider or you overlap. So like you could argue you kind of got a similar walk distance, but one of them is near your gold. You could have actually made that value by like dropping 2 sheep off here and then clubbing them, eating them, moving on to the gold. But I don't think Cal has any intent of playing H2. He's probably going to be going for a fast castle build. Voldemar going military wing is a little bit surprising for that reason. I think you could have actually went culture wing here. That's an alternative against fast castling Roos. And then you can just play into like the opening camera riders and spam. But in fairness, this will give you the potential shutdown on any gathering in the early game in your opponent's base. How are we doing on predickies? Because I am only seeing 1.9k and 500 points. You gambleholics are lying to me right now. I've seen you guys drop 50,000 plus. One person doing that. And these guys get 2.5k. Couldn't have wanted it that badly. So, Stone Gathering. Voldy is still going for the 2TC build. We've already seen Abasses once on this map. It did not look good against an all-in. But Cow isn't really going for an all-in, I don't think. Especially when he's got this many sheep. 18 sheep to 9. He's going to chill. Did Cow forget? Wait, no. No, there's no way. How? We're 4 minutes into the game. Oh my god, he's 2.5 villages behind. Even if he had built a scout out of the TC, that's still 1.5 villages missed in build. Did he go textiles? No, dude, you wouldn't go textiles. Why would you ever build textiles this early? No, he... We've talked about this with Cal before, where he tries to, like, min-max, and then every once in a while, he misses, like, 3 seconds, maybe. This is rough. Yeah, you'd never build textiles this early. Like, there's no reason. Textiles takes 20 seconds, right? So build it when you see a pressure point. And also, you wouldn't have the gold to. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, Cal in the game where he's playing Roost moved his TC. That makes sense. I believe that. Checks out. And we have 2 TC from him. But his is going to be later than Voldy's, right? Quite a bit later, actually. He's going for the stone gathering. It's kind of crazy that Voldemar is already this competitive, but that's the Golden Age effect now kicking in. So last bit of stone and wood being gathered. And also, here's the other ugly part, folks. Cal just got baited into playing a 2TC meta. Do you guys remember what was really dominant for 2TC meta? Was it by any chance Military Wing Abbasid's opening? Because it stopped you getting good town centers. Why, yes. Yes, it was, astute viewer. Second one's already on the way. And of course, Cal, he did just get the second ticket, but, I mean, we're waiting on the gold, buddy. I guess he just wants to wait until he's got the wood available. But this is rough. So, like, you're already 2.5 villages behind. You're probably going to be 4 to 5 villages behind at this rate. Maybe more, depending on how many villages you pull. Also, the hunting camp are going to be lost here. He's got his own archers coming out, but it's only 2 right now. That's expensive. So that's why Cal doesn't have the timing, right? Because he reacted with the archery range, as you have to against the Abbasids. Or usually have to. This is the weird part about this, right? Like, in the old Roost build, you didn't react to the archer opening because you just built a Kremlin. But without a Kremlin, you have to defend yourself, right? So you have to go double archer. That doesn't really scare Voldemar away, but dude, if I'm Voldy, I'm so happy with this. By the time this TC goes up, Voldemar's going to have probably a 6 villager lead. Maybe 7. Especially if it happens again. I feel so bad, but like in the early game, this is a very important detail. If you don't consistently produce villages, you will be inherently behind. And Cal has already made those mistakes. And it's happening again. Look, guys, he's just... You know what Cal is doing? Cal is a thoughtful guy. Cal's probably in one of those households where, like, you know, he was... Like, his brother was born, and then immediately they tried for him. And he doesn't like that, because that's really mean. You want to give kids a little bit of space to have their own time, right? Like, you know, Freya's 2.5, and we've just had Ezra. We gave her a little bit of time to breathe. We gave ourselves time to breathe. Cal is thinking of the parents. What does it say about our breeding center, I mean town center, if we just have the people pumping out constantly? That is so inhumane. Let them breathe. Let them recover from the procedure, and then produce a new beautiful life. Was that a good enough cover story for the TCs? Because yeah, that's believable story. Now I know people want to call this GG and say the game is over, but it's only an 8 villager lead at 8 minutes. Get 2 more, you can go make a pro 4v4 AoE4 team. Wow. You know, like, I know that I exist in esports and I should be used to making investments and making a loss on my earnings, but that takes it to a whole new level. Eco Wing down the way, Voldemar going H3. Eco Wing a little bit surprising here, but then again, I guess the food's really far out. Could have went for maybe like a Culture Wing play. Trade Wing, actually, you'd have to go set up the marketplace, but that could have been kind of sick. I guess the risk with Trade Wing is you know that Cal's probably rushing Castle Age, so it's going to be Horse Archers. And that means you're just going to lose economy. But I think we might be getting a 3rd TC on the tree line. Because you're going to run out of resources, right? So what Voldemar could do is you build a TC here, and then you just build your production in this area. And it gradually bridges back to your base, links in for a Golden Age, but also makes it really hard to raid you. Well, this game is very peaceful so far. You know, I'm sitting here thinking about the old TC meta, and I've been saying recently that I think the new meta, where we have a little bit more flex between castle, feudal, TC being rarer, I think it's a lot better. Watching this game's opening, can we all agree that the newer metas are better than the TC meta we used to have like a year ago? Would you guys agree with that statement? And yeah, that is a fair point. I mean, not my wife, but my poor partner. Jesus. For the fourth kid, it'd be like freaking like the kid would be born having a bungee ride. Whew. High trade house now. Jesus Christ. High trade house now coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. It's always bigger than you think. I swear I don't mean for these innuendos. For TC, where are we putting it here? Double mosque? Did LuMT hack Voldemar's account? God damn. I did not expect that out of Voldy. I mean, he can't even afford double mosque right now. This is a little bit ambitious. That's got the gold gathering coming in now. Camel Raiders also getting added in. Love that read. If you go camel handling, you shut down both knights and horse archers here. Back in my days, we didn't have a town center. No, back in my days, we had to build that town center. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Wait, did he really just add in... What are you on about? There's no third mosque. Oh, oh my God. No, he cancelled. I think he misclicked. So TC in the corner. He's trying to hide the fact he's free TC. You greedy, lying son of a... High trade house. 35 trees in the end. So we'll see in a second. And we have got archery range producing the horse archers. Knights coming out the stables. Dude, Camel Raiders counts this all. And dude, he's so aware of it. Camel handling's already on the way. Sheesh. Let's see what the gold gen's going to be on this bad boy. There you go. So it's going to be either 126 gold or 127. It's always more than you think. Imam timing on this, man. Cal has at least scouted it out, so he'll be able to deny some of the equity, but it's a move to both sides of the map, right? So pick your poison. Also, funnily enough, like Voldemar, he went for one horseman, which should be able to kind of poke at the initial horse archer. In fact, he's already smuggling the camels in. Cal should have seen that. If he turns up to this fight, he's going to lose the units. It's 1.87 movement speed. The camel riders move quicker than you. That's right. Someone put Nikes on these camels. Oh, no. And that's just death. I mean, it was already looking bad, and now it's even worse. Horse Archer's shut down. And he's really going for this. He's greeting all the way to the side of Cal's base. Voldemar doesn't just want a win, guys. He wants a statement win. He's going for 5 relics. He's going for mass camel riders. And he wants to prove that crossbows aren't OP. Because that's what he's going to be fighting into. It's kind of wild, actually. Especially considering he still hasn't secured the big tree lines, right? He's just playing tiny trees. Then again, he's not really using much, which really surprises me considering he's now spamming camels. Camels are pretty pricey. 130 food. In the north of the big forest, there'd be a perfect trade house. Sure, but he would have been walking out into military wing units. It's like so risky here. If you can get it, it's great, right? But the risk it has. Like, this is what Hideout should have from a risk perspective, right? It's like in Hideout Roost, they just build it and they're happy. Same with, I forgot the name of the map now. We had it in the tournament rotation, the meme map, the one we spawned really close. But like, this map actually makes it a challenge. If you can actually play the game, then sure, you deserve it. But if you're just going to sit at home, you shouldn't get 100, 200 plus high trade house for free. It's bad design. Haywire, thank you very much. But yeah, this is even more depressing because your monks die almost immediately to camel riders. Remember, it's 28 damage per strike. On a 190 HP unit, they just get erased. I don't think Cal realizes how dead he is. He might sense it. Cal's probably just got some music playing. He's vibing. He's probably getting all of his affairs in order for the end of his life, expecting it to be at the hands of Cat. So, Cal's probably quite happy to make round of 16. Series isn't over either, remember. We have still got potentially 2 more games ahead of us, and Cal is likely going to pick Archipelago to try and make this weird. And we'll see if the kid is up to scratch when it comes to water. And no, Camel Riders are not heavy. They are light melee. Which means, funnily enough, actually, Shinobi hit them pretty hard. So fast as well. And yes. Expo suck against them. It's also like I've seen so many situations where people build Lancers instead of Camel Riders, and I still don't know why. I get why. Like the whole idea is that you want to raid, so Lancers are better at killing villagers in theory. But once you have camel handling, I don't know why you'd ever go against these bad boys, right? Because like the thing is, they have 40 more health than a knight. They do sacrifice the melee armor, but you can get the shields, which gives +3 anyway. Right? And ranged armor, sure, that's maybe the 1 weak point, but they still have 270 HP raw. And in the trade, they are much better than knights. Look at this. Their attack speed is almost 33% faster, and they will do the same damage per strike, right? 28 damage versus 24. So after melee mitigation, you're equal. And then finally, these guys are going to do less damage anyway. They're going to do 5 less damage. It's actually crazy how much Camel Riders are still being slept on. I remember we had players come in here and laugh when we saw a big-ass amount of camels being built. Do you guys remember when Dragavan done the camels only against Aveline and almost beat him? And the players were mocking Dragavan, and then they were mocking Aveline for losing. And then they thought about it, and they went, wait, what? How much do those cost? What is their damage? And they're like, wait, what? This unit has been slept on. Yeah, so good guy Voldemar is trying to make sure we get our content length. You're here for the Dota announcement? I wish I had some Dota announcements. Go ask the TOs to hire me. Do it nicely and politely. Are you kidding me? Voldemar is just going Imperial. Well, in fairness, Cal does have spears, so he's fine, right? Is Atacama bugged? Yeah, so to clarify for people, for Atacama's sacred sites to not bug, you need to be using random location, not team together when you spawn it. If you use team together, you'll get the bug spawns where like the sacred site can be in front of you. We've already let all the players know. If they, and this is the players to know, like if you get a game where your person on the other side is set up wrong, it's on both of you to identify that, so one of you needs to flag it. But if you get in lobby, and it's wrong, like you guys need to flag it. And then I'll talk to Tune about it. I imagine if it's like, oh, I didn't agree to this, it'll be a remake, as long as it's early enough that you call it. But this is why you need to check lobby when you get in. Extra rules coming in from Voldemar. Vold already has so much resource to work with. This is like the true secret power of Abbassids, right? Is that tech up doesn't cost you any economy to do, right? Yeah, it costs you the resources, but it doesn't cost you your gatherers building it. It's such a big edge when you use it right. The weakness, of course, is that you can't accelerate it like other civs would. Which is why it's important to usually not be late to your timings. Usually, when we see an Abbasid player hasn't started his tech up when someone else is a minute in the castle, it feels like a disaster. And yes, we've totally never seen Voldemar build like this before. The perfect counter to horse archers as well. Keep drop in the center as Cal needs more resources. A good key drop as well. Secures the gold and the wood. The camels are coming, folks. And we're also getting a switcheroo here. Composite bow's being prepped, so Voldemar's going to blow archers. Cal is like, this game is definitely not over, and I can still definitely win. I just need to build more spears. Oh, Cal. In Season 8, yes, that was the meta. We're in Season 9. Season 9 is more about range units now. And hand cannoneers going to be king amongst them. Yeah, interesting he's going composite bow archers and hand cannoneers. A lot of wood gathering over here, though, right? 38 workers it could be on the tree line. That is basically a third of his economy. That will allow him to inflate archers at a rapid pace here. Gulem's now also on the way. It's Cal's turn to wall as well. Remember, the ponds are just themic. They don't actually have anything in them. camera upgrades coming in. I mean, you have 16 of them, right? And remember, he also can get another blacksmith tier for the camels, which he already took. It's going to be another +3 armor. So take these bad boys. Sorry, +2? No, wait, he didn't get it. Am I blind? I thought he got it. Oh, wait, no, it's in the stables, isn't it? Yeah, he hasn't got it yet. So remember, you get the Camel Rider Barding that gives you an extra 2 armor. So first level is 3, second level is 2. So 5 extra armor in total. Remember, he also does have the military wing, so he can make everyone around him more tanky with camel support, which totally worth doing, by the way, with this type of build. Cal, I mean, you need to move more urgency than this. He's prepping for Imperial. It's going to have to be Spaskaya, probably a second keep drop here, just to secure the tree lines for long game. Problem with that, though, is then your back line isn't protected, right? So, stone walls? Oh, this is... Whew. This is a greedy move by Cal. A lot of his economy is now open. His trees and gold workers, right? So that makes up, what, 31 of his 87 villages are safe. But what about the main, man? This area can get dove easily and freely. Instead, funnily enough, Voldemar might just try to dive a keep. Ambitious, I wouldn't recommend it. Just take the easier bone to pick here. He marches north. Funnily enough, Voldemar can burn all the landmarks. You guys notice that about Cal's configuration? He doesn't want to fight. Mango's just got queued up. First one did come out. But he queued them all before he teched, I believe. So he didn't get the discount on the high armory. TC already gone. Golden Gate now being targeted. Remember, your torch damage scales of age is up to 21 per entity. Mangoes are marching out now to try and defend. Decent Mango hit here. Veteran archers, so not elite archers yet either from Voldemar. He's going to start diving in though. We do have the Saint's Blessing to tank up the defenders. But the wrap around the back, Voldemar says thank you very much. He heads on in. Remember, these guys get bonus damage against siege, so an immediate hit there. And behind all this, Cal hasn't been moving these villages. Landmark. Already on fire, about to fall. His army being distracted. I mean, the camels can just go up the economy. They don't even need to fight the army. We have hand cannoneers, we have archers, we have an attempt to build a keep, but I think this is over. Quite clearly, Cal, he just doesn't have enough military left now. He basically allowed everything else to absorb the spear blow, while the camels ride in last second to get the glory. Game 1 going to Voldemar, and now the question on my mind is, does anyone think Cal can take a game here? We're probably going to Archipelago. Is there a chance that he can make the kid uncomfortable? Let me know what you think, and I'll catch you in the next one. All right, so 1 game done. Archipelago works wonders. There you go. Voldemar has already admitted it is his weakness. He has a deep phobia of water. Check your Discord. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what? Yo, is Kivayu here? I have never seen that before. What biome did you guys use? What was your lobby settings? That is wild. Holy crap, guys, have you seen this? This is crazy. I'll show you the chat. This is actually wild. Hello YouTube. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on you. So there's a TC spawning underwater. Because he didn't spawn on the island. What? And then, yeah, freaking cow, Titanic all over again. Jesus Christ. What did you guys choose? What the hell did you do? I've never seen that on Archipelago. We had it. This is the second week. We've had a lot of Archipelago games. I've never... Dude, even the deer spawned on one of the central islands. What? They got a stealth forest on a central island. I mean, that's a new one for sure. Is Archipelago? I'm pretty sure it's not. I used to pronounce it like that, and the amount of people like, that's not how you pronounce it. How do you guys pronounce it?
Archipelago.
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 There you go. How about Americans?
Archipelago.
Even the Americans got it right. And they think aluminium is pronounced a dumb way. So, sorry, Americans. That is our war forever. Archipelago. Damn. Sorry, America. You're kind of catching shade tonight. I do love my American friends. But we do have to tease each other about our pronunciations. Alright, looks like they're in game. Get ready to go. Let's try this again. Jesus Christ. Wait, 21% of people put votes on Cal? Alright, I mean, playing the numbers, I respect it. Oh, I also spelled Voldemar wrong. Oops. Sorry. Valimar. Good old Valimar. Alright. So we got 3 minutes to go. I don't know what they've done with their sentence to get that. How do you pronounce aluminium? The correct way. Aluminium. And you also spell aluminium wrong. You revealed you're American. It's spelled N-I-U-M. By everywhere else in the world. In English. Hearing you say aluminium, I'm going to fix that for you, is like watching someone chew on it. That's because you guys keep spelling aluminium wrong. You are missing an I. Thank you. And before you try to counter this, I would like to point out an Englishman is telling you how the English word is said. Thank you. I remember I said that to a person one time. Oh, sorry, I'm going to reset that because I done it. Wait, is that 5? No, you got 5 minutes, you're good. I remember I said that to an American one time. He's like, actually, I speak American. I'm like, that's not a language. That's actually not a language. Aluminium and uranium. See, I'm starting... This is where the American percentage in my audience reveal themselves aggressively. Do you guys really want to try and make your stand? Like, there are plenty of other words you could challenge, which I could kind of, like, get behind. Do you really want to make your stand on this one? You could have chosen... Like, you could have chosen laboratory versus laboratory, right? Or you could have chosen garage versus garage. I even happen to actually pronounce garage like an American. But you chose the one that is definitely wrong. I also do find it hilarious that Americans pronounce garage the more French way, considering that usually it's British people that are overly obsessed with French pronunciations. Brits spell aluminium different. It's not just Brits. Like, if you Google the word aluminum or aluminium right now, the Google Wikipedia definition will tell you, or aluminum in North American English. It's only North American English. No other type of English says it that way. It's like when an American goes, it's football. No, it's It's American football. You've lied to yourselves. It's not soccer. It's football. The entire world has agreed it is football. You are the only ones who do not. I say good day, sir. Sheesh. Sorry, America, but I had to get that off my chest. I have a lot of respect for America, actually. Like, because, like, you know, in soccer and, like, cricket, they don't do very well. So they had the genius move of, like, dude, just make our own sport. That's smart. That's freaking smart, right? Like, you know when you were a kid and there was that kid that you couldn't beat at a game? Did you try to beat him in that game, or would you just make your own game? It's so much less effort to make your own game. We saved you in World War II. You waited long enough. Oh, what now? Okay. You did wait until the last freaking moment. You know what we call that? We call that a glory snatcher, sir. You always fall back on World War II? I mean, you could have waited for World War I, but wait, then again, you also waited long enough for that one, didn't you? Freaking Australian corpses had to pile up as body bags before you wanted to participate in that one. When you understand what the other's saying, what's the point? Because it's fun to mess around. Do you really think that I'm waging war in America? That doesn't end well, usually. Looking forward to seeing what sport the English invent. I mean, we just do really good at football. It's easier that way. No Ottoman games. Every element on the periodic table that ends with is just that, not inium. Right, but everywhere else, English-speaking the world agrees inium. You are nitpick, like, you know, it's kind of like arguing dictatorship versus, like, democracy. The point of going, well, dictatorship has a few good things. It doesn't matter. We all picked democracy. Too late. All right, should we get to... Oh my god, I've started a whole war in chat. Aluminum, aluminium. Hello, KillerPigeon's. Welcome back to the Midweek Master. Game number 2 between Voldemort and Cal. English-Japanese showdown on Archipelago. We just had a really weird spawn where one of them on the islands spawned a cliff and the TC got pushed in the water. We are on a correct spawn now of Archipelago. God bless. You wonder how many words become obsolete in the dictionary year? Yeah, but then we get words that get in. I can't remember if they finally added ain't to the dictionary. Because, like, ain't isn't a word if you really want to be pedantic about it. But British people use that word like crazy. Ain't that the truth? Do Americans use the word ain't? I don't think you guys really do. I'm not sure. You guys drive on the wrong side of the road by the same logic. You should, but that's no. So guys, the whole argument is over the fact that Americans say aluminum, which is incorrect. It's aluminium. Everywhere else, English speaking agrees. There are more countries than just us that drive on the left side of the road. You have not secluded us enough there, sir. However, if you would like to explain to me the ratio of people that play American football versus soccer in the world, we can have that debate too. I don't know, like, the best part is this is happening in a series between 2 Scandinavian countries. And one of the players is Norwegian. So, like, we've chosen weirdness and we've chosen the right place to do it. Kura Storehouse now come from Cal, and that is a weird spot. I don't even know where you want the farms on this map. Southerners are oddly British. I wonder why. Is it because we're in Britland? It might be because we're in Britland. Irregardless became a word, even though it isn't. There you go. Okay, do you guys want me to share a really interesting one with you? When I started commentating in Dota 2, I had a saying which is this move seems to be born out of desperosity. That sounds like a word, right? But that's okay, be honest. Even if you know it doesn't, it kind of sounds like a word, a real word. Yeah, I made a word up. I made an entire word up. So it was like ferocious desperation, I think, in my brain, right? Like there's desperation, then there's extreme desperation. And desperosity is like, yeah, he's making this move out of raw desperosity, right? But there's no other move left. And it took me ages to realize I was doing it, and it wasn't a word. True story. It just slid into my vocabulary, and it just sat there for years. Like, I'm kind of curious on this. Like, here's one relevant to AoE 4. How many people... Because I done it for a long time. I just, like, instinctively, I called the Karganet Palace the Karnet Palace. Anyone else? Like, I'm not alone on that one, right? Like, your brain just quickly reads it, and you're like, Khan. Yes, Khan. There we go. Like, how many of you mispronounce Japanese words? I'm quite good on that one. Tawara, Takazaiku, Furusashi. The Ona Bugeisha. But actually, I don't put enough emphasis on the gay. Because Bugeisha. Okay, that's going to get clipped out of con. But it's Bugeisha, and I say Bugeisha a lot. Have you ever been to the US? Yes, I've been to Vegas. Which is like the US on acid. And then outside of Vegas, the closest I would have been is actually in good old Canada to Vancouver. No, don't clip that. No, don't. I mean, you're gonna. If you're gonna do it, at least put it on live stream fails. Anyway, we have got the initial boats coming out from both sides. Voldemort has got the king play, which he needs to ship over at some point. And he does have the transpo ship ready to roll. So King's going to be coming in. Cal, I actually kind of like that. Although I'd like a warn more. He's building a farmhouse, so he gets an early warning signal on the backside. Scout is also keeping an eye out for it. Can't really afford to have to build into land units here as Japan. It's kind of a sucky situation. Nitpicking words, because words are for conveying an idea, so if you get the message across, sure. Like, you know, if I really wanted to be... Actually, no, I am kind of nitpicky on this one. Pigeon is not spelt with a D. There is no D in the pigeon. And thank you, Dan Elusive, for the 5th month. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. So, like, that one's kind of important because it's my branding. My branding is Killer Pigeon. If y'all... If I'm on a show and y'all spell it with a D, I'm gonna kind of have to have a problem there. And I just realized that's another statement that's gonna get clipped out of context. No. Let's focus on the king. He's landed on the island, but he also now has secured part of the island. Welcome one and all to Gibraltar. I don't remember Japan owning it originally, but that's what we've done here. Now, Cal, I mean, it's a pretty cool response, right? Like, the king's not going to break through anytime soon. So he is contained. It did cost you to do so. But then again, the transport ship costs as well. Look at this, though. Voldemort, really clean timing into Admiralty. Cal's behind. And guys, has it happened again? Let's do a TC check. Yep, it's happened again. Cal's behind by 3 villages. Again. This is rough, man. Like, you know, if Cal does watch this back, genuinely, I'd love to see how he performs if he just solves that issue in the early game. It's tough against a player that's really going to pressure you, and you can get easily distracted, because like what Kao is doing is the classic transition point between like being, you know, Diamond / Conk and trying to go higher, where he's essentially trying to fix the inefficiencies of queuing up 5 villages in reserve. Because like if you queue 5 villages, you've queued 250 food in backlog. That could have been put elsewhere. So he's trying to be clean about his execution. But he's being too clean. He's being way too min-maxy and kind of perfectionist about it. And that comes from a perfectionist. I get why he's doing it. His brain, it makes sense, but look at what costs him. He's in a fight right now. He's not producing villages. Finally realizes it, but that took, what, 3 seconds? He's now 4 villages behind. Fishing boat count is... He's behind there as well. He's actually 1 down, right? So this is adding up. And now this is a perfect example of how quickly it can backfire against you. If you had clean economy, I don't think Voldemort could have so easily got away with Admiralty. But now, look at it. It's 5 versus 5 spring odds. 3 archer ships versus 2, and a demo coming. So Voldemar isn't behind a tool and boats, despite the fact he spent 500 resources this early on a tech. But, you know, there is something ironic about English now going on to win Archipelago after we just had this argument about, like, how to pronounce aluminium. Somehow this is cathartic. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry, Cal, that's unfair. He's in a bad position right now. Japan isn't really a civ that plays well in long water. English is, and oh, that is the worst. Demos just get blown to smithereens straight away. That's the dunk power, right? It's the extra range you get that makes it so simple. And he's just going to edge him, right? He doesn't need to commit. He just needs to turn, shoot, turn, shoot. Because now Cal, like, is always going to be slightly behind. Voldemar isn't even building demos. This is soul crushing. Because why would you build demos? Demos have to come in range. Right? Your opponent brought a pistol to a sniper war. So I'm starting to get the feeling we're going to get a 2-0 here, which would put Voldemar on a collision course with either Dumu, Road, or Lash. Oh, wait, no, sorry, wrong side of the bracket. Puppy Paw, ETX play, or Stopper. I don't think we're going to get to see that game 3. We're not going to see what a cow looks like on land. Wait, don't cows do pretty well on water? They just kind of float there and bob for hours, right? I think. They have buoyancy. So how is cow not a natural on water? Wait, I guess like a cow's not very good at swimming though, right? They just kind of, like I said, bob there. He has at least got the arrow slits. That's a really big advantage for Japan, is the gold gives you stone, so you can get the arrow slits, right? So it won't be an immediate GG. The king is still trying to break through the wall. He actually got walled further out. All right, that's brilliant. 5 minutes from now, this king will mount. No, he won't. The arrow slits is going to reset him. Cows never fared too well in the Oregon Trail. You didn't soak them enough. Just got to throw them in the river and push them down river. Gets them there quicker as well. Did that really just happen? Voldemar? What do you have to say for yourself? You let our king die. Philip doesn't seem to be moving anymore. It's okay, though. We all know it's about Admiral Nelson, not about the royal family. 9 springald ships, and now the demo ship play. Wow, so he allowed Cal to blow up an extra bunch of boats before he goes in for the commitment. This also gives him a way of clearing the docks as well. Starts to poke. Demos come from the north side. A good pincher maneuver here. Nowhere for him to go. But wait. No, the aggro was lost. That would have been such a big hit as well for Voldemar. We've got to skirt away in the end. Archer ships are incredibly low, though. Cal right now is idle. He's got 20 eco units just not working. I'm just not sure where. Might have misclicked on the gold. Yeah, he's got some workers on the farmhouses not committing either. This is a bit awkward. Remember, cows on shoreline fish, temporary and not as good as the deep. So over time, he's just falling further and further behind. You count water buffalo as cows? Do you count tigers as cats? Do you count Danish people as Swedish people? Oh, you're right. Good eyes. Yeah, he was idle on the expansion island. I didn't even see that move out. Good eyes. I had to cap I should have eaten one of my protein bars. We're 6 hours into the broadcast. I needed more sustenance. This is pretty brutal, though. I mean, Voldemor's going to have a little bit of a gap when he has to move across to his own island, but at the same time, he's built quite a healthy lead here. It's 3 springalds, 2 archer ships, and that's it. And I honestly feel like that is close to it. Voldemar can either mass demos now to clear the docks, or just go for an age up. He's pretty far ahead. Does look like... Wait, did Voldemort skip on villages as well? No, it's still the 3 eco lead. So it's just Voldemort hasn't been bloating his ship count, while Cal, I think, built 2 more up after the losses. Does he know about that second island? I mean... I don't think it really matters. I think the shutdown on the primary is more important right now. It's just so difficult to dive docks, man. You never know when a demo ship's coming out that could just ruin you. Looks like demo is going to get in again. Gets one of the archer ships instead. This is a masterclass. Oh, it's a pristine example of how English just ruins you on water. Like, if you don't play aggressively and they get the Admiralty, the difference is you trying to constantly hit 3-pointers in basketball versus Kobe. Right, the difference is... No, let's put it another way. The difference is you trying to, like, run in and actually just dunk hoops versus a guy who can actually jump and slam dunk reliably. Like, you might get a few in from close range, but every once in a while, one's going to hit the rim and go off, while this guy is just full-on slamming the ball in the hole. Cal trying to micro it, but ends up losing another. This game's over. Voldemort, he's clawing ahead now. It's an 8 eco lead. We have got the fishing boats migrating over. He could set up a new dock up here, but at this stage, I mean, you haven't done any damage to your opponent. You've lost plenty in return. And what will eventually just happen is you'll be stuck on land at all times, right? At which stage Voldemort can go castle, he can go sacred sites, and he can claim the 2-0 victory over Cal. GG's. Another episode of Cal Watch comes to an end, and just like in nature, they are not as threatening as you think. All you have to do is push them over and laugh. Your next week's, but Cal, there isn't one next week. Remember, the next one is on the 3rd. But that's true. You did make the first edition of 2025. We got him, boys. We got him. All right. But what I can announce that's in the works, I need to actually set up some graphics and everything for it, is that although this will be the final week of Midweek Muster for 2024, mark it in your calendar. We are going to be doing an official tournament on the final weekend of this month. Either 200 or 300 bucks. I'm seeing what I can scrape together for it. It is going to be another World's Edge tournament. Figuring out the details, it's very early days that I'm announcing this. I probably should have waited. But it is coming. I'm probably going to call it Final Festivities 2024. We might make it a recurring thing across the festival holiday. A 1-weekend tournament, double elim. We're going to be looking at 11 maps in the map pool. All of them played on the winter biome to make it feel festive. Double elimination with 16 players. And we will look to prioritize invites based on KPMM performances, but it depends obviously on who's available as well. So yeah, it's going to be Saturday and Sunday only. Saturday, it will be the upper bracket playing through until semis, and then the lower bracket will play simultaneously through until the end of round 3. And then grand finals Sunday, or final Sunday, will be upper bracket finals into lower bracket finals, and then grand finals. So still a decent amount, because that means, like, so Saturday will be best of 3, best of 3, best of 5s, and then we'll best of 5s to the lower bracket to follow through. And then Sunday will be a best of 7, best of 7, best of 9. So a decent length for the day. Should be some epic games. Figuring some details I'm going to maybe do with the drafting to make it a little bit different. But we'll see how that goes. But that's going to be the final tournament we'll be doing in 2024. It'll be the final weekend. So mark it in your calendar, like I said, 28th and 29th. No one else is doing those tournaments at that point. But we still have a week of Midweek Muster. Remember, guys, that was the first of many round of 16s to happen. We'll be catching a bunch of them live as well as from replays on Monday. So if you don't want the results spoiled for yourself, don't watch people play their games if they stream it live. Or, you know, if you're fine with that and you want to support them, I'd recommend doing that. But still come through and support on Monday when we watch those games, because we're doing all of the round of 16, quarterfinals as well. as well as maybe semis as well by the end of Tuesday. Usually we try to have one of those semi-finals reserved for the Thursday so we can do a semi-finals into a grand finals if the players are willing. But that will be, quarterfinals, round of 16 quarterfinals Monday, Tuesday, and then semi-finals will either be on the Tuesday or we'll have them on the Thursday before our grand finals. And then, remember, on Thursday, my mum is going to be making her first appearance on camera ever on Twitch. She's going to be here. She's going to be live on camera. Won't be the first time her voice has ever appeared on a Twitch channel. That was DreamHack back in 2018. But she will be building the PC with us, which you can almost see things there. It's teasing. We've got almost all the components. Actually, CPU arrived today. SSDs arrived yesterday. We're just waiting on the motherboard, which I've been told should be with me by Wednesday at the latest. So I'm probably going to have to rob the motherboard of a placement in the picture. I'll be taking an announcement picture and let you guys know a bit more about this on Monday on who we've got partnering with us. But we will build that on Thursday, the 19th, after the grand finals happen. So after the grand finals happen, my mum's going to come out. I'm going to be setting up a second camera so you'll be able to see behind us. We'll turn around to talk and we'll have this camera kind of looking down on the PC build. We're going to be building it live, going to be running it through. She has never built a PC in her life, so she doesn't know how to build them. So I'll help her a bit more hands-on with certain things, and other things I'll explain and let her do herself. So, like, I want to try and help people understand that building PCs doesn't have to be scary. It can actually be quite fun. Usually the scary points is, like, seating the CPU. And in a lot of people's eyes, the whole idea of the thermal paste is usually quite polarizing as well. But the rest of it is like Lego. But that's a jam-packed week to round out the year, mostly before Christmas, because I think I'm probably going to take 20th to 27th off. So I'm going to have a week off because obviously, like, that's Christmas week. I want to spend some time with my family, unwind a bit, don't want to burn out. I think it's scary to do because honestly, when you're a content creator, you freak out, you're going to lose relevance, but you got to think of your mental health. And then we'll basically be back on the 28th, 29th for a weekend tournament. And then remember, on the 3rd of January, the midweek musters start again. So not too much of a break, really. Was a good gaming laptop, like 2K under. I wouldn't really be able to give you details on gaming laptops. I haven't been looking at them much myself. Maybe I'll have an answer to that in 2025. There's definitely a few brands I'm hoping to work with on laptop integration next year. We'll see if that pans out. So maybe keep an eye on it. Waiting doesn't hurt at this stage. CES is just around the corner, which is like a huge tech conference, especially focused on gaming. So there'll be a bunch... Sorry, I just got a bit musical because it's a bit weird in the background. So there'll be plenty of announcements coming, which will probably lower the price of other configurations. And at this point, it's kind of healthy to wait because, for example, a lot of the GPU stock of the last generation are drying up. So if you try to go for one now, you'll probably pay a premium. For example, the highest end card has gone up, I think, by $1,000, which is crazy. So yeah, it's all about identifying timing. But there's a lot of components that are worth buying into right now. AMD just released their newest CPU lineup, right? And they'll have more coming probably in the early new year. Nothing official, but based on their behaviors. But yeah, I'll tell you more about this all. We can talk it through. There's plenty of questions that can be answered in that stream. It's going to be exciting, man. I'm looking forward to it because I think it's going to improve the encoding quality of the streams we're putting out because I'll be able to actually strain the CPU a lot more, get a lot more detail out of that on the recordings for YouTube, on the live streams as well. So hopefully that will show. And on top of that, maybe in 2025, we'll be able to have like a gaming day where we try out new strategy games that release. I already have a few on my radar that look epic. But YouTube, I'm going to end it now. You'll be able to catch me on Monday on this channel. We'll be going live about midday my time, so 1 p.m. CET. Be sure to tune in then. I'll try to schedule it for you guys. If you want to catch me before then, I will be on EGC Saturday and Sunday hosting the show. So hopefully see you all.